meeting of the National Task Force that was formed after the directives came from the Supreme Court after it took so much to cognizance of the rape and murder case at the RG Medical College and Hospital. What we know about this meeting is that there will be chief secretaries of state as well as state director generals of police who will be present in this meeting, and the main focus of this meeting is to address state issues with respect to medical professionals at hospitals and with respect to their safety provisions. So every state representative will put forth their suggestions as well as the provisions that are required at respective state hospitals. What we also know from the National Task Force that has been set up is that these meetings are crucial to set up the plan of action, not just with respect to prevention of sexual violence and gender-based violence as well, but also to look into a system wherein baggage and person checks can be put in at every entry points of these hospitals, as well as separate rooms for males and females to sleep and rest in. Apart from these suggestions, what is also come up with is a national portal under the title of Suggestions to NTF that has been formed by the Union Health Ministry. And on this portal, anyone, be it medical professionals, doctors or people, citizens at large, can go onto this portal and give in their suggestions and online recommendations. What we also know is that 400 suggestions have already been received by the NTF. Looking forward, of course, the NTF is expected to submit its interim report within 3 weeks and a final guidelines within 2 months, as per the directives issued by the Supreme Court. Back to you.
As always, Tanushka, thank you so much for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you when that meeting concludes. Let's switch tracks now. Kannada actor Darshan, who is in judicial custody in a murder case, is being shifted to the Bellary jail after a massive controversy after his picture went viral from inside the jail premises, where the actor was seen hanging out with 3 others. The picture sparked outrage over the alleged special treatment being given to the Kannada actor. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar hit back over the BJP's allegation against him and said he never met Darshan inside jail. But let's go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman for the latest. Pratibha, Kannada actor Darshan, his judicial custody ends today.
That's right, his judicial custody ends today in the murder case that he has been involved in. He and 16 others have been lodged in jail for quite some time. And that is when these pictures have gone viral, where he and 3 others are seen smoking cigarettes and enjoying a mug of coffee, which has definitely created a lot of flutter as far as Bengaluru prison's security as well as safety protocol is concerned. While there is action that is being taken in terms of suspension of officers as well as FIRs that have been registered against Darshan even, there has been a court order yesterday that has come in granting permission for Darshan to be shifted from Bengaluru prison to Bellary prison. And several others who have been involved in that same case are also being shifted to different other jails. But much would depend on what happens with the hearing today, because Darshan's custody, judicial custody ends today, and he will be produced before the court via a video conference, and post which there would be once the process ends, there would be further information with respect to when and how he would be shifted from Bengaluru prison to Bellary.
Thanks so much, Pratibha, as always, for joining us with the latest. As my colleague Pratibha Raman is reporting, Darshan is likely to appear before the judge today through video conference, and his judicial custody is likely to be extended. With that, let's turn our attention now to the other big story. After taking oath as the Prime Minister for the 3rd consecutive time, the Union Council of Ministers are all set to meet in the national capital, marking the first meeting of the Modi 3.0 cabinet since the portfolio announcement. The Prime Minister will be chairing the Council of Ministers meeting at the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan this evening at 5 p.m. And our sources have informed us that at least 6 ministries will be giving presentations. The plan will be prepared ahead for the roadmap, and a review will be done of the 100 days of the Modi 3.0 government. Aishwarya Jain has the insider details for you.
Well, certainly on June 9th, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took that historic oath as the Prime Minister, and this time it's a coalition government, and therefore the reason perhaps important portfolios had been given to the alliances as well. It is TDP's Rammohan Naidu is holding the aviation ministry. It is Chirag Paswan of the NDTV holding a ministry as well. And perhaps this is the first time after Prime Minister Narendra Modi to do as the Prime Minister, and he will be chairing this Council of Ministers meeting. All the cabinet ministers and the MOS will be in attendance at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan at at around 5 p.m. And what the sources have clearly indicated to us is that at least six of the ministries will give presentation to what they have done in the last in last few months of the governance and what's their roadmap ahead, and rest of the ministries will also give their presentations in brief to Prime Minister chairing this meeting. Remember, it's at 10:30 a.m. today when the cabinet meeting has also been called by Prime Minister. Important decisions, of course, are on the line as far as the agenda is concerned regarding the infrastructure project, regarding the aviation projects as well in the country, and some major funds to be allocated in terms of the finance departments as well. Remember, yesterday it was stated by the government that 10 years of PM Dhan Yojana had already been completed, and that had given light to all those middle class people who had assured that their accounts are opened, and 3 crore more accounts are to be opened in next 1 year, and that's the target of the government is.
Let's turn our attention now to Haryana, where the BJP Central Election Committee meeting is going to be taking place on the 29th of August, which is tomorrow. The committee meeting will be chaired by the Prime Minister and the BJP President JP Nadda in Delhi, and it will decide the names of 90 candidates for the 1st of October election. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Organisation General Secretary B.L. Santosh, the Haryana Chief Minister Nayaab Singh Saini, and the former Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, along with the State Unit President Mohan Lal Badoli, will also participate in this meeting. Gurpreet Chinna has the lowdown for us.
We have seen political party has, specifically BJP, has already conducted a survey to understand whether there is any anti-incumbency against the government or not. What we have learned from the sources, they say they have also done a survey to understand about the MLA candidate. What we have learned, some of the MLAs who are not in connection with the grassroots level workers, their tickets will be chopped off in this meeting, and after that they are going to decide the new candidature also. But that will be clear once this meeting will be completed, and after that we will see what type of political strategy they are making for this polls and how they are going to select a candidate as an MLA. The main challenge before the BJP is that they have been ruling in the state for the last two terms, and they have been trying to woo the voters on the basis of the development or the other work which they have already done. They have to even nullify anti-incumbency against the government, and for that they have been doing a marathon debate with a lot of people within the party to understand the candidate. They want to give such type of candidate where the grassroots level workers should be feel connected, and that is the task which they are trying to understand from all the grassroots network. We have seen one of the leaders, most of the leaders of the BJP, they are already holding a meeting with the grassroots level workers to just understand what type of mood of the people of Haryana. So let's see what will be outcome of this meeting, which has already been scheduled to be happen, and they are going to discuss the political strategy for Haryana polls. Back to studio.
Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to the election buzz in Jammu and Kashmir. Well, campaigning is picking up after hectic parleys to meet nomination deadlines. Well, over 100 candidates from various political parties and independents have filed their nominations in various districts for the first phase of the assembly elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The NC released a list of 32 candidates a day after it finalized a seat-sharing arrangement with the Congress. The elections are being held for the first time after the abrogation of Article 370 back in 2019. Former J&K Chief Minister and National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah will contest the assembly elections from the Gandarbal seat in central Kashmir. And the filing of nominations for the first phase, as we had covered, closed yesterday. The state will poll on the 18th of September. Leaders across parties, including several independent candidates, made a beeline for the DC office to file their papers yesterday. In fact, The banned outfit Jamaat-e-Islami is fielding at least 3 of its former members as independent candidates from various constituencies of South Kashmir. As far as the BJP is concerned, well, they released a third list of 29 candidates for the second and third phase of the polls there. So far, the BJP has announced the names of 45 candidates across 3 lists. My colleague Nazir Masoodi has been tracking all the political developments for you as far as the valley is concerned. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, as far as Omar is concerned, with this announcement of his candidature, NC President Farooq Abdullah is unlikely to contest the polls now, despite having recently said he would contest the elections?
Well, he was actually, trying to contest because Umar was refusing to contest that time. So once Umar Abdullah said he's contesting, so Farooq Abdullah clearly backed off. So both the father and son are not contesting. Only Umar Abdullah is contesting. He's contesting from the family seat of Gandarbal. So NC has released the name of all its candidates except 2 constituencies, which is Badgam and Birwa Assembly constituencies. In a day or two, they may be releasing that list as well. Having said that, yesterday 279 candidates filed their nomination papers for 24 seats, which will go to polls on 18th of next month, the first phase of polling. And BJP also released its list, revised list. There was a change of just one name. But that name has again created, problems for the BJP. There's a huge rebellion for the BJP against BJP in Katra Mata Vishnu Devi constituency after the name of the candidate was changed in the revised list, and workers have threatened mass resignation here. So BJP is actually facing challenge after some senior leaders. They were dropped from the list in the initial list, which was eventually cancelled, but the almost same list except one change was released yesterday, but that too has created problems. So if it is a challenge, even NC has its own, share of challenge. Some of its leaders have resigned after they released the list and announced the seat sharing arrangement. So which is like normal, but kind of a BJP discipline it has. Normally, whenever leadership decides something, the workers, accept it and follow it. And the BJP leaders here say that everybody will fall in line. But right now, there's a problem for the BJP, at least in 2 constituencies in Jammu, where candidates have been announced. BJP workers have been saying that the loyalists have been known and turncoats, and the parachute candidates have been given mandates. They are referring to those, candidates who have switched sides to BJP from different parties for the last few years, 2 days ago. So,
Nazir, please bear with me. I sincerely apologize. I'm cutting you through. I sincerely apologize, Nazir. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. A BJP leader has allegedly been shot at in Bengal. The Bharatiya Janata Party now alleging the TMC attack on the party leader. The BJP saying TMC goons have fired at a leader near Kolkata. Let's go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who's tracking the latest developments. Saurabh, what breaking news information can you share with us at the moment?
Well, the BJP has been given a call. BJP has given a call for a 12-hour Bengal Bandh, and they've tried to block the Shambazar crossing here, but the police have, of course, removed the protesters. You can see BJP leaders like Lokit Chatterjee, etc. here, who are marching at the Shambazar 5-point crossing. And from the other side, there's a Trinamool rally also that is coming this side. Of course, a political face-off between the TMC and the BJP on the streets. Clearly, justice for the Arjikor victim now seems to have receded into the background as these bandhs and strikes take over. Ma'am, if I can quickly ask you, the bandh, what kind of a response are you seeing?
आप पूरा देख रहे हैं कि पूरा जनता का समर्थन है. आज शाम बाजार नाउ इज 10:30 AM. अभी शाम बाजार का सिचुएशन जो है, अभी कोई बास इतना नहीं है, अभी जनता भी नहीं है, तो जनता दिल से पूरा समर्थन कर रहे हैं. अभी टीएमसी का समावेश है, छात्र परिषद का समावेश है. एक लोग चाहते हैं, हम लोग चाहते हैं कि विचार हो जाए, और वो लोग चाहते हैं कि विचार नहीं हो. कौन सा सच है? सच एक दिन सामने आएगा.
Thank you, ma'am. Lokit Chatterjee, former BJP MP, obviously speaking here, and the police, of course, removing those who are... Madam, dekhe. So obviously, the BJP supporters being moved away. From this side, of course, there's a BJP rally. That side, of course, there's a TMC rally. And the police, of course, will probably be detaining these BJP protesters here as they come. And, they, of course, are moving back. And you can see, of course, some more groups arriving here as this at the Sambazar 5-point crossing, where the BJP, where the TMC, the BJP is trying to block this place. So obviously, the central forces and the Kolkata police in some sort of tussle here, and of course we can see some kind of commotion here, and we try and get in again Lockett Chatterjee again, but you can see these BJP protesters here at the Shambazar 5-point crossing blocking the traffic, and and also this side you can see the Trinamool supporters as well, who have gathered on the other side of the road. The Trinamool flags are there. The police have blocked them that side, and for now, at least for the last 5 or 10 minutes, the Shambazar 5-point crossing is of course blocked for traffic, and you can see BJP leaders being detained here in this police van as we speak. My camera person Aniruddha Tripathi giving you these live visuals here as BJP protesters are detained here at the Shambazar 5-point crossing, and several BJP leaders who were attempted to block the Shambazar 5-point crossing have been detained here as the BJP's 12-hour Bandh call takes place. The police on the other side, you can see, are pushing back the Trinamool supporters who had also gathered here, and again, riot control police on standby here. The RAF, Rapid Action Force, also on standby here. The Trinamool supporters that side, the BJP supporters this side. The police detaining the BJP supporters in these buses and taking them away as we speak. So obviously these are live pictures that you're seeing on your television screens from Shambazar 5-point crossing in North Kolkata, where there is an attempt to block this major thoroughfare as part of the 12-hour Bandh call given by the BJP. And of course these are live pictures from the Shambazar 5-point crossing.
Thanks so much, Saurabh, for joining us with that update. The BJP called for a 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Bandh in West Bengal, as Saurabh is reporting, to protest against the police action on those who took part in the march to the State Secretariat Nabarno over the rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata. In fact, the Bandh was actually was given by an unregistered student body and a dissident state government employees group as well, the ruling Trinamool Congress, alleging that this was a BJP-backed protest. With that, let's turn our attention now to the national capital, where a war of words has erupted between Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj and the LG office over the recent crisis at Asha Kiran, where 14 deaths occurred due to a shortage of doctors and staff. Mr. Bhardwaj blames the LG office for the shortage, while the LG office claims it's due to the absence of a committee meeting. The committee, called NCCSA, is responsible for coordinating and monitoring various services and amenities in Delhi, including healthcare, education, sanitation, and infrastructure. And as far as the fresh flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi Lieutenant Governor are concerned, this time it's about the transfers in the PWD department. The Aam Aadmi Party alleges transfers and postings were being done secretly in the Public Works Department without National Capital Civil Service Authority approval. However, the Lieutenant Governor in Delhi has hit out and said that this is Aam Aadmi Party's propaganda of abuse. Shreya Ghosh breaks down the details for us.
So Delhi Health Minister Sonia Malhaar has highlighted that the so-called NCCSA meeting is not important because, of course, we have seen that 7 of these Group A officers of PWD have been posted without the NCCSA meeting. But here the LG is responding to these allegations made by Sonia Malhaar by stating that these doctors' posts, these 30% vacancy in doctors' posts were not made because of A, the meeting did not take place, and B, the lack of approval from the Chief Minister. And of course, it has led to severe mudslinging from both ends. And keeping in mind this tragic death, this 14 deaths that took place in Asha Kiran's shelter home, that was because of understaffed situation there, lack of sufficient number of medical professionals, and that is why this entire situation, this question of appointments being made is being questioned. And of course, the LG has also mentioned that the LG office has stated that 38,000 medical professionals posts are yet to be created by Aam Aadmi Party, and now the Aam Aadmi Party has to respond to these allegations. But Sonia Malhaar has been true to his point that almost 30% vacancy lies in doctors' position, which did not take place because of the NCCA meeting. Over to you.
Meanwhile, the ruling NDA reached a majority mark in the Rajya Sabha as 9 BJP members and 2 from allies were elected unopposed in the by-polls for the upper house. Now, with the 9, BJP's strength has reached 96, taking NDA to 112 in the upper house. And among the 3 others to get elected unopposed were 1 each from NDA allies NCP faction of Ajit Pawar and Rashtriya Lok Manch. The ruling alliance also has the support of 6 nominated and 1 independent member, and 1 member of the Congress also got elected, taking the opposition numbers in the upper house to 85. Rajya Sabha has 245 seats, though currently there are 8 vacancies, 4 from Jammu and Kashmir and 4 nominated. But with the House's current strength of 237, the majority mark is 119. With that, let's take you to the latest update from Tamil Nadu now, where the BJP chief Annamalai is taking a 3-month break for British Gurukul Fellowship at Oxford amid speculation of a leadership change. My colleague Sam Daniels spoke to him on the lessons learnt after the Saffron Party's rout in Tamil Nadu, the strategy for the 2026 Assembly polls, and academic pursuit for the politician as well. Listen in.
It's 4 months since the elections got over. The BJP suffered a rout in Tamil Nadu. Any lessons learned in terms of strategies for the 2026 Assembly elections?
I don't call it as a rout, sir. I call it as a glass half full. I don't see it as a glass half empty. We have increased our vote share, expanded our base. We have come second in 72 assembly constituencies. In 37% of the booths in Tamil Nadu, out of 68,000, we have come either first or second. Many places we have come second, many places third. So this is a sign of progress. In a state like Tamil Nadu, this is how success is measured. Success is not overnight, where victory alone comes in the paper and say that we have succeeded. So we are halfway through. And second, the remaining halfway through, the strategies are focused on the remaining halfway through. Starting from September 1, there is a national level membership drive that is going to happen. Senior leaders are here. A lot of training workshops are happening. We are expanding the base more. Still, we want to strengthen at the roots, and we want to give a lot of impetus to our booth president. So everything is on, and we are also tirelessly working. None of us have taken a break after June 4th. Everybody is in the ground, conducting one workshop or the other, improving our cadre base morale. And I am sure next election will be far better, even better than what 2024 was.
Lessons learned?
A lot of lessons learned. Every election you learn a lot of lessons. One, we know where we are, we know where we stand, we know where the DMK stands also, we know where the ADMK stands also. That's the first lesson. Second lesson, we also know our strength, we also know our weakness in a better way. Because till now we never had the opportunity to contest in this many seats alone. Because when you ride on a Dravidian party's shoulder, many times you don't know whether the votes is coming for your party or for the opposite party. You don't know what is your strength, weakness, which rural area are getting votes, which community are getting votes. Now, we got a broad perspective analyzing all the 68,000 booths, that this is our strength, this is our weakness. Second lesson. And third lesson is very important, crucial lesson going forward is that we got to keep empowering our cadres at the ground level, especially booth presidents. We got to make them leaders. Right now, we are focusing more on that, sir.
Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break, but news and updates continue in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty."
Former US President Donald Trump sparked a buzz online with some social media posts suggesting that Taylor Swift is backing him in the upcoming November election. Trump notably harbored a grudge against Taylor Swift, so at first, many people found these images that are playing on your screen very surprising. Now let's dive deeper into these images. Just take a quick close look at your screens right now. These are a series of AI-generated pictures that are turning heads. One image actually features Taylor Swift dressed as Uncle Sam with the headline, "Taylor wants you to vote for Donald Trump." Another shows a crowd of young women supporting Trump, wearing matching shirts that say "Swifties for Trump." Now, major companies like OpenAI and Microsoft are actually backing a new California bill that aims to make it easier to spot AI-generated content. The bill, known as AB 3211, is set for a final vote this week, and if passed, AB 3211 will require tech companies to add special labels to photos, videos, and audio created by AI. Now, this means that instead of just hiding the information in technical metadata, the labels will be visible in a way that's easy for everyone to understand. This move comes from the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, which includes these tech giants. They've been involved in developing a standard for marking AI-generated content, and earlier this year, a trade group representing these companies opposed the bill, calling it too difficult to implement. However, changes to the bill seem to have won them over. Major companies like OpenAI and Microsoft are backing this new California bill that aims to make it easier to spot AI-generated content. In fact, this means that instead of just hiding the information in technical metadata, the labels will be visible, as I mentioned, in a way that's legible and easy for everyone to understand. Deepfakes, which are realistic but fake content made with AI, have become a major concern, and they can convincingly mimic voices and appearances, making it difficult to distinguish between what's real and what's not. So this technology has been used to impersonate celebrities and political figures, raising worries about misinformation, scams, and a loss of trust. So this move is very crucial. It's been welcomed by tech giants. Changes to the bill seem to have won them over, but this bill's key provisions would mandate that AI developers add a digital watermark to their content, similar to how photos metadata records details the location and time. So platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook would then need to label content in a way that clearly informs users that it's AI generated. The National Institute of Standards and Technology will now work on finalizing these rules, and experts are quite concerned actually about the role AI has generated and the role it's playing, because the US Department of Homeland Security as well has warned that generative artificial intelligence could threaten the elections in November. It has already been prominent in some elections, such as in Indonesia. Well, our big focus, US President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is embarking on several days of talks with top Chinese officials in Beijing this week, aimed at quieting tensions between the two superpowers ahead of the 5th of November US election. Jake Sullivan, China's top diplomat Wang Yi, and others meet for talks till Thursday, as the two countries are actually at odds over the Middle East and Ukraine, Chinese territorial claims from Taiwan to the South China Sea, and trade. But in the final months of his presidency, Joe Biden has pushed direct diplomacy to influence Chinese President Xi Jinping. Right, for further clarity, we have with us Roger Liu. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the World 24/7. Now, just last week, accepting the Democratic nomination, Kamala Harris had said that she would ensure that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century. Meanwhile, Trump has actually vowed across-the-board tariffs as well. You think China has a preference in the upcoming election contest in the United States?
Well, it's very hard to tell because, I think China will prefer anyone who will follow the Chinese policy and work better with the United States. But if we take a look at the situation right now, I'm afraid that no matter who comes to power, he or she will be taking strong stance against the United States against China from the perspective of the United States of America. Because, like you said, China and the U.S. has been their source of conflict surrounds around three major things. The first one will be Taiwan. Taiwan will be the core interest according to China, and this is not going to change in the coming decades. So this will be the first one. The second one will be the export control on the high technology, emerging technology, especially semiconductors. And the third one will be around South China Sea and all the regional events, just like the U.S., the Russia and Ukrainian war. And what will be happening here that everybody has been paying attention here is the coming war in the Middle East. And all these things will take the United States and China to work together to control and to manage well of the crisis which are going to happen.
Right. In fact, many analysts, though, Roger Liu, aligned with Donald Trump, see Biden's current approach as too soft in the face of China's increasingly assertive foreign policy. Now, do you believe that Jake Sullivan is on a mission to expand military-to-military talks down to the theater command level?
Well, I think I'm pessimistic about what's going to happen because, well, this talk between Jake Sullivan and Wang Yi will be more like a formality than anything that will bring up a substantial change. Because first, China knows that Biden is stepping down. No matter who becomes the president, Biden will be on his last term. So they will not take seriously what Biden and his administrators are going to say about this. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that if the U.S. really want to show strong stance, the Chinese will just call it bluffing because they know that Biden is stepping down. So the most meaningful part of this meeting will be the talk itself, the maintenance of the channel and the possibility of the United States and China to talk for the years to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Roger Liu, for joining us with those quick comments on the World 24/7. Well, Beijing does plan to express its disapproval over U.S. tariffs on a range of manufactured goods and export controls targeting Chinese chip makers. Taiwan is also likely to come up in talks this week. Meanwhile, a Chinese government-backed group hacked into several U.S. internet service providers with millions of their customers in recent months. This is what the Washington Post is reporting. And some of the targets actually appear to include undercover government and military personnel, alarming cybersecurity experts. In fact, local media is reporting that even though Chinese hacking efforts are common, the latest attempt is dramatically stepped up from where it used to be. The report comes, as you are well aware, during US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan's visit to Beijing as he attempts to ease tensions between the two superpowers ahead of the November showdown. Well, meanwhile, US Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will sit for a joint interview with CNN on Thursday. This is what the network has announced. And why does this matter? Well, it's the first formal interview for Harris after more than 5 weeks of campaigning. That long delay means she'll be under additional scrutiny for her performance in this CNN interview. She's also been challenged over her lack of media appearances. Her team had said that she'd do an interview with a national outlet by the 31st of August. So all eyes will be on that interview tomorrow. As you know, Kamala Harris has also yet to hold a press conference. But Donald Trump, by contrast, appears frequently on cable news and other formats like podcasts in the US, though often with friendly interviewers. But Harris has faced criticism for taking virtually no questions since launching her campaign. And some in her campaign have actually argued there's been little need during her extended political honeymoon. The other big headline in the United States, US prosecutors have filed a revised criminal indictment charging Donald Trump with election interference in an attempt to keep the case alive after a Supreme Court ruling granted broad immunity to former presidents. The indictment kept the 4 original changes intact but removed allegations of Trump's attempts to pressure the Justice Department into promoting his false claims of election fraud, as the Supreme Court ruled that such interactions fell under his official presidential duties. The indictment comes as Trump's rival, Kamala Harris, continues to ride a wave of momentum in the final months of the election race. More than 200 staffers of prominent Republicans signed a letter endorsing her, saying the alternative is simply untenable.
Yeah, I haven't read the whole thing, but it looks like Jack Smith doing more of what he does, which is filing these absurd lawsuits in an effort to influence the election.
In other crucial news, hundreds of Indian student graduates have staged protests against a new federal policy in Canada that puts them at risk of getting deported from the country. Hundreds of Indian student graduates have staged protests against a new federal policy in Canada that puts them at risk of getting deported from the country. In fact, many international students, especially from India, had high hopes of starting fresh in Canada. But new immigration changes have thrown a big curveball for over 70,000 graduates. Indian students have been camping out in front of the Legislative Assembly in Prince Edward Island for over 3 months, and protests are now also popping up in Manitoba and British Columbia. So what exactly is changing? Well, the Canadian government is slashing permanent residency nominations by 25% and putting stricter limits on study permits. This actually comes as Canada has been experiencing rapid population growth. In fact, 97% of last year's increase was due to immigration. And then with local housing and job issues heating up, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government is under pressure to cut back on temporary residence. Plus, they're rolling back their 2022 decision to expand temporary foreign worker permits, as we've extensively reported as well. These permits are meant to help fill short-term labor gaps, but now there's a new focus on reducing the influx. Canada is cutting back on temporary foreign workers, reversing a 2022 expansion, and this program, which actually helps fill short-term labor gaps, will see fewer permits issued now, because in 2023, Canada granted about 183,800 temporary foreign worker permits, which was an 88% jump from 2019. However, I must inform our viewers that the Employment and Social Development Canada Department has called out employers for misusing the program to avoid hiring local talent. But these new rules will now deny work permits in these areas where unemployment is 6% or higher, though there are exemptions for key sectors like agriculture, food processing, construction, and healthcare. Listen in to what Justin Trudeau had to say.
This fall, we'll be presenting for the first time an immigration's levels plan that doesn't just talk about permanent residents, but also talks about temporary residents, whether it's foreign workers or others. And we're making sure that the entire package makes as much sense as possible for the needs of Canadians and for the needs of our economy. That's why the first steps we're taking today of reducing the number of low-paid temporary foreign workers that can come work in this country is part of the response.
Meanwhile, in a major crackdown against migration, Australia, in addition to Canada, has also introduced new laws to cap Indian migrants. Now, with these new migration restrictions in Australia and Canada, avenues for Indian migrants are limiting foreign opportunities for students as well as workers. The big question now is, will these moves open up alternative education and employment hubs elsewhere? Well, here's our report.
In a major crackdown against migration, Australia and Canada have introduced new laws to cap Indian migrants. In a bid to rein in record levels of migration that have increased house rental prices, the Australian government has announced to limit its foreign student intake to 270,000 next year. The move is set to have a considerable impact on Indian students going abroad for higher education.
गवर्नमेंट है वो स्टूडेंट्स के बारे में इतना नहीं सोचती कि वो इतना बड़ा लोन लेते हैं. जैसे बाहर जाने के लिए पहले वीज़ा आता है, वीज़ा के लिए उन्होंने अप्लाई करते हैं तो लोन चाहिए होता है, एजुकेशन लोन. तो जो फाइनेंशियल लोन लेंगे हम, उस पर जो हमारी घर है, घर का लोन लेंगे, घर पे लोन लेंगे, किसी ना किसी पर लोन लेंगे.
मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जाना चाहती हूँ एंड ये डिसीजन देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि गवर्नमेंट को इसके ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान देना चाहिए. मेरा करियर कहीं ना कहीं वो हो रहा है, अफेक्ट कर रहा है उसे. और जो लोन्स ले रही है मेरी फैमिली और यहाँ का खर्चा, मैं एक्चुअली हरियाणा से बिलोंग करती हूँ.
In an unprecedented move, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has also announced to tighten the rules around the temporary foreign worker program. Starting next month, Canadian businesses will only be allowed to fill up to 10% of their workforce with low-wage foreign workers, down from the previous 20%. This decision comes in response to the rising unemployment rates in the country and right after the UN released a report alleging that the program was a breeding ground for contemporary slavery. In a social media post uploaded by the Canadian Prime Minister, Trudeau stressed that the labour market has changed tremendously in recent years, which has shifted the focus on Canadian workers and youth. With new migration restrictions in Australia and Canada, avenues for Indian migrants are limiting foreign opportunities for students and workers. The question now arises, will these moves open up alternative education and employment hubs elsewhere? Samia Afsar for NDTV World.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health.
From Kolkata to Kerala, there are protests happening all across the country on different issues. Of course, we will get you all the news you can use over the next 1 hour, so stay with us. First up, the headlines. Now, BJP has called a 12-hour Bengal Bandh with respect to the Kolkata rape and murder horror. BJP workers versus Kolkata police on the streets of Kolkata. Trinamool Congress says BJP is using Kolkata incident for petty political gains. Bengal BJP chief has told the governor that the cops are using excessive force. BJP has alleged attack by Trinamool Congress. They say the TMC goons fired on the party leader near Kolkata. A video shared by BJP appears to show the firing incident as well. In the Me Too case in Kerala's Mollywood, 17 cases have come out so far. Actor Sonia Malhaar files harassment complaint, dissent in Amma over disbanding of Chief Executive Committee. In Gujarat, 7 people are dead after heavy rainfall lashes through the state. Army has been mobilized for relief and rescue. CM monitors the situation. There's intense waterlogging in multiple cities across Gujarat. PM Modi speaks to Gujarat. CM takes stock of the situation. And in tennis, there was the longest match in US Open history, lasting 5 hours and 35 minutes. Britain's Dan Evans stunned Russia's Karen Khachanov. And here's our top story that comes from the city of joy that doesn't look to have any joy these days. And it is because a BJP leader has been allegedly shot at in Kolkata. Remember, there is a 12-hour bandh that's happening in the city. BJP has alleged the Trinamool Congress has attacked one of the party leaders. It is BJP versus Trinamool on the streets of Kolkata as the bandh continues. It's a 12-hour bandh. BJP claims that Trinamool Congress goons have fired on their party leader, and the attack has happened in North 24 Parganas district. The video shared by BJP appears to show firing. Let me go over to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who joins me for more on this story. Vasudha, tell us a little bit about what is the picture of the Bandh like, and what is this shooting incident that BJP claiming right now?
Well, Rika, it's a 12-hour Bandh that has been called by the BJP in West Bengal. And remember that this is, they've said that this is to honor the people who got injured yesterday. There was a no protest by an apolitical student group, and what had happened was the police had basically gotten into a showdown with them, and there were also tear gas that was fired at them. And so BJP has basically said that this protest is to agitate against what happened yesterday, and also against what happened at the Rajya Medical Hospital, the horrific rape and murder that took place on the 9th of August. So you can see a lot of women of the BJP leading the protest. Loket Chatterjee, Agnimitra Paul and Rupa Ganguly. Shivendra Adhikari is also marching in Nandigram, which is also a reminder of how he actually won against the Chief Minister of West Bengal by defeating Mamata Banerjee from Nandigram. So clearly efforts are being made by the state unit to ensure that this Bandh is successful. Sukanta Majumdar, the president of the BJP unit, also a minister here, will be addressing the press soon. As far as the Bhatpara incident is concerned, Bhatpara is part of it is considered Arjun Singh's stronghold. Arjun Singh is seen as a strong leader of the BJP, somebody who lost elections, but somebody who's been with the BJP, with the TMC. So this area is known for BJP TMC violence. It's known for politics that in some ways looks at the fault lines between Bengali, non-Bengali, Hindi-speaking communities. So this area is known for that kind of politics. And Priyanka Pandey was a Lok Sabha convener of the BJP. He had joined the BJP just before elections, and he was in a car with just one person, and 7 rounds were apparently fired, on him. That is what BJP sources are saying, and 2 people have gotten injured, including Priyanka Pandey.
Could you just clarify that? You said 7 rounds were fired.
That's what BJP is telling us. But we'll have to wait and see as to what the police says in this regard. There was country bombs were also hurled at him. That's what BJP is claiming, and there was also a round of 3 rounds of firing on him. But of course, we'll have to wait and see as to what really happened, because these are also claims that are being made, and we'll have to see what the police says. But of course, one person has gotten injured in this, and he is getting treated right now. Priyanka Pandey is somebody who is associated with the BJP, who is also looking at that Bhatpara constituency. Bhatpara is part of the BJP's, it's part of Arjun Singh's stronghold of Barakpur. And Sukanta Majumdar, the state president of the BJP, will soon be addressing media on what really happened, and we'll get to know the details. And of course, Saurabh will be able to tell you as to what the police and administration is looking at this. This area has always been prone to violence. It has been a tough, the tough place to handle for the administration as well. So we'll have to wait and see and ensure, and then the police will have to work hard to ensure that the unrest does not really spread.
And Vasudha, one would imagine that Arjun Singh has always ensured that Bhatpara literally remains the hotbed of Bengal politics, and there has never been calm in that area. Now, I'm also joined by Krishanu Mitra, the spokesperson of Trinamool Congress. Mr. Mitra, you've been hearing the reports that our colleague Vasudha Venugopal is bringing, that there has been firing in Bhatpara, and apparently there were 7 rounds of firing and 1 person has been injured. Tell us what you are hearing right now.
You see, the person whom your journalist has named just now, the BJP candidate for the last 2024 Lok Sabha polls there. He was earlier with my party also. So he is he's known for harboring elements who engage in this sort of criminal activity. This is not new. Earlier, another of his competitor within the BJP, Manish Shukla, was murdered, and the shooters were being brought from outside the state. Here also this particular person whom Mr. Pandey is also his competitor in the last Lok Sabha polls. He was supposed to get the ticket from the BJP, and then last moment, Arjun Singh switched over to BJP, and he somehow got the ticket. So there was a inner party rivalry between them. And the particular place, Bhatpara, this is the only oasis for BJP in the entire area.
But Mr. Mitra, what we are seeing ever since the incident of 9th of this month, Bengal has been on the edge. Bengal, the situation is tense, things are at a boiling point. And, you know, all these bandhs, all these protests really are taking our focus away from the main issue, which is the investigation of the rape and murder of the 31-year-old doctor.
Yes, that's what we are alleging since past few days. That earlier the Kolkata police was doing the investigation.
What is the ruling party really doing beyond alleging that BJP is trying to distract? What is the ruling party really trying to do?
Madam, the Kolkata police arrested the only culprit till now within 19 hours of their investigation. Later, the investigation was taken away from Kolkata police and given to CBI. Now, CBI has to answer, na? CBI neither have released that person nor have arrested any other person. Now, this BJP's accusation directed towards the state police and the state government is hilarious, because the investigation is now entirely being done by CBI under the monitoring of Kolkata High Court. So where from the state police and state administration is coming? We want justice. The BJP want to divert the attention of justice because BJP knows the CBI is going to do nothing about it, like it has done in earlier cases also.
Sir, we understand everyone wants justice, but in the middle of all of this, I think there is really a question of intent on the part of the ruling party and the opposition as to how each of them in their own way want justice, because what we see right now is that entire issue has been diverted into street protests, bandhs and firing and whatnot. It's become, Bengal has become a political flashpoint right now, and everything really boils down to that one issue of a doctor being raped and murdered at the Rajya Medical College and Hospital, for which, we wanted some answers, and we've been wanting those answers for a while now. Let's also listen into what Arjun Singh had to say over the Bhatpara firing that has taken place today.
प्रियंका पांडे हमारे पार्टी के नेता हैं, वो आ रहे थे एंग्लो इंडिया स्टाफ क्वार्टर के सामने जेटिंग मशीन रास्ते पर खड़ा करके, और जैसे ही गाड़ी पहुंची है बम चलाया गया। बम चलाने के बाद जब गाड़ी नहीं रुकी है तो गोली चलाया गया। गोली ड्राइवर को यहाँ लगा है, उसका डायरेक्ट टेलीकास्ट आपको मिल जाएगा, जैसे वीडियो मिल जाएगा। प्रियंका पांडे की हत्या करने की प्लानिंग थी, और बहुत भगवान के आशीर्वाद से वो बच गया है, नहीं तो उसको बचने का कोई जगह नहीं था। देखिए, तृणमूल के पास अब कुछ रह नहीं गया, पैर के तले की जमीन तो खिसक चुकी है, अब पुलिस और गुंडा रह गया।
Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, joins me from Kolkata for more on this story. Saurabh, from Kolkata to Bhatpara, all of the state seems to be on the edge right now with what is happening, and everything seems to be, while everything is around the rape and murder of the girl in Rajya Medical College and Hospital, but that agenda has been diverted. I understand it's very hot and humid, Saurabh, but we are also reporting about the Bandh in Kolkata.
Well, two different issues. One is, of course, the Bandh, Bengal Bandh called by the BJP. Now, I'm on Central Avenue, which is one of the main streets of Kolkata, and the traffic fairly normal on a working day, though I would definitely say less than, the crowd is definitely thinner. But buses, etc. also running, again with thinner crowds, not as much as crowds that perhaps you would see on a full working day. That's also because in some places trains were blocked, and therefore the suburban crowd that comes into the city also has been stuck for a while. So that's one reason why perhaps you'll see thinner crowds. Shops and establishments yet to open largely, but again the traffic on the streets is fairly normal even on the Bandh day, as you can see in these pictures before you. Normal traffic on Central Avenue today despite the Bandh call. Now, coming to the incident in Bhatpara, Now, Bhatpara is, of course, like Vasudha was mentioning, a stronghold of Arjun Singh, and it's been an area known for violence. Political violence has taken place time and again there. Bhatpara is, of course, under an area of influence which Arjun Singh, of course, controls. But obviously, the police, we have yet to hear from the police on this. Though the Trinamool is saying that, look, this is something that is being done by, that happens to rivals of Arjun Singh. That's what the Trinamool spokesperson said. But again, this will be a police investigation, and where, and who's behind this and why something like this has happened is something that the police investigation will perhaps reveal. We still don't have a comment from the police yet, but it's quite clear that 4 rounds were fired, or 5 or 6 or 7 rounds, whatever has been claimed. And on the streets of Bhatpara, if something like that happens, it's a public place, so obviously there is concern. Now coming back to RG Kor. Today, of course, there's a doctors' protest also we are being given to understand. But largely what seems to have happened is the political narratives or the political goals of these protests seem to have taken center stage. Justice for the victim, speedy trial, demanding the completion of probe in a time-bound manner, and punishment to the accused in a time-bound manner. Those things now seem to have taken a backseat because most of these calls, if you see as far as political protests are concerned, they are political messaging. And that is what political parties will do, whether you're in opposition, whether you're in power, you will try, and of course the BJP here senses an opportunity. There's a considerable amount of public anger over the incident, and the BJP senses a political opportunity here. There's no denying that. Now obviously there is also the other part of whether the focus is shifting from the victim and the justice for the victim. And also to keep in mind, today is the foundation day of the Trinamool Chhatra Parishad, the students' wing of the Trinamool Congress. Right. The Trinamool Congress has dedicated today's foundation day to the victim of the RG Kor Medical College and Hospital. However, a blame game and of course allegations and counter allegations, accusations and counter accusations seem to be dominating the political narrative as far as West Bengal is concerned. Largely, I would say the Bandh impact is minimal, though there is definitely less traffic than what you would see on any normal day on Central Avenue. But there is a considerable amount of traffic as well as people get into work. However, there was blockade of trains, etc. by the BJP earlier in the day as well.
While I understand you're reporting from Kolkata and you are saying that there's less traffic on Central Avenue than the normal days, what's happening in the rest of Bengal? What about people? We are getting pictures of train lines that have been jammed, so people are unable to travel. There are lots of people on the train tracks. So all those pictures are also coming from across Bengal. Could you tell us a little bit about the plight of people who are traveling from outside Kolkata into the city?
Well, that's the truth. Bandhs inconvenience people. Bandhs are, of course, counterproductive. In fact, given that just a few days ago a bandh was called in Maharashtra and we saw what the Bombay High Court said, courts have repeatedly ruled against bandhs, but it doesn't seem to matter to political parties, and depending on whether they are in opposition or they are in power, bandhs seem to be an effective political tool for political parties, and that's how it's been. Despite courts on several occasions, while upholding the right to protest, have also warned or, ruled against bandhs. But again, bandhs are there and bandhs happen, and this morning several places trains were blocked. In some places rail services have been restored, in some places rail services continue to remain blocked. In fact, yesterday the Trinamool had said that we would ask the railway authorities to keep rail services running. We don't know if the railway authorities have managed to restore rail services completely, but in some places they managed to restore rail services where the blockades have been lifted. And this, of course, is the picture today from the Bengal Bandh. Now, of course, there is that one incident that's taken place in Bhatpara, but that's a completely unconnected incident. That is an incident of crime and, nothing to do with the protests or the Bandh or the political, protests that are taking place across the city.
Right. Saurav will, of course, keep coming back to you for this story. Everyone seems to be in protest mode in Kolkata, and the people who are really inconvenienced are the ones who are daily wage earners, who are traveling to Kolkata. There on your screen the pictures of people who are traveling to Kolkata on train from outside the city, and there are many others who are also being inconvenienced by this Bandh. Thank you very much, Saurabh, for getting us that story, those pictures from Kolkata and from across West Bengal. Now moving on to Kerala, actor Mohanlal has resigned as president of the Under Fire Association of Malayalam Movie Actors, or Amma, following a barrage of sexual assault and rape allegations against some of Mollywood's biggest names, including veteran actor Siddiq and filmmaker Ranjit Balakrishnan. All members of the film body's executive committee have also submitted resignations. Senior figures in the Malayalam film industry face sexual abuse complaints following the public release of the Justice Hema Committee report last week. The report, which includes multiple shocking stories of abuse, was submitted to the Kerala government in 2019, but then it was buried. Now, Kannada actor Darshan, who is in judicial custody in the murder case, is being shifted to Bellary jail after a massive controversy after his picture went viral. But the actor was seen hanging out with 3 others inside the central jail in Karnataka. The picture sparked outrage over the alleged special treatment being given to the actor. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar hit back over the BJP's allegations against him, said he never met Darshan in jail. Kannada actor and murder accused Darshan's judicial custody ends today. He is likely to appear before the judge today through video conference. Another 14 days judicial custody is likely to be extended. After this, the process, the shift to Bellary prison is possible. Well, we'll of course get you this story from Karnataka, but going back to our previous story on Mollywood and the meltdown that is happening in the Kerala film industry, my colleague Uma Sudhir joins me for more on this story. Uma, it seems with every passing day, more and more skeletons are coming out of the closet.
Yes, indeed. 17 complaints have till now come to the special investigation team that was constituted by the Chief Minister following the Hema Commission report coming out, and several women coming out and complaining about this. Whether the SIT is going to look at the testimonies given in the Hema Commission report, that clarity has not come, because there is supposed to be a government order that comes out of the Home Ministry in the state government, which will clarify actually what the committee is exactly supposed to do. The second part is, yes, the statements of Meenu Munir and several other women who have come out, their statements are being recorded as of now by the SIT, and what we understand is that the men who are being accused, including Mr. Ranjit Balakrishnan, report suggests that he may be in fact interrogated by SP Poongurali, who is part of the special investigation team here. The second part of it is that yesterday we had reported that there was appeared to be a unanimous decision for all the executive members of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists to resign. But now it is becoming more and more clear that it was not a unanimous decision, because at least 2 members, Sarayu and Ananya, have come out and said that they have not resigned, that they did not agree with this decision for en masse kind of a resignation of the executive committee members. In fact, when I spoke to Shami, one of the actors, in fact, Shami Tilagan, he in fact questioned why an en masse resignation has to take place in the case of Amma, because not everyone is an accused. A few of the wrongdoers or whoever is being accused, they should be stepping down and not the rest of the people. The third part of it is the political fallout of what is happening, because as we have been reporting, Kollam CPM MLA, who's an actor politician, Mukesh, he's also been accused by Meenu Munir, and with her statement being registered, and if an FIR is made out of it, What will be the fallout on Mukesh? Is he going to step down? Already a government panel that was in fact announced in fact on the 10th of August that spoke about a new film policy for Kerala, ironically talking about Kerala as a major destination for films, international and national, speaking about the trends that may be there and the kind of technological advances. They were supposed to formulate a policy that makes Kerala a hub for the film industry, and Mukesh has in fact been now removed from that panel, a 10-member panel that was constituted, headed by the Kerala State Film Development Corporation. So political fallout as that already we are seeing. CPI, who is a junior partner of the left-wing government, also saying in fact that an FIR should be registered against Mukesh in this particular case. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Uma, for getting us that story of the various allegations that have come out in the Mollywood film industry in Kerala. As you've said, that there are 17 allegations already and more seem to be coming to fore with each passing day. Now, moving on to another story which comes from your state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. BRS leader K. Kavita walked out of jail with tears in her eyes after Supreme Court granted her bail in the Delhi excise policy case. Top court granted bail in both CBI and ED cases against her. Kavita said that there is a vindictive agenda against her and she will fight it out legally. She is a second politician to be granted bail in the case after Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia. Earlier, Supreme Court had questioned the ED and CBI's fairness as they investigate the opposition politicians and others in the matter. Well, let's first listen to what K. Kavita has to say and then a report from my colleague Uma Sudhir.
They were always tough. We are fighters. We will fight it out legally. We will fight it out politically. We were always tough. By sending us to jail illegally, they have only made BRS and KCR's team unbreakable.
See, Kavita getting bail today indicates the clear nexus between BJP and BRS. We have been saying that BRS and BJP party are in close nexus for the last 10 years. Now it got exposed.
Yes, indeed. Kavita is defiant, saying that she'll fight it both politically and legally, and she is not going to be cowed down by the kind of political pressures that have come on her in the form of her incarceration as well. Yes, she spent 5.5 months in jail, and yesterday the Supreme Court granted her bail, and emotional scenes of reunion with her family members, including her son, husband, her brother K.T. Ramarao, and also a cousin Harish Rao, and several other MLAs of her party and other leaders who had in fact gathered in Delhi hoping for her release and to welcome her out of jail. So she is expected to take the 2:30 flight out of Delhi and arrive here later in the evening. This comes at a time when the BRS in many senses is on the back foot here in Telangana, considering that the defeat that they suffered in the assembly election, followed by the arrest of Kavita and the blank that they drew in the parliament elections. The BRS is once again now in the last few weeks playing the role of an opposition, being very much the questioning kind of a party that an opposition is meant to be, even though their numbers had in fact gone down. In the last few weeks, we have actually not seen any more desertions. That is possibly also because K.T. Ramarao, Harish Rao and others have taken up issues, almost every issue, and been very aggressive on it, and we expect Kavita would be doing the same to keep the BRS party in many senses, the morale of the BRS party also high. Yesterday, significantly, the Supreme Court's observations were quite important. They spoke about the difference that is being sought to be made between the people, multiple people who were made accused in this case, saying that you cannot choose anyone to become an approver and someone else to become the accused, without any logical kind of a rationale for it. The second important thing is, of course, that she can get the benefits that are granted under Section 45 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
Moving on to some political news now, BJP Central Election Committee meet on Haryana candidates is scheduled for 29th of August, that is tomorrow. The committee meeting to be chaired by the Prime Minister And BJP President JP Nadda in Delhi will decide names of 90 candidates for the October 1 elections. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Organisation General Secretary BL Santosh, Haryana Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, former Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar and Unit State President Mohan Lal Badoli, they will all be a part of that meeting as BJP will seek to finalize the list of all 90 candidates for the Haryana elections. Let's listen into what my colleague Gurpreet has to say.
We have seen political party has, specifically BJP, has already conducted a survey to understand whether there is any anti-incumbency against the government or not. What we have learned from the sources, they say they have also done a survey to understand about the MLA candidate. What we have learned, some of the MLAs who are not in connection with the grassroots level workers, their tickets will be chopped off in this meeting, and after that they are going to decide the new candidature also. But that will be clear once this meeting will be completed, and after that we will see what type of political strategy they are making for this polls and how they are going to select a candidate as an MLA. The main challenge before the BJP is that they have been ruling in the state for the last two terms and they have been trying to woo the voters on the basis of the development or the other work which they have already done. They have to even nullify anti-incumbency against the government, and for that they have been doing a marathon debate with a lot of people within the party to understand the candidate. They want to give such type of candidate where the grassroots level workers should be feel connected, and that is the task which they are trying to understand from all the grassroots network. We have seen one of the leaders, most of the leaders of the BJP, they are already holding a meeting with the grassroots level workers to just understand what type of mood of the people of Haryana. So let's see what will be outcome of this meeting, which has already been scheduled to be happen, and they are going to discuss the political strategy for Haryana polls. Back to studio.
Wrap out. Tell me which day. The election buzz is back in Jammu and Kashmir. Campaigning has picked up after hectic parleys to meet nomination deadline. Over 100 candidates from various political parties and independents have filed nominations in various districts. For the first phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir, the state will go to polls. For the first phase on 18th of September, leaders across parties, including several independent candidates, have made a beeline for the DC office to file their papers. Band outfit Jamaat Islami is fielding at least 3 of its former members as independent candidates from various constituencies of South Kashmir. Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party released a list of 29 candidates for the second and third phase of Jammu and Kashmir polls. So far, BJP has announced the names of 45 candidates across 3 lists. Let me go over to my colleague Nazir Masoodi for more on this story. Nazir, has campaigning and all other activities around the elections that the first phase of which is on 18th picked up?
Well, exactly. Yesterday was the last day of filing of nomination papers, and for 24 seats which will go to polls in the first phase of elections, 279 candidates have filed their nomination papers. Among them are the mainstream parties, regional parties, and the national parties, BJP, Congress, National Conference, TDP. But there's also a large number of those independents who have actually filed their nomination papers. Some of them, at least 4 of them, are believed to be linked with the banned Jamaat Islami organization. They say Jamaat believed in election. They had contested elections before the 1990. And then they are again coming back to, electoral politics, even as Jamaat was demanding that their ban should be lifted. And they want to contest election, but the ban was not lifted. And there are also candidates who have been accused of anti-terror, terror activities and are booked under anti-terror law, UAPA. Some of them have also filed their nomination papers. One of them is also in the jail. In fact, in last parliament elections, Rashid, now the MP, he contested jail, parliament election from Tihar jail and won with a huge margin and defeated Umar Abdullah. Now you see those who are booked under UAPA, they're also trying their luck if that will work for them. Having said that, it is a very, very interesting, fascinating election. First election, assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir after a gap of 10 years, and first election under the Union Territory status, first election after more than 3 decades, which is not being fought under the shadow of gun. So very interesting, fascinating elections, but also it has its own problems for the political party. For example, BJP is actually battling internal strife. This morning, BJP State President Ravinder Rana had to rush to Katra because there's a workers there have threatened mass resignation after this mandate was changed. A few days back, BJP, when they released the first list, there was a backlash in Jammu. It was immediately withdrawn. Yesterday, when the revised list was released, there was one change, one name was changed, which was from the Katra Mata Vaishno Devi constituency. But there we see workers are protesting why it has been changed, mandate has been changed now. BJP State President Darshan, they are trying to pacify the workers. So BJP has its own challenge to our national conference. They also suffered some of the, faced some of the resignations in the wake of the mandates they have given, in the wake of seat sharing arrangement with the Congress as well. So that is the individual party, challenge which they have to face. But the bigger picture is Jammu and Kashmir is finally having election, and large number of people are participating in, and it is like a kind of a festival here after the nomination papers were filed for the first phase of election.
Nazir, it's so heartening to hear that so many people participating in the dance of democracy, and we always enjoy the reports that you send from the region. Before I let you go, I'll have to ask you, are you seeing any unique campaigning methods by the people who have filed nominations for the first phase of elections?
Well, it would be, campaigning is starting today, and it is drizzling in some parts of Kashmir, so it would not be as, brisk, kind of a massive campaigning today because of weather conditions. But the fact is, as you see yesterday, for someone is in jail and his daughter coming and filing nomination papers. Nobody knows who she is, and filing nomination and asking people to vote for her father, because he had participated in protests in 2016. That is something you ask for votes because somebody has been part of protests and the unrest. So that is like, you see the people who have been accused of terror activities and were booked under UAPA. They say, look, we have been wronged by the law, so now give us justice. They have gone to the people's court and give us votes. So, and then there are local parties. They have their own interesting ways to reach out to people and connect with the people. And bigger thing is that when people come out and choose things out of their own free will, without fear of gun, without fear of violence. So that is the best thing that one can hope for in government.
Absolutely. That's the people, that people come out without fear and vote. Thank you very much for getting us all those details, and we will look forward to you getting us all the color from Kashmir during the elections. Time for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Welcome back. Now, after a decade of its commencement, the Pradhan Mantri Dhan Yojana has achieved a milestone of a total of 53.13 crore accounts, out of which 55% of Jan Dhan account holders are women and 66% are in rural areas and semi-urban areas. The Ministry of Finance has said in its latest statement that deposit balances under the Jan Dhan Yojana stand at 2,31,236 crore rupees. Deposits have increased about 15 times, with an increase in accounts 3.6 times as of August 2024. I'm joined by Nasir Salim, the Managing Director of Flexi Capital, and Harveer Singh, the Editor-in-Chief of Rural Voice. Let me go over to Mr. Salim first. So thank you very much for joining us at this hour. Tell us a little bit about how these Jan Dhan accounts have really changed the picture of how cash is accessed by rural India.
Good morning, Rika. Thank you very much for having me on NDTV. It's always a pleasure. No, I think great question you've asked. Rika, 2-3 key points here. I think, accounts, penetration of banking services, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 and rural India, was a big challenge before this was introduced. And post introduction, we've seen penetration of banking services increase multiple folds, which is a healthy sign of a recovering economy or a economic recovery, or an emerging economy rather. The other thing is that we've seen emergence of zero bank balance accounts, which have been a great advantage because incidentally or unfortunately, as the case was, there were minimum balances that were required to be maintained, which is now not the main feature in these particular Jan Dhan accounts that have been opened post 2014. I think the ease of credit, Rika, we've seen, and I can tell you this, between Tier 2 and especially rural India, there's a prominence of a lot of land sharks, and they end up, using their powerful influence in giving out loans, but at exorbitant interest rates. So I think the Jan Dhan account, have been able to give ease of credit. That's my quick point on that. And lending opportunity from informal to formal has also become something which is started to benefit people using these accounts. And obviously, it has given a certain benefit on household savings. Today, as you rightly said, the deposit rates for these bank accounts have substantially increased over the last decade or so, and effective implementation of the DBT. We've heard a lot of state and central. It's not that this was the only center scheme. There were also multiple states which were doing DBT transfers, and there again we've seen a lot of more accountability coming in, and that ensures that less of leakages are there in the system and leakages are minimized. So those are some of the opportunities and how it's benefited and given advantages. However, I will like to talk about some disadvantages if we have the time.
Right. I'll first go over to Mr. Harveer Singh, who's the editor-in-chief of Rural Voice. Mr. Singh, while this has really given a push to the digital economy of the country, one of the biggest criticisms, as one would say, of the scheme is duplicate accounts. Tell us a little bit about, what you think are the criticisms of the scheme and how those can be bettered.
Thank you very much for having me. Actually, this scheme has become a very big milestone in financial inclusion, particularly for the vulnerable section and the weaker section of the society. The accessibility to the banking system was like a dream for them, but through these Jan-Dhan accounts and zero balance account, make it possible. And at the same time, it has become a habit with them. And, as you mentioned, that the digital thing also coming only with that. When you have a bank account.
Right. Thank you very much.
Connected with the Aadhaar and the government schemes transfer. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh and Mr. Salim, for joining us at this hour. We will quickly have to move over to our top political story of the hour from Kolkata, where there are allegations that a BJP leader has been shot at during the protests that are happening. There's a 12-hour bandh that is happening in the state of West Bengal due to all the violence that happened yesterday. There were clashes between police and students. Now, BJP is alleging that Trinamool Congress has attacked a party leader. It is BJP versus TMC on the streets of Kolkata. Right now, there is a bandh going on across the state, and it is BJP's claim that Trinamool goons have fired on their party leader, and it's also claimed that there have been 7 rounds of firing in North 24 Parganas, particularly in an area called Bhatpara. Those are the videos. That's actually one video that has been shared to us, and NDTV cannot really verify this video, but it's been shared by us, to us, and it has happened in North 24 Parganas in the area of Bhatpara, in the stronghold of Arjun Singh, who was earlier in Trinamool Congress, now a part of Bharatiya Janata Party. Those are the pictures that coming to us of fire.
नेता हैं वो आ रहे थे एंग्लो इंडिया स्टाफ क्वार्टर के सामने जेटिंग मशीन रास्ते पर खड़ा करके, और जैसे ही गाड़ी पहुंची है बम चलाया गया। बम चलाने के बाद जब गाड़ी नहीं रुकी है तो गोली चलाया गया। गोली ड्राइवर को यहाँ लगा है, उसका डायरेक्ट टेलीकास्ट आपको मिल जाएगा, जैसे वीडियो मिल जाएगा। प्रियंका पांडे की हत्या करने की प्लानिंग थी, और बहुत भगवान के आशीर्वाद से वो बच गया है, नहीं तो उसको बचने का कोई जगह नहीं था। देखिए, तृणमूल के पास अब कुछ रह नहीं गया, पैर के तले की जमीन तो खिसक चुकी है, अब पुलिस और गुंडा रह गया है।
Now, the BJP has called for a 12-hour 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. bandh in West Bengal to protest against the police action on those who took part in the march to the state secretariat Nabanno over the rape and murder of a 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata. The Nabanno Abhiyan call was given by an unregistered student body, Paschim Banga Chhatra Samaj, and a dissident state government employees platform called Sangrami Jyotha Mancha. The ruling Trinamool Congress alleged that this was a BJP-backed protest. Let's listen into our colleague Saurabh Gupta on what is the situation of Kolkata and the state at the moment. Those are the pictures we are getting you of different parts of the state from Kolkata, from North 24 Parganas and elsewhere as well.
Ruckus at the Shambazar 5-point crossing after BJP supporters tried to enforce the 12-hour Bandh call that they had given. Now the police have of course detained these BJP supporters. You can see some BJP leaders are here while the police have taken away the rest of them in the police van that's here. As you can see in these pictures, the police of course detaining the BJP supporters here as they try and move away from that side, and some of the BJP leaders of course are moving away as the police try and detain them. Some of course trying to argue with the police, and here some are being detained by the police as we speak here, and being taken away in buses that have been kept for the purpose. Now as you can see, the police are continuously making announcements that section 144 or of the CRPC or the new BNSS section has been applied here, and therefore these protesters are being detained by the police and being shoved into this bus here. As you can see, BJP supporters in this bus that will after they were being detained by the police here, and you can see the police of course trying to take them away. BJP leader Rahul Sinha also in this bus here, as you can see, after being detained by the police here and being taken away from the Shambazar 5-point crossing where they are protesting. Now this side of course, as you can see, there is police presence here as well, and on the other side as well, police on standby to tackle any situation. Meanwhile, the other leaders including Lokit Chatterjee, this is her vehicle, and of course the BJP MP, former MP Lokit Chatterjee, this is her vehicle, but she's also, I believe, somewhere in this chaos as well. She spoke to us a short while ago.
Now, after taking oath as the Prime Minister for the third consecutive time, Union Council of Ministers are all set to meet in the national capital, marking the first meeting of the Modi 3.0 cabinet since the portfolio announcement. PM Modi will be chairing the Council of Ministers meeting at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan at 5 p.m. today. Sources said that at least 6 ministers will be giving presentations. Plan will be prepared for the road ahead, and review of the first 100 days of Modi 3.0 will be done as well. My colleague Aishwarya gets us this report.
Well, certainly on June 9th, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took that historic oath as the Prime Minister, and this time it's a coalition government, and therefore the reason perhaps important portfolios had been given to the alliances as well. It is TDP's Ram Mohan Naidu who's holding the aviation ministry. It is Chirag Paswan of the LCP holding the ministry as well, and perhaps it is the first time after Prime Minister Narendra Modi to put as the Prime Minister, and he will be chairing this Council of Ministers meeting. All the cabinet ministers and the MOS will be in attendance at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan at around 5 p.m. And what the sources have clearly indicated to us is that at least 6 of the ministries will give presentation to what they have done in the last in last few months of the governance, and what's their roadmap ahead, and rest of the ministries will also give their presentations in brief to Prime Minister chairing this meeting. Remember, it's at 10:30 a.m. today when the cabinet meeting has also been called by Prime Minister. Important decisions, of course, are on the line as far as the agenda is concerned regarding the infrastructure project, regarding the aviation projects as well in the country, and some major funds to be allocated in terms of the finance departments as well. Remember, yesterday it was stated by the government that 10 years of PM Dhan Yojana had already been completed, and that had given light to all those middle class people who had assured that their accounts are opened, and 3 crore more accounts are to be opened in next 1 year, and that's the target of the government is.
Now here's a report we are reporting on from the University of Chicago on life expectancy on the earth. The key makers of pollution report that also has an Indian says that pollution has a big impact on life expectancy. There's a challenge to meeting pollution curb. In fact, this is a report that has been done by the University of Chicago, and it says that the global pollution right now is one of the greatest threats to life expectancy, and there are pollution policy ambitions which are highly unequal around the world. In fact, particulate matter is going up every time. The particulate pollution I beg your pardon, in fact, particulate pollution, they say, in India has dropped between 2021 and 2022, but this decline added 1 year to India's average life expectancy. That's a good news, but overall, it doesn't look too good, as the report that is done by the Chicago University says that pollution is impacting people's health, and average lifespan over a period of time across the globe is reducing.
Thanks very much, Tanushree, for being with us this morning. I want to ask you very simply that one particular point in the report that really sticks, which is the fact that, in that 1 year, presumably because of the COVID-19 lockdown, when the air pollution levels did come under permissible limits, it added 1 year to the life expectancy of Indians. I think that really tells us, what it will be like if we actually bring our pollution problem under control.
Yes, first of all, thank you, Rishika, for having me on the show. And I just want to open up by saying that this is our annual reminder to let citizens and policymakers know what a future with clean air could look like.
Yes.
I mean, it's not all grim, right? I mean, the way we talk about air pollution has significant impacts on human health, human life expectancy, but there is also a vision for clean air. And if we get exposed to the clean air, then of course, human beings can live longer. And that's what this report tries to back with very concrete information from across the world. Like you very beautifully summarized, I think one of the key takeaways for us while we were putting together this report, of course, beyond the fact that air pollution is, the largest external threat to human life expectancy, but the impacts of air pollution are also extremely unequal. So, I mean, we found that if you compare people living in, the cleanest parts of the world and people living in the most polluted parts of the world, I mean, people who are living in the most polluted parts of the world, they are likely to lose more than 2.7 years of their life compared to those in the cleanest parts. I think this number also increases if we sort of zoom into India. So I think there are two stories here. One, of course, it's the greatest health threat. Yes. But two, also the impacts are very unequal, and it's important to internalize the inequality issue that air pollution also.
I think, Tanushree, when it comes to the inequality issue, I think that's where the India story is particularly grim, isn't it? Because your report very clearly says that people in the most polluted places are breathing 6 times more polluted air, right? That's one. And, life expectancy is being, of course, reduced, but 37 of the 94 countries are not meeting national standards. And the countries that are not meeting the national standards largely are also the most populated countries, if I'm not wrong.
That's correct. So, luckily, if I sort of zoom out a little bit and give you a whole picture of the statistic. So when we say that 37 countries, the 94 countries out of the 252 countries that we have analyzed have standards. So that sort of 94 countries covers 80% of the world's population. Now, within those 94 countries, 30% of the people, they are living in regions that don't meet their country's standards. Now, for instance, in South Asia, which has sort of traditionally been considered the epicenter of pollution, I mean, most countries have an annual ambient air quality standard, right? Which sort of guides how mitigation policies need to be put in place. But, if we look at Central and Western Africa, or even the MENA region, which are now sort of emerging, and also our report highlights that they are emerging as sort of problematic pollution zones, there not as many countries have standards. So, I mean, while some countries which have traditionally been considered as polluted are now responding with standards or have standards, countries which are emerging as pollution hotspots are yet to have standards.
Well, all is not gloom and doom. Time for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. The big story that we're tracking is, of course, the protests that continue to spiral in West Bengal. It is the BJP and the TMC locking horns in the latest set of protests taking place today. We'll get you all that and more on the 12 o'clock news. First up, the headlines. BJP calls for a 12-hour bandh in West Bengal. This as BJP and the Trinamool workers clash. BJP workers have also clashed with the police on the streets of Kolkata. The TMC has said that the BJP is using the Kolkata incident for petty political gains. The Bengal BJP chief tells the governor that the police is using excessive force. Now, the BJP is also alleged an attack by the TMC, alleging that TMC goons fired on a party leader near Kolkata. BJP leaders have also showed videos in which it appears that a BJP leader is being shot at. 17 cases so far as the Mollywood Me Too in Kerala spirals. These are 17 cases registered with the SIT now. Actor Sonia Malhaar is the latest to file a sexual harassment complaint. Meanwhile, dissent within the Malayalam Actors Association over disbanding of the executive committee. Supreme Court scathing observations on bail condition in prevention of money laundering cases. Supreme Court says bail is the rule, jail is the exception. Even in PMLA cases, the liberty of the individual is always the rule. 7 people have died after heavy rainfall across the state of Gujarat. The army has been mobilized for relief and rescue operation as the Chief Minister continues to monitor the situation. Prime Minister has also spoken with the Chief Minister of Gujarat as intense waterlogging is being reported across multiple cities. In the longest match in the US Open history, lasting 5 hours and 35 minutes, Britain's Dan Evans stuns Russia's Karen Khachanov. Welcome back. The big story that we're tracking at TESA. The doctors may have called off the agitation and returned to OPDs, but they are still demanding certainty from the government that violence against healthcare providers, healthcare professionals and doctors will be put an end once and for all with a firm hand of the law. The Union Home and Health Secretaries are chairing a crucial meet on doctor safety today. State DGPs have also been called in to participate in the meeting. This after the Supreme Court appointed National Task Force to formulate a protocol for healthcare professionals met for the first time yesterday. My colleague Tanushka has spoken exclusively with one of the members of the National Task Force. Listen in to that interview.
Taking suo motu cognizance of the RG rape and murder case, the Supreme Court issued directives to form a national task force. I'm joined by one of the members of the National Task Force, Dr. Soumitra Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Dr. Rawat is also the chairman of surgical gastroenterology at Gangaram Hospital in Delhi. Doctor, beginning with the first meeting of the NTF that happened yesterday, what were, the key measures or points that were discussed in the meeting?
I think it was a great meeting and all the members were there, and it was chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and we had Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary and all the members were in the meeting, and we had a very detailed and elaborate discussion regarding the issues of the doctors. As you know that, we have been mandated by the Supreme Court, look at two specific things: how to prevent violence against the medical professional and how to, have a protocol for dignified and safe working conditions of the doctor. So we had a very elaborate discussion, point-wise point. And before the meeting, we were also approached by a lot of stakeholders, and all the members, they were approached. There has been association and organizations which are representing Junior Doctor Association. We have a Surgical Association, Association of Surgeons of India. There is a IMA, Indian Medical Association. So they have also given various members their suggestions. So those suggestions and recommendations also we have given it to the Health Ministry.
Doctor, what are these major suggestions? Like, in what form can there be safety and security protocol ensured ahead?
I think you would have read the judgment of the Supreme Court, and they have specific mentioned how to prevent gender-based violence, national plan for dignified working condition of interns, junior doctors and non-resident doctors, provide the additional security in the emergency, baggage should be screened. So, security to manage the crowd, and then the adequate restrooms and biometric and facial recognition, and look into, how many hours doctors are working. So we discussed on each and every point.
Doctor, being a doctor yourself for these many years, you know the late hours that go in, and especially the concerns for female doctors. How was this topic raised in the meeting? And with respect to any sort of women guards, supposing being in place at late shifts?
I think we discussed all the aspect, and I am fortunate that I have got experience of working in a government hospital because I was trained in Maulana Azad Medical College. So I did my graduation, post-graduation and registrarship in Maulana Azad Medical College, which is purely a government hospital. Then I went to England. I did my advanced training there, and then I was a consultant surgeon. Then I was a surgical tutor, and I'm still member court of examiner of Royal College of Surgeons of England. So I was there in England for 17 years, and I know how we provide security in the NHS, how to make dignified condition and safe working conditions for doctor. And now I'm working in Sir Gangaram Hospital, and we have got roughly around 300 security staff in Gangaram Hospital, and we have got on-call duty room for all the doctors who are doing on-calls in Gangaram. We are the largest postgraduate training center for National Board of Examination. So, these are the things where the leaders, head of the department, dean, medical superintendent and director, they need to be proactive so that this horrendous thing which happened should not happen again.
So have such sort of, like you mentioned, on-call duty rooms, have such provisions been discussed to make these kind of provisions at government hospitals across the country?
We have discussed, as I told you, that we discussed each and every point, and we are going to have an interim report prepared in next 2 or 3 weeks, and final report we need to submit in next 2 months.
So, speaking of these reports, what we understand at this point that, all right, student protests and resident doctor protests also have come to a halt in Delhi especially. But in Kolkata, it's still going on. The movement still lives on. Considering that the main demand is for justice and, of course, stringent laws to be brought into place. All eyes are kind of now on this national task force. What in the future is, as you said, from the interim report and the final guidelines, can one expect from the NTF?
I think what I can assure all the doctors are that, all of us in National Task Force, where there is a Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, we are working very hard so as to, focus on those two things, prevent the violence and provide a dignified, safe condition for the doctors. So obviously, we are all working forward. Interim report will come, and we will give we will also give a final recommendations, and that we have to submit within 2 months.
Doctor, when you speak about prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, will an internal complaints committee, ICC, be formed in each of these hospitals? I think that is what that would be one of the point, that internal committee should be there, and especially when there is a violence or any problems female junior doctors have, the committee will have a significant number of women doctors so that they can directly approach the committee if head of the department or the head of the institution are not listening to their problems. Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Rawat. So that was Dr. Rawat telling us a broad list of actions that will be taken by the National Task Force, the primary objective being prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, for which an ICC, Internal Complaints Committee, will also be formed. With Arun Singh Negi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
All right, Tanushka now joins us live. Tanushka, that's a extensive conversation that you've had with a member of the National Task Force that's really looking into this in the light of the meeting that happened yesterday. Today also there's a crucial meeting between the Home Secretary and the Health Secretary. Even state DGPs have been invited to attend this meeting in order to be able to come up with a comprehensive plan of action. What more can you tell us about what's really happening behind the scenes as far as these back-to-back meetings are concerned?
Right, Rishika. So today's meeting that was to happen with the Union Home Ministry and the Health Secretary, along with the Chief Secretaries of State as well as the State Director Generals of Police, has commenced. The meeting has gotten over, and the Health Secretary, Apurva Chandra, has written to the Chief Secretaries and all the state DGPs with a list. It is a comprehensive list of measures and plans that will be and should be taken into consideration at all hospitals across the country. Now, what does this list entail? Enhancement as well as a certain sort of state laws to be brought into place at these hospitals, along with relevant sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita to come into force within the hospital premises. The constitution of a hospital security committee, which will consist of senior doctors to create an environment of safety and security for all healthcare professionals at the hospitals. Also, regulation of access for patients as well as staff inside the hospital in key areas, which means that now there will be more stringent or rather restricted action into specific areas within the hospital premises, be it visitors, relatives of patients or patients themselves. So these are certain checkpoints that will be in place. What we also know is that there will be perfect ensuring of lighting in different areas in the hospital. There are, of course, some blocks or nooks and crannies which remain dark, especially at night when these doctors are on their late night shifts. And what we also know is that access and internal travel also between different blocks of the hospital will also be made easier and ensured with security personnel at these travel points between different blocks. What we also know is that there will be a constitution of the Internal Complaints Committee on Sexual Harassment, as Dr. Rawat also just mentioned, and this committee will ensure that ensure the prevention of gender-based violence as well as sexual violence. If any member of the hospital, any staff, doctor faces any such problems, they can directly raise their concerns to the ICC that will be formed. And most importantly as well, there will be stock taken of CCTV cameras. CCTV cameras we know already exist across all of these hospitals, but they will be checked now to see how many of them are actually functioning and enhance their mechanism now. So this is a major list that the Health Secretary has written out to the Chief Secretaries as well as the State DGPs after the meeting that happened today of the National Task Force.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tanushka, for joining us with that comprehensive update. There are lakhs of doctors, like I said, who have their hopes pinned on the recommendations of the task force as well as the meetings that are taking place today. What is the government going to do in order to ensure the safety of our healthcare providers? It's going to be a big development that we'll track here on NDTV. Let's shift our focus now to what's happening in West Bengal. Well, BJP has alleged that one of their leaders was allegedly shot at in Bengal. The BJP has alleged that the TMC is behind the attack on their leader. Remember, the BJP versus TMC battle has reached a new height with, of course, the protest taking place yesterday, and the BJP now calling for a 12-hour bandh today. In the midst of the raging controversy between the two parties, in the light of the Kolkata protests now, the BJP is alleged an attack by the TMC cadre, even releasing video footage which they claim shows TMC goons firing on their party leader. The BJP says that the attack has taken place in the North 24 Parganas district, and the video that has been shared by the BJP appears to show this firing. I'd like to just tell our viewers a disclaimer here that this is a video that has been shared by the BJP and an allegation that has been made by them. NDTV cannot independently corroborate the veracity of the footage that you're seeing on your screens. Let me quickly get an update from Saurabh Gupta joining us with the very latest. Saurabh, scathing sort of allegations being made by the BJP there, alleging that it is the TMC that shot at one of their party leaders on the outskirts of Kolkata.
Well, at this stage, these are allegations. The BJP alleging one of their leaders was shot at by TMC. The TMC alleging that this is perhaps a fallout of an internal rivalry. And the police are yet to comment on this. We are still to wait for a comment from the police as far as this, this. Of course, place Bhatpara is a BJP stronghold. the rate of one politician runs large there, and that is, of course, Arjun Singh, who's with the BJP. This is an area from where his, and of course, his son is elected. He also fought the last election from there, but of course lost from the Barakpur seat in 2024. But obviously, you know, this, once again, you will see these blame games between the TMC and the BJP over incidents of crime. And this is, of course, an incident of crime, an incident where clearly on camera someone is seen vehicle. While the BJP blames the TMC has blamed internal rivalry of the BJP and gone on to blame this on this shootout that took place. The one thing that we know from reporting from that area is that that is the stronghold of BJP politician Arjun Singh in that area.
All right, Saurabh, what we're also seeing on our screens, you know, is the BJP continuing its protest in Kolkata. The BJP, of course, has called for a 12-hour bandh in Bengal today, protesting against the police action against protesters yesterday. So, you know, in a certain sense, protest continues on the streets of Kolkata.
Yes, protests continue, and these are clearly political protests now, not apolitical, because now it's the BJP at the forefront of these protests. Obviously, the BJP's Bandh call has seen some response. Definitely, there are lesser people on the streets. However, there is a considerable amount of traffic on the roads. In fact, we were out on Central Avenue and other places where we definitely less than other days, because remember, in the morning, train services were affected. And because train services were affected, a lot of the office-going crowd could not travel into the city from the suburbs. People today, and the Bandh will have some amount of impact, but obviously the BJP is now spearheading the...
Yes.
And clearly, you know, the voices of...
Yes, you know, let's make no mistake, this is a political protest with the opposition party in West Bengal, which is the BJP, holding the TMC accountable for police action against protesters yesterday. Yesterday's protest was carried out by student groups, members of civil society, also by, you know, several BJP-affiliated organizations, but today it is the BJP that is protesting against the police action. We'll keep coming back to you, Saurabh, for more updates, but let's get a quick reaction from K.R. Ghosh, spokesperson of the BJP in West Bengal, and Tausif Rahman, TMC spokesperson, both joining us on the broadcast. Thank you both very much for speaking with us. You know, Tausif Rahman, I'd like to begin by asking you, we're already seeing the BJP out on the streets in Kolkata upping the ante against your government, demanding the immediate release of the 200-odd protesters who were arrested yesterday. What do you make of what's happening?
See, the law will take its own course. I mean, we have nothing to say. If the Kolkata police is taking some action, there is definitely something happened yesterday. You know, if you see the injuries of Kolkata police yesterday, one man has lost his eyes. There will be no vision ever. I mean, I can show you the results, and he's admitted in the Shankar Netralaya hospital. I mean, if you want to disturb the city, if you want to create a massacre, if you want to just create a chaos in this city, of course, no one will allow. Because this is the problem where, you know, the Chief Justice of India said on the 14th of August that you people are a failure. You couldn't control the mob. You guys had no intelligence. How come so many people entered the Arjikar hospital and vandalized the property? What you guys were doing? You're an absolute failure. Aise kaise ho sakta hai? Now, this is what, seeing everything and getting all the inside information about this protest which happened yesterday, the police has taken cognizance, has taken the responsibility, has taken all these steps. I don't understand what went wrong. And today, you're getting on the street and trying to hamper and trying to create nonsense and nuisance in the city and trying to disturb the college goers and the students and forcing them to come out the school, forcing them to come out of the college. This is the way to protest? And what kind of strike are you talking about? Today's rally was a clear message to the people of West Bengal that BJP is planning to create a chaos in this city, and they are not bothered about the
spokesperson, Tausif Rahman. Let me get the BJP spokesperson then to respond to that. K.R. Ghosh, the allegation that the Trinamool Congress is levelled, and this is something that you know, the TMC spokesperson has just reiterated on the broadcast right now, is the fact that the BJP is playing petty politics and using this as an excuse to destabilize the Mamata Banerjee government. How would you respond to that?
Well, Tausi from Rahman, he would be a newbie in Trinamool, which is why he has forgotten how and why Mamata Banerjee rose to power. He has forgotten the days when Mamata Banerjee had halted the state for days during Nandigram protest, during Shingur, or several others, Rizwanur Rahman also. So, Trinamool calling that this is hooliganism, and when we are wanting justice, all we seek is justice. All we seek that the raped and murdered doctor of RG Kaur, she gets justice, her parents finally get peace. And Trinamool spokesperson equating the hooliganism which we saw, the vandalism which we saw, led by Trinamool-sponsored goons on 14th of August at RG Kaur with yesterday's protest, itself shows the mindset of Trinamool, that they are more interested in, shielding and safeguarding the hooligans, and safeguarding the multiple perpetrators who have done this crime. They are now interested in throttling the voices of ordinary people. They are throttling the voices of the civil society. They are throttling the voices of the students.
Okay.
Yesterday, we have seen that it's absolutely apolitical where the students have demonstrated.
All right.
And look at the barbarity. And not only that, Rishika, let me just point out one more thing. This is absolutely Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee's government. She has disobeyed the orders given by the Honorable Supreme Court's division bench that no protesters should be harmed, no police barbarity or atrocity should be inflicted upon any of the protesters who are demanding justice for this RG Kaur victim.
Kia Ghosh, you made several important points, and let me just quickly also get Mr. Rahman to respond to that. Mr. Rahman, please respond to what the BJP is saying, that, you're essentially guilty of trying to quell a peaceful, quote-unquote, peaceful protest carried out not by a political party, but by civil society organizations. That's the allegation that the BJP is leveling, which is why they are saying that today what they are carrying out is indeed a political protest. Your response to that?
Well, Rishita, I don't know what we are talking about. I have a strong reservation. Let's not malign the image of students, comparing them with those people who were seen on the TV yesterday. Though they were not students, absolutely, because I was a student as well, and I am 32 right now, and I know what kind of protest students they do. They go for a hunger strike, they make valid sense, and they sit on road and they demand justice. This is what a protest is. Not like yesterday, they were carrying rods in their hand. They were students. Those 55, 60 years old goons, they were students? No, ma'am. They were not students. You have all the right to protest, but there are certain areas where you can't do anything without prior permission. Nabanna is one of the places. Now the question is very clear. What is your intention? If your intention is to protest peacefully, then no one can stop you, ma'am. But if you want to spread unrest, then of course the police and the law will take its own course. It is simple. I think this Chhatro Samaj was not known to anyone.
Okay.
One of the organizer, Chhatro Samaj, was known to anyone.
Okay.
Okay. They were trying to disturb the whole city.
You're essentially saying that the protest turned violent. It was done at the behest of the BJP. This has been the stance that the Trinamool Congress has made, Kia Ghosh, from the beginning, saying that this was not some peaceful student organization protesting. They were protesters who were caught on video pelting stones. The police, of course, had to resort to extreme means. Water cannons were used, tear gas was used, lathi charge was used. Your final comments, Kia Ghosh, what is the BJP demanding as it takes to the streets today? And can we expect that the protest that you're carrying out in Bengal, or the Bandh that you've called for in Bengal, will be peaceful?
Well, we have called for a peaceful Bandh. We have invited all the strata of the society to come out and talk about the atrocity which has happened yesterday. Tausif Rahman, he mentioned about some rods. Unfortunately, all these people were carrying was the national flag. Yes, there has been stone pelting, and though I strictly object to it, obviously, but it was seen in the videos that some of the so-called protesters, they took the injured policeman to a nearby safe place. So whoever has done it, it could be quite possible that Trinamool, they have inflicted their wounds in the name of the protesters, and they have done this stone pelting because they are quite capable of doing so, and we have seen it earlier also. However, what we want to say, one thing, that we want justice, and we shall not stop until justice has been delivered to the RG victim and her parents.
All right. Well, thank you both very much for joining us. You've heard both sides of the story, the BJP and the TMC locking horns once again over the situation in West Bengal. This is the BJP today once again has called for a 12-hour Bandh, protesting against the police action on protesters yesterday. The Bandh has been called from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. against the police action that took place on protesters who carried out the march towards the Bengal Secretariat against the rape and murder of the 31-year-old doctor in Kolkata. The Navanna Abhiyan, as it was called, was a call that was given by an unregistered student body, Paschim Banga Chhatra Samaj, and a dissident state government employees platform, Sangrami Jothwa Manch. Now, the ruling Trinamool, of course, alleged, as you just heard, and as they did even yesterday, that this was a BJP-sponsored protest. Moving on, actor Mohanlal has resigned as the president of the Under Fire Association of the Malayalam Movie Actors, or Amma as it's called, following a barrage of sexual assault and rape allegations against some of the Kerala film industry's biggest names, including veteran actor Siddiqui and filmmaker Ranjit Balakrishnan. All members of the film body's executive committee have also submitted their resignations. The entire body has been dissolved, though now there are some dissenting voices over the entire Amma body being dissolved, with many saying that they didn't actually resign or consent to it. What's absolutely shocking about these revelations is that they have all come to light after the public release of the Justice Hema Committee report last week. This is a report that was actually submitted to the Kerala government back in 2019, but no action has been taken in this regard for the last 5 years. The report includes multiple shocking stories of abuse, portions of the report that have been redacted in order to protect the identity of the accused. Now, the report has been made public, and following the report being made public, several leading actors of the Kerala film fraternity have come out in the public domain, and as many as 17 cases have been filed with the newly formed SIT to look over the allegations. Uma with the details.
17 complaints have till now come to the special investigation team that was constituted by the Chief Minister following the Hema Commission report coming out, and several women coming out and complaining about this. Whether the SIT is going to look at the testimonies given in the Hema Commission report, that clarity has not come, because there is supposed to be a government order that comes out of the Home Ministry in the state government, which will clarify actually what the committee is exactly supposed to do. The second part is, yes, the statements of Meenu Munir and several other women who have come out, their statements are being recorded as of now by the SIT, and what we understand is that the men who are being accused, including Mr. Ranjit Balakrishnan, report suggests that he may be in fact interrogated by SP Poongurali, who is part of the special investigation team here. The second part of it is that yesterday we had reported that there was appeared to be a unanimous decision for all the executive members of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists to resign. But now it is becoming more and more clear that it was not a unanimous decision, because at least two members, Sarayu and Ananya, have come out and said that they have not resigned, that they did not agree with this decision for en masse kind of a resignation of the executive committee members. In fact, when I spoke to Shami, one of the actors, in fact, Shami Tilagan, he in fact questioned why an en masse resignation has to take place in the case of Amma, because not everyone is an accused. A few of the wrongdoers or whoever is being accused, they should be stepping down and not the rest of the people.
Moving on, even in cases that have been registered under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, bail is the rule and jail is the exception. This is what the Supreme Court has said as it delivered a verdict today. A bench comprising of Justices B.R. Gavai and K.V. Vishwanathan held that while allowing bail to an accused in a money laundering case, bail is the norm and jail is the exception, even when it comes to PMLA cases. What really happened inside the Supreme Court? Well, Sunil Prabhu now joins us with the very latest. Sunil, The bench held that Section 45 of PMLA only lays down that the grant of the bail would be subject to twin conditions and doesn't in fact alter the fundamental principle of bail being the rule. This is the second time in recent history that the Supreme Court has actually reiterated on, individual liberty. Can you elaborate the context in which the court has said this and, of course, the implications?
Not second, it's actually the third time. And first was Manish Sisodia, then yesterday you saw Kavita's case, and then, of course, today is Prakash's case, Hemant Soren aid. And what they have done actually is gone one step forward and said that if you are in custody, Enforcement Directorate under PMLA, you cannot then put in new evidence and trump up things. It goes against the canons of justice that while you are in custody, you and some submission is made or you are, some incriminating document is done during confession, you cannot then add that on. So that is something that Justice Gawai and Justice Vishwanathan have pointed out once again in today's hearing. So it's in that backdrop that after Manish Sisodia, where you have said that bail is the rule, jail is the exception, reiterating yesterday in the case of Kavita. Of course, in Kavita's case, they used the women angle, the reverse argument, which had been put that because she and, virtually saying that the Delhi High Court's point was perverse to say an educated lady should not be given that benefit of doubt. And it's in that backdrop today in Prem Prakash's case, they have very clearly stated that if you have put some, and this is relates to a forgery allegation, if somebody puts some more incriminating document while you are in custody, then that cannot be accepted at this stage because they feel very categorically that that goes against the canons of justice.
All right, thanks very much, Sunil, for joining us. Very important observations being made by the Supreme Court, because remember, what is said in the apex court in context of these cases is far-reaching implications for lower courts and sets important precedences, and especially in this case, the precedent of safeguarding individual liberty. The Supreme Court, like Sunil said, for the third time in recent memory, reiterating that it is bail and not jail which has to be the norm, even when it comes to PMLA cases. We will track the developments of the story very closely. Thanks very much, Sunil, for joining us. Moving on, Kannada actor Darshan, who is in judicial custody in a murder case, is now being shifted to the Bellary jail after a massive controversy, remember, over his pictures that went completely viral. The pictures sparked outrage over alleged special treatment being given to the actor. Meanwhile, a bitter political fight between the Congress and the BJP over it, because the BJP alleged that it was the VIP treatment was actually given after DK Shivakumar actually went and visited him in jail, a charge that DK Shivakumar denied in an interview to my colleague Pratibha Raman. Pratibha now joins us live with the latest. Pratibha, what's the latest? The BJP pointed a finger at DK Shivakumar. He's denied the allegations. The Karnataka government's taken action. Jail officials have been suspended, and now we're given to understand that Darshan will in fact be shifted out. When is that likely to happen? What's the update?
Well, yes, we're talking of Darshan, who's involved in a murder case. So the judicial custody, as far as that case is concerned, ends today. And that is precisely why Darshan would be appearing before the court via video conference. And that hearing is scheduled for second half of the day, post which the process of shifting him from Bengaluru prison to Bellary prison would be underway. And we are also talking of fellow associates in terms of this particular case who would be shifted to different other jails. That process would also be initiated by the prison authorities right as we speak. In the meantime, yes, the political blame game is on, but as far as action in terms of the viral pictures are concerned, yes, 3 different kinds of action that have already been witnessed. Like you already mentioned, yes, prison authorities, some of the officials have been suspended, and on the other hand, you also have 3 FIRs that have been registered, and the investigation has also begun. In fact, yesterday the Commissioner of Police did visit the jail and took a lot of information from the prison authorities as far as this case investigation is concerned. And the third is shifting of these people from Bengaluru prison to different other jails. So a lot of action that is expected as far as this particular case is concerned. But in the meantime, what kind of reforms would be introduced in the jail is also something that needs a deeper look and re-strategizing. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Pratibha, for joining us. with the latest on that story. We will, of course, continue to track those details very closely. Let's shift our focus now to Jammu and Kashmir, where, of course, the state is due for the first phase of polling on the 18th of September. Campaigning has picked up pace after hectic parleys to meet nomination deadlines. Now, over 100 candidates from various political parties and independents have filed nominations in various districts for the first phase of the assembly polls. Remember, the first phase of the polls will take place on the 18th of September. The last date for filing nomination was yesterday. Jammu and Kashmir is seeing a three-phased election. Leaders across parties, including several independent candidates, yesterday made a beeline to file their papers, including banned outfits like the Jamaat-e-Islami that is fielding independent candidates from South Kashmir. The BJP has released its list of candidates, 45 in number so far. The Congress and the National Conference have agreed to form an alliance and also made their list public.
Mainstream parties, regional parties and the national parties, BJP, Congress, National Conference, TDP, but there's also a large number of those independents who have actually filed their nomination papers. Some of them, at least 4 of them, are believed to be linked with the banned Jamaat-Islami organization. They say Jamaat believed in election, they had contested election before the 1990, and then they are again coming back to electoral politics, even as Jamaat was demanding that their ban should be lifted, and they want to contest election, but the ban was not lifted. And there are also candidates who have been accused of anti-terror, terror activities and are booked under anti-terror law, UAPA. Some of them have also filed their nomination papers. One of them is also in the jail. In fact, in last parliament elections, Engineer Rashid, now the MP, he contested jail, parliament election from Tihar jail and won with a huge margin and defeated Umar Abdullah. Now you say, those who are booked under UAPA, they're also trying their luck if that will work for them. Having said that, it is a very, very interesting, fascinating election. First election, assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir after a gap of 10 years, and first election under the Union Territory status, first election after more than 3 decades, which is not being fought under the shadow of gun.
All right, well, let's shift our focus from poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir to poll-bound Haryana. The BJP Haryana core group meeting, which was scheduled to take place today in order to deliberate on the names of all 90 candidates that it will be fielding in the election, has now been rescheduled to tomorrow. The BJP CEC has been scheduled for sometime tomorrow. Prime Minister Modi and top leaders of the BJP, remember, who will be taking part in the CEC ahead of the Haryana and the J&K polls. Joining us for a comprehensive update on the latest political developments, Aishwarya from the national capital and Gurpreet from Chandigarh. So Aishwarya, to you first, the meeting that was scheduled to take place today, it's a high-level meeting that was supposed to be chaired by Prime Minister Modi, has been pushed to tomorrow. Any reason that the party is cited for the postponement?
Well, just because hectic meetings are underway in the national capital, there is a cabinet meeting which is currently going on at the 7 LKM, and post that today Prime Minister will be chairing the Council of Ministers meeting at Sushma Swaraj Bhavan in the national capital as well, and therefore the reason perhaps the BJP core group meeting for the state of Haryana had been postponed for tomorrow. We have been told that now it will be taking place at JP Nadda's residence tomorrow at around 10:30 AM, where top leaders from the Haryana of the Bharatiya Janata Party, including the Chief Minister Naib Singh Saini, and also the Bharatiya Janata Party President, Home Minister Amit Shah will be there, and they will be finalizing the remaining number of seats and declaring the candidates for the Haryana Assembly polls very soon. But certainly tomorrow we have been also told that there is a Central Election Commission committee meeting tomorrow of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the CEC, which will be also attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and top leaders of the BJP, which will discuss the final few seats of Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana as well. The sources also indicating that few of the current sitting MLAs from the state of of Haryana, they can lose their tickets as the Bharatiya Janata Party is facing anti-incumbency over there, and therefore the reason perhaps a lot of manthan is going to take place in these meetings of Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Certainly the Bharatiya Janata Party had stated that during the CEC they will also discuss on the names of the Apni party in Jammu and Kashmir and also the local parties over there, which they will do an alliance with and they will get a comprehensive support. But in Haryana they are going to fight in all the seats, and therefore the reason perhaps declaring the name of candidates before this before the CEC is something that is a crucial aspect, and therefore the reason perhaps today because of lack of timing of these meetings which are currently underway, tomorrow it has been rescheduled at around 10:30 a.m. at JP Nadda's residence.
All right, so tomorrow 10:30 a.m. is when the Central Election Committee of the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be meeting. Like Aishwarya is saying, it's not just Haryana but also J&K that is in fact going to be discussed threadbare. Gurpreet, if I can come to you at the moment, the BJP really does have its task cut out for itself as far as Haryana is concerned, doesn't it? Given the poll debacle in the Lok Sabha elections where the BJP lost 5 conceded ground on 5 of the 10 seats, and of course all of the political reject that has happened as far as the state is concerned with the change in chief ministerial face ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, there's a lot of introspection that the party really has to do before it can actually come out with that list.
Well, that could be a possible reason. We have seen BJP is putting up a lot of hard work to select the candidate. They have a lot of challenges in this Vidhan Sabha poll, and specifically as you have already mentioned about Lok Sabha polls, they had already lost 5 seats to the Congress. So somewhere down the lane we have seen the BJP has been ruling in the state for the last 2 terms, and that is why the BJP is mulling with all the top leaders to discuss each and every political strategy before finalizing the name of the candidate, because they are also looking after the anti-incumbency angle. They are also looking up the other political parties' political strategies also, and what we have learned from the sources within the BJP, they have also decided those leaders who are not able to reach to the grassroots level workers, their tickets will be cut in this whole meeting, and new candidates will be involved. But that will be clear once there will be a marathon meeting, and after that they are going to take a decision. As of now, it seems the BJP is trying to do a lot of hard work at the 365 angle so that they will not miss a single chance to come back into power. So let's see in this meeting what will be outcome, and as you have already told, the meeting has been scheduled for tomorrow, and after that things will be going more clear about the BJP political strategy. But we have also learned from the sources some survey has been conducted for the candidates, and that will be discussed with the top leadership before making any announcement regarding the candidates of a various constituency in Haryana. Back to studio.
Right. Gurpreet, do stay on with us, because the other big headache for the BJP in a certain sense is its track record with the farmers' protest. The epicenter of the farmer protest, Gurpreet, was the state of Haryana, with farmers upset with the BJP. It was the rollback of the farm laws led to a long-standing protest, and a lot of a lot of antagonism really towards the ruling government, both at the state and the centre, which is the BJP. Now, interestingly, a monthly farmers' grievance redressal meeting will take place. There's also going to be, phone lines activated for grievance redressals, a forum that the Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has said he's going to monitor himself, complaints be registered via phone calls, which he's going to manage. So it's an interesting outreach by the government towards farmers, a welcome grievance redressal portal that they are planning to develop, the Agriculture Minister planning to oversee. But let's make no mistake, the announcement of this grievance redressal mechanism coming in so close on the heels of the Haryana elections, how big is the farmers' worry as far as the BJP is concerned in Haryana?
Well, It seems it's a challenge for the BJP to woo the farmers. Not only the central government, we have seen they had already made a helpline to address the grievances of the farmers. We have seen for the last so many days a lot of attempts have been made by the state government also. Naib Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana, he has already made an announcement that they have already sent bonus to the accounts of all the farmers, so that somewhere down the lane they were trying to pacify the farmer. They are trying to get the huge vote bank of the farmer at this point of time. But at the same time, we have seen during the farmer protest, a lot of protests were being done by the farmer against the BJP leader. And somewhere down the lane, yesterday also we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, has given a very strong statement saying these farmers are not Jat, they are patriot, and they will definitely go to cast their votes in favor of BJP. But that will be clear once the farmers are going to cast their vote. But as of now, it seems the BJP is trying to amend its political strategy again and again, so that they will be able to woo farmers in this Haryana polls. Now let's see that whether the farmers will made up their mind to cast their vote in the favor of the BJP party or not. But we have seen the most of the time the farmers had shown a lot of resentment. They have a single point agenda saying why these netas who were being elected by the people in Haryana, why they did not take their grievances to the central government on these farm laws. That is the grudge which every farmer union is expressing at this point of time. But the BJP has been trying to make a lot of attempt to the woo farmers' votes in this Haryana poll. Back to studio.
All right, thanks very much, Gurpreet, for joining us with that comprehensive update on the thinking within the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it's as far as the postponement of the key election committee meeting is concerned, and also the farmer outreach that has been extended close on the heels of the polls. We'll track those stories very closely. For the moment, we leave you with these stunning visuals. Now, nothing really unites the world like art does. Here are pictures of a 13-year-old Chinese girl who learned Bharatnatyam in China and did her debut, or her Arangetram as it's called, in Chennai.
It's in a sense Bharatanatyam made in China. 13-year-old Tutu learnt Bharatanatyam in China, and for the first time somebody from China having their debut or making the debut in India. Thank you, in Chennai. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Lovely performance. Tell me, when did you start learning this?
I can't really remember, but it's my mom and my grandma who told me the story. That maybe at 3 or something.
When she was about 3.
Right. What's that you like very much about Bharatanatyam?
I like how it tells the story and the movements of the body and the culture behind.
And how much of hard work went behind this in terms of achieving this kind of perfection?
I won't say it's perfection, but I did try my best.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
Welcome back. We start with the news of US Open. It was history made at the Flushing Meadows as the longest match in the history of the tournament was played out between Britain's Dan Evans and Russia's Karen Khachanov. The match lasted for 5 hours and 35 minutes. Evans was 4-love down in the decider but somehow found the mental strength to win 6-7, 7-6, 7-6, 4-6, 6-4. In a tense finale, the Russian, whose 23rd seed, saved 2 match points before hitting the third into the net. Evans has around 48 hours to recover before playing Argentina's Mariano Navon in the second round on Thursday. The Paralympic Games in Paris begin tonight. Sheetal Devi started her archery journey in 2022. She won the Asian Para Gold in 2023. This summer, she is at the Olympics to win her maiden Olympic medal. At 17, Sheetal, the armless archer, is already a star. My colleague Vimal Mohan spoke to her and her coach. Listen in.
शीतल ने बहुत कम समय में जो पहचान हासिल की है, ऐसा बहुत कम खिलाड़ियों को होता है और दुनिया भर के खिलाड़ी चाहे कोई भी खेल खेलते हों, किसी भी विधा में खेलते हों, सबके लिए शीतल एक इंस्पिरेशन है और दिस इज़ द इनिशिएटिव समर्थ बाय हंडे इन पार्टनरशिप विथ NDTV। हम इस तरह की पहल करते हैं और इस तरह की कहानियाँ आप तक लाते हैं। सबसे पहले शीतल, आपका ये पहला ओलंपिक्स है, बहुत कम उम्र है आपकी, लेकिन आपको मैं देख रहा था लोग तस्वीरें खिंचवाना, फोटो खिंचवाना, आपके पास ऑटोग्राफ के लिए आना, ये आप अभी सुपरस्टार बनी हुई हैं।
हाँ जी, जब से मैं आर्चरी में आई हूँ 3 साल हुए मुझे आर्चरी में। मैं श्री माता वैष्णवी शाइन बोर्ड में प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। शाइन बोर्ड का भी बहुत बड़ा हाथ है, माता रानी का आशीर्वाद है कि इतनी कम समय में, इतनी छोटी उम्र में मैं यहाँ ओलंपिक खेल रही हूँ। मेरे लिए भी बहुत खुशी की बात है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ सर कि यहाँ पे मैं खेलने आई हूँ। ये माता रानी का आशीर्वाद था कि मैं थोड़ा सा जल्दी गेम में, अगर थोड़ा सा लेट आती शायद मैं यहाँ पे नहीं होती।
अच्छा शीतल, आपको सब स्टार की तरह देखते हैं। वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी जब आप गई थी, सब आपके साथ फोटो खिंचवाना था। आपने किसी के साथ, आपको लगा आपको फोटो खिंचवाना है, कोई खास खिलाड़ी?
एक मैट मिला था सर वहाँ पे, तो उनके साथ मैंने फोटो खिंचवाया था सर। वो भी पैर से चलाते हैं सर। उनको भी जब पहली बार जब मैंने आर्चरी में नहीं आई थी तो मैंने उनकी वीडियो देखी थी सर। तो सर जब वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में मुझे वो मिले तो उनके साथ में मिली और मैंने फ़ोटो भी खिंचाया सर, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा मिलकर भी।
एक तो ये है शीतल है, लेकिन इनके जो गुरु हैं द्रोणाचार्य, मैं इनसे बहुत हैरान हूँ। मैं 3 साल पहले इन्होंने शुरू किया और शुरुआती दिनों में ये नॉर्मल एबल्ड बॉडी आर्चरी में जाती थी और वहाँ जो एबल्ड बॉडी में, वहाँ भी मुझे याद है गोवा में आप लोग नेशनल्स खेल रहे थे, 51 या कुछ इस तरह। ये जो हैरानी मुझे इसलिए होती है कि क्या आपको पहचान कैसे होती है इस तरह के खिलाड़ी की?
सर, खिलाड़ी चाहे एबल का हो या पैरा का हो, मैं किसी भी खिलाड़ी को देख करके एक मतलब आइडेंटिफाई कर लेता हूँ कि ये प्लेयर कैसा कर सकता है। तो शीतल को जब मैंने देखा तो मुझे मतलब अपने आप में बहुत खुशी हुई कि मुझे एक ऐसे बच्चे को सिखाना पड़ेगा जो वर्ल्ड में पहली बार करेगा फीमेल कैटेगरी में। तो शीतल को देखा मैंने कि मतलब आर्मलेस लड़की है, बहुत छोटी बच्ची है और हमारे यहीं से है, क्योंकि मैं श्री माता वैष्णो देवी जम्मू कश्मीर में कोच हूँ। और ये शीतल देवी जो हमारी बच्ची है, मेरी स्टूडेंट है, ये किश्तवाड़ से ही है, जम्मू कश्मीर से ही है। तो ये मेरे पास में आई और वो दिन था सर, आज का दिन है कि शीतल देवी को मैंने मतलब जब मेरे पास आई तो उसको मतलब ये लगता था कि मैं कर नहीं पाऊंगी, लेकिन मैंने इसको मोटिवेट किया, मैंने बताया।
मुझे इसलिए ये सवाल पूछना पड़ा, मुझे आपको देख के ना त्रिशूल के अमिताभ बच्चन की याद आती है। उसमें कहा जाता है कि अमिताभ बच्चन कुछ कर लेता है तो कहते हैं कि नहीं, ये बड़ी बात नहीं कि उसने कर लिया, उसे पता था कि वो कर लेगा। वो मतलब मैं जब भी बातचीत करता था, आप कहते थे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, मेरे लिए बड़ा मुझे लगता था कि हाँ, थोड़ा हैरानी होती थी।
सर जब शीतल मेरे पास आई तो उसको भी मतलब कहीं ना कहीं लगता था कि मैं कैसे करूँगी, लेकिन मैंने शीतल को बोला था कि बेटे जैसे मैं बोलता जाऊंगा ऐसे करते जाओ और देखना एक दिन वो दिन होगा कि बुलंदी मतलब तुम्हारे साथ होगी और तुम ये नेशनल नहीं, इंटरनेशनल और ओलंपिक में देश की ख्याति और देश का झंडा लहराओगी।
Cricket news now. BCCI Secretary Jayasurya has been elected unopposed as the next independent chair of the International Cricket Council. He will assume role on this 1st of December this year. Shah was voted into the chair unanimously after no one else filed nomination to become the head of ICC. The Indian women's team captain Harmanpreet Kaur has said that she wants to give Indian cricket fans another reason to celebrate this year. Under her captaincy, the team will be playing the T20 World Cup in UAE. Harmanpreet Kaur wants her team to draw inspiration from Indian men's T20 team. While the men's team won the title after 17 years and lifted an ICC trophy after 11 years, the women's team is yet to lift a cup. They came close in 2020 edition and they were runners-up in Australia. Time for a quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live. Stay informed.
Get a roundup of all the top stories coming in from across the country and also focusing on all the updates coming in as the BJP pushes for Bengal Bandh. But first, before we get into the details of that story, the top headlines. Union Home Secretary chairs a high-level meeting on doctors' safety. Health Secretary also writes to all state authorities asking them to enhance security for medical professionals.
Meanwhile, National Task Force member speaks exclusively to NDTV, says that the NTF panel is currently working on formulating guidelines to ensure more security for doctors. TMC-BJP face off on the streets of Bengal day after police action on protesters in Kolkata. Several BJP leaders have in fact been detained in Bengal. The Bengal BJP chief also writes to the governor, alleging that cops are using excessive force. Meanwhile, the Calcutta High Court dismisses a plea which sought to tag Bandh as illegal. Meanwhile, during its Bandh call, BJP alleges attack by TMC, claims that TMC goons fired on party leader near Kolkata. Video shared by BJP appears to show the firing. Latest in the Mollywood Me Too meltdown, 17 cases have been filed by the SIT in Kerala. Latest, actor Sonia Malhaar files harassment complaint. There's dissent in AMMA over disbanding of executive committee members. Supreme Court once again bats for bail versus jail. Supreme Court says that even in money laundering cases, bail is the rule and jail is an exception, and that liberty of individuals is always the rule. Observations made by the top court while hearing bail plea of Hemant Soren's alleged aide. And in Gujarat, flood mayhem continues as 7 people are killed after heavy rainfall lashes the state. Army is mobilized for relief and rescue operations. Chief Minister monitors the situation. There's intense waterlogging reported in multiple cities, including in Ahmedabad. Prime Minister Modi also speaks to Gujarat Chief Minister to take stock. Right, our top focus is, of course, on the medical professional safety. And remember that the first meeting of the National Task Force was held on Tuesday. Following that, there have been a series of high-level meetings, including one which was chaired by the Union Home Secretary, where he met several top officials, including state DGPs, as well as state health secretaries and other senior authorities. Now, what we are also given to understand is that the Union Health Secretary, in fact, has written to the state DGPs as well, asking them to ensure more security for doctors and other medical professionals at hospitals, which is their primary workplace. Remember, the Supreme Court has appointed a national task force to formulate an SOP or protocol for healthcare professionals. And my colleague Tanushka actually spoke exclusively to a member of the national task force who said that they are currently working on formulating more safety guidelines for doctors. Listen into that exclusive interaction.
Taking so moto cognizance of the RJ rape and murder case, the Supreme Court issued directives to form a national task force. I'm joined by one of the members of the national task force, Dr. Soumitra Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Dr. Rawat is also the chairman of surgical gastroenterology at Gangaram Hospital in Delhi. Doctor, beginning with the first meeting of the NTF that happened yesterday, what were, the key measures or points that were discussed in the meeting?
I think it was a great meeting, and all the members were there, and it was chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and we had Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, and all the members were in the meeting, and we had a very detailed and elaborate discussion regarding the issues of the doctors. As you know that, we have been mandated by the Supreme Court, look at two specific things: how to prevent violence against the medical professional, and how to, have a protocol for dignified and safe working conditions of the doctor. So we had a very elaborate discussion, point-wise point. And before the meeting, we were also approached by a lot of stakeholders, and all the members, they were approached. There has been association and organizations which are representing Junior Doctor Association. We have a Surgical Association, Association of Surgeons of India. There is a IMA, Indian Medical Association. So they have also given various members their suggestions. So those suggestions and recommendations also we have given it to the Health Ministry.
Doctor, what are these major suggestions? Like, in what form can there be safety and security protocol ensured ahead?
I think you would have read the judgment of the Supreme Court, and they have specific mentioned how to prevent gender-based violence. National plan for dignified working condition of interns, junior doctors, and non-resident doctors. Provide the additional security in the emergency. Baggage should be screened. So, security to manage the crowd, and then the adequate restrooms and biometric and facial recognition, and look into, how many hours doctors are working. So, we discussed on each and every point.
Doctor, being a doctor yourself for these many years, you know the late hours that go in, and especially the concerns for female doctors. How was this topic raised in the meeting? And with respect to any sort of women guards, supposing being in place at late shifts?
I think we discussed all the aspect, and I am fortunate that I have got experience of working in a government hospital, because I was trained in Maulana Azad Medical College. So I did my graduation, post-graduation and registrarship in Maulana Azad Medical College, which is purely a government hospital. Then I went to England. I did my advanced training there, and then I was a consultant surgeon. Then I was a surgical tutor, and I'm still member court of examiner of Royal College of Surgeons of England. So I was there in England for 17 years, and I know how we provide security in the NHS, how to make dignified condition and safe working conditions for doctor. And now I'm working in Sir Gangaram Hospital, and we have got roughly around 300 security staff in Gangaram Hospital, and we have got on-call duty room for all the doctors who are doing on-calls in Gangaram. We are the largest postgraduate training center for National Board of Examination. So, these are the things where the leaders, head of the department, dean, medical superintendent and director, they need to be proactive so that this horrendous thing which happened should not happen again.
So have such sort of, like you mentioned, on-call duty rooms, have such provisions been discussed to make these kind of provisions at government hospitals across the country?
We have discussed, as I told you, that we discussed each and every point, and we are going to have an interim report prepared in next 2 or 3 weeks, and final report we need to submit in next 2 months.
So, speaking of these reports, what we understand at this point that, all right, student protests and resident doctor protests also have come to a halt in Delhi especially. But in Kolkata, it's still going on. The movement still lives on. Considering that the main demand is for justice and, of course, stringent laws to be brought into place. All eyes are kind of now on this national task force. What in the future is, as you said, from the interim report and the final guidelines, can one expect from the NTF?
I think what I can assure all the doctors are that, all of us in National Task Force, where there is a Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, we are working very hard so as to, focus on those two things, prevent the violence and provide a dignified, safe condition for the doctors. So, obviously, we are all working forward. Interim report will come, and we will give we will also give a final recommendations, and that we have to submit within 2 months.
Doctor, when you speak about prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, will an internal complaints committee, ICC, be formed in each of these hospitals?
I think that is what that would be one of the point, that internal committee should be there, and especially when there is a violence or any problems female junior doctors have, the committee will have a significant number of women doctors so that they can directly approach the committee if head of the department or the head of the institution are not listening to their problems.
Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Rawat. So that was Dr. Rawat telling us a broad list of actions that will be taken by the National Task Force, the primary objective being prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, for which an ICC, Internal Complaints Committee, will also be formed. With Arun Singh Negi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
And in connection to that, but shifting focus now to Bengal, where BJP TMC workers have in fact faced off in parts of the state, as the BJP pushed for a 12-hour Bandh. And the TMC, of course, has opposed it. We have visuals coming in from several parts of the state where senior BJP leaders who had in fact been leading the protests have been detained. Remember, the BJP called for the Bandh over police action against protesters during the Nabanno Abhijan protest march on Tuesday. BJP, which had backed the march, had claimed that it was led by students and citizens of Kolkata, while the TMC, however, had alleged it was a BJP setup. Meanwhile, the Calcutta High Court has dismissed a PIL challenging BJP's 12-hour Bandh. The PIL had sought to tag Bandhs as illegal. Meanwhile, TMC leader Kunal Ghosh has accused BJP of triggering the unrest in West Bengal. Listen in.
बस हमारा यही रिक्वेस्ट है, सब कुछ नॉर्मल रखिए, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन नॉर्मल होना चाहिए, रोड ब्लॉकेट नहीं होना चाहिए। देखिए आरजी कौर में जो हुआ है, वी ऑल वांट जस्टिस, लेकिन जस्टिस देने का अभी जस्टिस कौन डिलीवर करेगा? जस्टिस का रिस्पांसिबिलिटी है सीबीआई का और केस है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। तो यहाँ पर बंगाल में एनआरकी तैयार करके कौन का किसका फायदा है? वो तो भाजपा पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड वे से यहाँ पर गोलमाल कर रहे हैं।
Right, and Shatarupa from the BJP is joining us on the phone line right now. Shatarupa, the TMC is alleging whether it was the Nabanno Abhijan rally yesterday or the Bandh call today, that BJP is actually spreading unrest and kind of keeping it simmering on the stove in Bengal and in Kolkata for their own political needs. How do you respond to that?
Tanima, good afternoon. Trinamool and Kunal Ghosh can keep on arranging everything on BJP, but the fact remains that you know very well, for the last, I think 5-6 days, we did have our own agitation at one corner of the city, Shambhajar, and we had a very, very quiet and of course, it was a political demonstration that we had for 5 days. So there was absolutely no reason what Trinamool is alleging, that we would, instigate yesterday's Nabanno Abhijan. Nabanno Abhijan was called by the student fraternity, like Rat Dakhol on 14th was called by the women of Kolkata. But others also joined. So here also others had joined. But it was definitely not political, because if you remember, your people were also there. The people who had called for this, they had a press conference and they were so unpolitical they didn't even know how to talk in front of the press. And they had specifically told all the people who were going to attend that there should be no violence, the police will stop them. They should sit down wherever the police had stopped. Now, if you remember, there is one lady, DGP, I think, Indira Mukherjee, who came. I was on your show last night when she was shown on there was a live footage shown.
Right.
And this lady said, she's a female DGP, police. She said, no, they were sitting. So the police crossed over, and then because they were not moving, we had to put a lathi charge.
Right,
so you see, even the police agrees that they had done lathi charge and a peaceful agitation.
I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we will have to cut across to Bengal right now, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is speaking.
মহারাষ্ট্রের কোর্ট বন্ধকে নিষিদ্ধ ঘোষণা করতে পারে, সেখানে কারা অ্যাপ্লাই করেছিল? বন্ধ রেখেছিল বিরোধী দল। মহারাষ্ট্র হাইকোর্ট বললেন বন্ধ ইল্লিগাল, বন্ধ হবে না।
Mamata Banerjee there in fact citing an observation by the Bombay High Court, where the High Court had in fact observed that Bandhs if they are called nowadays in today's day and age, it is in fact not considered legal. She's citing a Bombay High Court observation there.
BJP কে এই জায়গাটা কোর্টে ছেড়ে দেবেন না, মানুষ কোর্টে গিয়ে যেন বিচার পায় সেই জায়গাটা দেখবেন। অভিষেক বলল আমাদের পুলিশ টাইম পেয়েছে।
Mamata Banerjee also in fact saying that the focus should be on justice. But what the BJP is doing is in a way muddying the waters there and shifting the focus from the investigation to other things.
তখন ইতিমধ্যেই পুলিশ কমিশনার থেকে শুরু করে তার পরিবার সকলে পৌঁছে গেছে। আমি তাদের সাথে কথা বলে যা যা করণীয় জুডিশিয়াল ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট ডাকা থেকে শুরু করে, দেখুন ঘটনা একটা দুর্ভাগ্যজনক ঘটেছে, তারপরে অ্যাকশনটা যাতে কোনো রকম দেরি না হয়, কোনো রকম ভুল ত্রুটি না হয়। আর আমরা চেয়েছিলাম 7 দিনের মধ্যে ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক কোর্টের মধ্যে দিয়ে আমরা ফাঁসি করে দেবো, এটা আমরা চেয়েছিলাম, আমরা বিচারের দাবি চাইবো।
To return to Bengal, but at the same time also saying that the Bengal government wanted that the investigation should reach a conclusion within 7 days, and but the CBI has not done so yet.
অনেক চোর ডাকাতকে এখন ছেড়ে দেওয়া হয়, মনে রাখবেন। এমনকি আমার কাছে প্রায় ফাইল আসে 10 বছর 12 বছর হয়ে গেছে, ওদের ছেড়ে দেওয়া হোক। কেন ছাড়া হবে? যে খুনিটাকে কেন ছাড়া হবে? যে ধর্ষণকারী কেন ছাড়া হবে? যে অত্যাচারীটাকে কেন ছাড়া হবে? কিসের নিয়ম? কিসের নিয়ম? আমি প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে চিঠি দিয়ে সতর্ক করলাম, আবেদন জানালাম, আপনি একটা ন্যায় সংহিতা তৈরি করেছেন, নতুন আইন।
Mamata Banerjee also in a way criticizing the new criminal laws, saying that the BNS is not really calling for for more stringent measures to be taken against rapists. That is criticism that she's just in fact mentioned in her speech there.
আমি 7 দিনে করে দেব, যারা ধর্ষণ করবে তাদের একমাত্র শাস্তি ফাঁসি, ফাঁসি, ফাঁসি।
She's also saying that if she was in fact in charge, that she would have changed the criminal laws and ensured the capital punishment for rapists.
ঠান্ডা হয়ে যাবে, যারা দুর্বৃত্ত তারা ঠান্ডা হয়ে যাবে। কিছু কিছু মোদি মিডিয়া এদের প্রমোট করছে, আর সোশ্যাল মিডিয়ার আমি বিরুদ্ধে নই, কিন্তু অনেক অপপ্রচার করা হয়, চক্রান্ত করা হয়, কুৎসা করা হয়, মিথ্যে কথা বলা হয়। আমি ছাত্রছাত্রীদের একটা কথা জানিয়ে রাখি, এখন সাইবার ক্রাইম ইজ দ্য মেন ক্রাইম, মাথায় রাখবেন। আর্টিফিশিয়াল এজেন্সি এআই এর নামে কি করেছে জানেন? নামটা হচ্ছে এআই। ধরুন আমি না, আমার গলা না, কিন্তু আমাকে দাঁড় করাবে, আমার গলা দেবে।
Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister there, also saying that the BJP is using artificial intelligence and other cyber tools to spread misinformation.
কিন্তু আপনি যখন বের করবেন আসল সত্যটা, যেটা এআই করেছে, আর্টিফিশিয়াল ইন্টেলিজেন্স, তখন দেখবেন 2 দিন পার হয়ে গেছে, অলরেডি আগুন লেগে গেছে। এই সব করছি আজকে, মনে রাখবেন আমরা এমন কোনো কথা বলি না, এমন কোনো কাজ করি না যা মানুষের পক্ষে নয়। আমরা সেই কাজই করি যেটা মানুষের পক্ষে। আমি আপনাদের কাছে বলে যাচ্ছি, আমি নেক্সট উইকে অ্যাসেম্বলি কল করব বিধানসভা স্পিকারকে বলে, এবং আমরা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল অ্যাসেম্বলি থেকে আগামী 10 দিনের মধ্যে ফাঁসি, ধর্ষকের ফাঁসি চাই, এই বিল আমরা পাস করে রাজ্যপালের কাছে পাঠাবো।
Very importantly there, Mamata Banerjee saying next week she's going to call a special assembly session in which they will change the state rule calling for capital punishment for anyone who's convicted of rape charges.
আপনি আবার বড় বড় কথা বলেন কি? আপনার রাজভবনের কর্মী, একজন মহিলা কর্মী, তাকে আপনি নির্যাতন করেন, সে মেয়েটা বিচার পায়নি, ট্রমাটাইজ হয়ে গিয়েছিল, তাকে আমি অন্য জায়গায় চাকরি দিয়েছি, তাকে আমি সরিয়ে নিয়েছি, থাকবার জায়গা করে দিয়েছি। এই কথাগুলো বলতে পারেন না? লজ্জা নেই? কালকে কারা এসেছিল আন্দোলন করতে? ছাত্রছাত্রীরা না গার্জেন টু কল? গার্জেন টু কল। ছাত্রছাত্রীরা কেউ তোমাদের সাথে নেই, শুভ সমাজ নেই, শুভ বুদ্ধির লোকেরা নেই। আচ্ছা বলুন তো, যদি বাংলার
Mamata
লোক
Banerjee
হয়,
also in fact again poking holes in the Nabanna Abhijan rally yesterday, essentially saying that none of the people who were part of the protest yesterday were students and no one from the civil society.
কোথা থেকে এসছে? আমি পরিষ্কার বলে যাই, বাংলা সবাইকে গ্রহণ করে, সবাইকে আসন দেয়, সবাইকে অলঙ্কৃত করে, সর্বধর্ম মানে, সবাইকে ভালোবাসে। কিন্তু কেউ যদি মনে করেন বাইরে থেকে এসে বাংলাকে অচল করবেন, বাংলাকে অশান্ত করবেন, তারা মনে রাখবেন বাংলার মৃত্যু নেই, বাংলা অচল হয় না, বাংলা সচল থাকে। প্রত্যেকটা লোককে যারা মেরেছে খুঁজে বের করা হবে এবং প্রত্যেকের আমরা চাই শাস্তি হোক। কোর্ট কি করবে আমি জানি না, বিজেপি বললেই কোর্ট ছেড়ে দেয়, মানুষ তো শাস্তি দেবে, এটা মাথায় রাখবেন। আমি মানুষকে কথা বলবো না, আইন হাতে তুলে নিক। দেখুন আমাদের মতো একটা সরকার দেখান তো, যারা কুৎসা করে টিভি চ্যানেলে গিয়ে, সবাই খারাপ আমি বলবো না, কিন্তু কেউ কেউ তো আছে টাকার বিনিময়ে করেন, তাদের আমি জিজ্ঞেস করব, যখন দুনিয়ার ডাক্তাররা প্রতিবাদে স্ট্রাইক করছিলেন দেশ জুড়ে, আমরা কিন্তু ডাক্তারদের বিরুদ্ধে একটা অ্যাকশন নিইনি।
Mamata Banerjee also saying that we never took any sort of an action against the protesters who were part of the doctors' peaceful protests.
কিন্তু দিল্লিতে ওরা কিন্তু এফআইআর করে দিয়েছিল ডাক্তারদের বিরুদ্ধে, যেটা সুপ্রিম কোর্ট বলেছিল এখনো পর্যন্ত যারা কাজে জয়েন করেনি কিছু করবেন না, পরে এটা রাজ্যের ওপর ছেড়ে দিলাম। আজকে কতদিন হলো? 9 থেকে আজকে কদিন হলো? 9 তারিখে পুলিশ ডেড বডি পেয়েছে, 10 তারিখে রাত 3টে নাগাদ ডেড বডি ক্রিমেশন হয়েছে, সারা রাত জেগে কাজ করেছে। আমি নিজে 11 তারিখটা বাদ দিয়ে তার কাজ ছিল বলে 12 তারিখে সকালে তাদের বাড়িতে গেছি, তার বাবা মাকে বলেছি বলুন আপনারা কি বলতে চান।
They're saying that within hours of that crime taking place, of the horrific rape and murder taking place, she had in fact visited the victim's family and had asked them of any support that she could or the Bengal government could provide to the victims.
আমি শুধু বলেছিলাম আজকে সোমবার, আমাকে শনিবার পর্যন্ত টাইম দিন, মঙ্গল বুধ বৃহস্পতি শুক্র শনি 5 দিন, মঙ্গলবারের মধ্যে সিবিআই হয়ে গেল, তার মানে ওরা বিচার চায় না, কেসটাকে জলে ফেলে দিল।
আজ কদিন হলো? She had only asked for 5 days from the victim family in order to bring justice, but then within a few days the CBI took over the case and essentially saying that the center in this in a way blaming the BJP, saying that Mamata alleging that the center does not want justice for the family.
তারপরে মঙ্গলে 8, আর একটা মঙ্গলে 15, আজকে বুধবার 16 দিন হয়ে গেল। কোথায় গেল বিচার? বিচার চাইতে হবে, বলতে হবে বিচার চাই, বিচার চাই, জবাব দাও সিবিআই, বিচার চাই, বিচার চাই, জবাব দাও সিবিআই, ফাঁসি চাই, ফাঁসি চাই, জবাব দাও সিবিআই।
CBI took over the investigations into the case, but that the CBI, in fact, the Central Investigative Agency, must answer as to what they have found in their investigation so far.
তারা অনেক পরিষেবা দেয় সাথে সাথে আমি বলবো আপনারা তো মানবিক আপনারা তো অঙ্গীকারবদ্ধ মানুষকে সেবা দেবার জন্য সুপ্রিম কোর্টও রিকোয়েস্ট করেছে সবাইকে কাজে যোগ দেবার জন্য অনেক মানুষ পরিষেবা না পেয়ে মারা গেছে এরা গরিব লোক যারা বড় লোক কোটিপতি অনেক টাকা আছে তারা প্রাইভেট হাসপাতাল ট্রিটমেন্ট করতে পারে
Mamata Banerjee also in this part of the speech in a way appealing to the doctors to resume duty, saying that it's the poorest of the poor who are getting affected the most.
যদি বাচ্চা মানে জন্মাবার সময় হয় ডাক্তাররাই তো তার ডেলিভারিটা করে সে কি ওয়েট করতে পারে তার তো একটা সময় থাকে একটা হার্ট অপারেশন যদি কারো হার্ট অ্যাটাক হয় সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ব্যবস্থা নিতে হয় এই ধরনের অনেক রোগ আছে যা আপনারা করেন সিনিয়র ডাক্তাররা সাথে থাকে জুনিয়র ডাক্তাররা করেন এর থেকে আপনারা ট্রেনিংটাও পান ট্রেনিংটাও হয়ে যাক আমি আপনাদের কথা দিচ্ছি আমি আজকে মিটিং করছি আজ পর্যন্ত বলছি আমরা কোনো ব্যবস্থা নিইনি আপনারা আন্দোলন করেছেন আমি কোনো ব্যবস্থা আপনাদের বিরুদ্ধে নেব না কারণ আমি যেহেতু মনে করি আপনাদের দুঃখ থাকতে পারে অভিমান থাকতে পারে ক্ষোভ থাকতে পারে আপনারা বিচার চাইছেন কিন্তু এবার আস্তে আস্তে জয়েন করুন
Mamata Banerjee there telling the doctors that that the government is with them, that the government is empathetic to the fact that the doctors have in fact suffered, that they have very relevant issues which they have brought forward, but once again reiterating her appeal that she wants the doctors to resume duties.
তার ভবিষ্যৎটা নষ্ট হয়ে যাবে সে আর কোথাও চান্স পাবে না পাসপোর্ট পাবে না ভিসা পাবে না আমি যদি কারোর বিরুদ্ধে লিগালি অ্যাকশন নিই সে বিচার পাবে না সে মনে রাখবেন তার জীবনটা পুরো নষ্ট হয়ে যাবে আমরা সেটা চাই না আমাদের সরকারের মানবিক মুখ আছে মানবিক মুখ দিয়ে আমি আরো ডাক্তার তৈরি করতে চাই এবং আমরা একমাত্র গভর্নমেন্ট যেটা নারী সুরক্ষার জন্য
So Bengal Chief Minister there, Mamata Banerjee, in fact holding an address. Remember, it's the TMC Foundation Day today, and the TMC brass had already dedicated it to the RG Kaur victim. And Mamata Banerjee, in her address, in fact, just now appealed to the doctors to resume their duty and essentially saying it's the poorest of the poor who are getting affected as the doctors are continuing with their protest, not just in Kolkata, but across several other hospitals in Bengal as well. Let me go across to my colleague Saurabh. For more on this, Saurabh, take us through some of the key highlights which have come through from Mamata Banerjee's speech so far. In fact, very importantly, she pointed out that she is going to call a special assembly session next week in which she is going to introduce a bill seeking capital punishment for rapists.
Well, you know, both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee have spoken here at the the students' wing of the Trinamool Congress. There, of course, Abhishek Banerjee.
Right, Saurabh, go on. Right, we'll try and fix that audio link with Saurabh Gupta there, but very important points which are coming through from Mamata Banerjee's speech at the TMC Foundation Day there. Essentially, if I can just encapsulate some of the points that she mentioned, as I said, that Mamata Banerjee has in fact very significantly said that the Bengal government is going to call a special assembly session next week in which they will try and amend some sections of the criminal law there, that they will try and ensure more stringent punishment for rapists. In fact, she mentioned right at the beginning of her speech that she believes that there should only be one punishment for rapists, and that is capital punishment, and that is an amendment that they would want to make to the state law, and that she's going to bring a bill to that effect in the assemblies, the special assembly session that the Bengal government will call next week. Also, very importantly, pointing out that it's the BJP which is triggering some of these street protests, and that there was no student or any civil society member who were part of the Nabanna Abhijan rally on Tuesday, that it was solely and wholly led by the BJP. And in fact, talking about the Bandh call by the BJP today, in fact, Mamata Banerjee also cited a Bombay High Court observation saying that the Bombay High Court had recently said that bandhs are illegal and that the focus should be on ensuring justice. Right, let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, so this announcement which has been made by Mamata Banerjee just a short while back calling for a special assembly session is interesting because she in a way is now saying that she's going to amend the state law asking for stringent punishment for rapists.
Well, yes, you know what the TMC is saying is that they want a law that frames a time-bound process of trial and conviction, because they say that, you know, when justice, you know, is delayed, like they say, they accuse the CBI of doing in this case, saying that it's been 16 days, but the CBI hasn't been able to show progress in the investigation. These are questions that Mamata Banerjee is raising, saying that there needs to be a law, and she said the West Bengal Assembly will pass a law and send it to the Raj Bhavan for approval. And then she, of course, attacked the governor, saying the governor is talking a lot, but of course, you know, he is someone who has also been responsible for harassing a woman. So obviously, you know, bringing back that allegation that the Trinamool has made, the governor, but this has become now largely a Trinamool versus BJP event. So Mamata Banerjee mentioned that today junior doctors are holding a rally, and she supports their rally because they are fighting for justice for one of their own, one of their colleagues. So obviously a lot of political statements coming from Mamata Banerjee to counter the BJP, which is also now on the streets, has called for a bandh today in West Bengal, a 12-hour bandh. So, and Abhishek Banerjee, the Trinamool Congress's National General Secretary, has also said that he will, consider a private member's bill if the union government does not consider such law in the next few months. So it remains to be seen when this assembly session will be called and when the West Bengal government will actually ensure that, you know, this kind of law that they're talking about will be passed. Remember, the West Bengal government does have a huge majority in the assembly. Right. So obviously it will be interesting to see what this law entails, how it's different from the existing laws, because really a lot of people have been arguing it's not a law or the absence of a law, but the implementation of the law that's really the problem. So sometimes people say more laws are not the solution. It's the implementation of existing laws that is lacking. So all of those, points are likely to be discussed when the West Bengal Assembly discusses this bill that Mamata Banerjee has announced.
Right, very important there, and a significant announcement coming through from that speech that Mamata Banerjee just delivered. Saurabh, stay with us. There are other aspects of the unrest which is taking place in Bengal today that we are covering. Remember, as we have in fact been reporting that the BJP had called for a 12-hour bandh today. Several leaders have been detained. There have been clashes between TMC and BJP workers in some areas as well. But these visuals coming in from Bhatpara, which the BJP, this video has in fact been released by the BJP, which shows one of their leaders, Priyangu Pandey, being allegedly shot at in Bengal. The BJP has alleged that its TMC goons were behind this attack, and they have in fact said that the TMC goons fired on their leader and the attack took place in Bhatpara area of North 24 Parganas. As I mentioned earlier, that the video has in fact been shared by the BJP there. Let me go across to my, in fact, let's listen in to a comment coming in before I go back to Saurabh.
आज सुबह जो है घर से निकले हैं अपने नेता अर्जुन सिंह जी के घर जाने के लिए सुबह 8:15 में 3 मिनट भी नहीं हुआ होगा घोषपाड़ा रोड पे उठे हैं, इंग्लैंड या मिल क्रॉस किए हैं। रास्ते पर अचानक भाटपाड़ा म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का जेटिंग मशीन ला करके रास्ता जाम कर दिया गया है। जैसे ही हमारी गाड़ी रुकी है वैसे ही 50 से 60 लोग जो है हमारे गाड़ी को, हम लोग के गाड़ी के ऊपर जो टारगेट करके बम चलाना शुरू किया है। 7 से 8 जो है बम चला है। उसके बाद स्पेशली टारगेट करके हमारे ऊपर जो गोली चला है, जो 6 से 7 राउंड, तो ये पूरी जो है तृणमूल कांग्रेस और पुलिस का मिली भगत है। आज हमारा मर्डर का जो है लोग प्लान करके रखा था।
Right, and we'll of course keep coming back for more on the updates coming in from Bengal. But for now, shifting focus to another one of our top stories. And that is, of course, the Mollywood Me Too meltdown, in which we have seen several cases now which have been filed by the SIT in Kerala. There are 17 cases in total which have been filed by the Special Investigation Team looking into some of these allegations which have been included in the Hema Committee report. Remember, several survivors have also been speaking out either on social media or with media channels, essentially detailing what happened to them. And now the latest, of course, incident coming in is of Sonia Malhaar, who has also filed a fresh complaint with the SIT. Remember that on Tuesday, there were several senior members of the AMMA who had in fact resigned, stepped down from their post, taking moral responsibility. But there's also a few dissenting voices essentially saying that they have not quit or resigned. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika, who is joining us from Trivandrum, I believe. Ishika, you have in fact been speaking to several of the survivors, and they have in fact detailed how even before going to the SIT that they had certain apprehensions, but now they are in a way being encouraged, looking at other women who have filed complaints with the SIT, and that there's been positive response so far from the police who have just started investigating these cases. Take us through what has been found, or what stage of the investigation are we at the moment?
Well, in fact, Anama, as you rightly mentioned, we are in fact currently present in Trivandrum, and in fact, we have been speaking to a lot of survivors in this case, in fact, who have narrated their ordeal, regarding, in fact, making allegations of physical abuse, verbal abuse against the Mollywood heavyweights. Now, currently, where we are present is, in fact, Revati Sampath, who's, in fact, recording her statement inside, and it's been more than 1.5 hours that she continues to record her statement against Siddiqui. Remember that she was in fact one of the major reasons why Siddiqui in fact resigned from the secretary role of the secretary role of Amma. And not just that, we have also seen that how Siddiqui later on filed a case against her as well. Remember that she has leveled rape allegations. These are very grave allegations, rape allegations against Siddiqui, and currently she's inside, she's recording her statement. And as you rightly mentioned, not just her, all the other survivors that we have spoken to, be it Meenu Munir, be it in fact Sonia Malhaar, all of them have also in fact filed their complaint with the SIT. What we are getting to know is that in fact 18 complaints so far have been filed with the SIT. So certainly the investigation is going on. But on the other side, we also saw today how actor Meenu Munir also said that now she's getting threat messages. So certainly, what even the survivors told to us, that this does not seem to be an easy process for them, especially keeping the security of the victims in mind. So that is certainly one aspect that the government here really needs to look into. Over to you.
That's right. Ishika, as you were mentioning, that some of these survivors who are now, of course, were apprehensive, but slowly and surely we can see more of them coming through and talking to the SIT, to the police there in Kerala. But also, if you can also look at the other angle as well for a bit, we've seen some of these top Mollywood faces, some of these top men from Mollywood who have been accused by these women. They have also come up with counter complaints. So is the same SIT going to look into that as well, or that's being handled by a different department?
Well, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, we have seen that not just the survivors, we are seeing that the allegations, that they are making against the Mollywood heavyweights, they now are coming one by one. And in fact, they are saying that it is just a part of the conspiracy to defame them. And then they are filing complaints with the Kerala DGP. So certainly that is also going to be looked into, because remember that this, in fact, SIT that has been formed by the state government is to look into, all of these allegations allegations of rape, of sexual harassment that the actors here in the Mollywood cinema have gone through ages. Remember that it is only after the Hema Committee report, which in fact had very shocking revelations, became public, was this step taken by the state government. So, what will be the investigation after all of these complaints are filed? That certainly remains to be seen. But so far, if we talk about, the survivors, 18 in fact complaints have, so far been filed with the SIT here. Over to you.
Keep track of all the updates coming in on this big story from Kerala. Thank you so much for joining us with that. On that note, we'll head into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Right, welcome back. And now an important order coming in from the Supreme Court, where the top court has held that even in money laundering cases, bail is the rule and jail is the exception. This was an order delivered by the Supreme Court earlier today. A bench comprising Justices B.R. Gavai and K.V. Vishwanathan held that while delivered this order while allowing bail to an accused in a money laundering case. The bench held that Section 45 of the PMLA only lays down that the grant of the bail would be subject to twin conditions and does not alter the fundamental principle that bail is the rule and jail is an exception. Remember this, there have been numerous occasions in which the Supreme Court has reiterated that this is what the top court believes in, that the right or the liberty of an individual cannot be compromised with in most cases, and there have to be strong reasons for holding him in jail, holding him or her in jail for long. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, give us some perspective on this. This is not the first time that the Supreme Court has said this, but give us an understanding of how this observation came through in that judgment delivered by the top court today.
Well, this case relates to Prem Prakash, who's an aide of Hemant Soren, and it's an alleged forgery case which was charged under PMLA. What they have done is not so much about bail is the rule and jail is the exception. That has been pronounced in Mani Sisodia, Kavita, as well as in today's case. But what they have gone is one step further. Yesterday, you saw in Kavita's case, they said that, the reverse argument that for a lady who's educated, why the Delhi High Court had said she should be denied bail on that ground. And they, did the reverse argument on that point. Today, they have gone one step further. In PMLA cases, if you start, while you're in custody, putting in more incriminating documents against the accused, that will not be admissible and permissible. That's the new distinction today in today's order, because they feel that it goes against the canons of justice and the fair play. And it's in that context that they have said that those incriminating documents will not be admissible in a PMLA case under Section 45. So that is a new ground that has been done today, as well as, of course, as you pointed out, jail is the exception, bail is the rule. We'll have to wait and see what happens now in the case of the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, whose case comes up on the 5th of September. That, of course, is before a different bench.
That's right, Sunil, as you were mentioning, that this observation is also important because we have several top personalities, as you mentioned, including Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who has in fact been imprisoned for several months now in ED cases. Sunil, thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to the flood situation in Gujarat, where we have in fact been reporting that there have been several areas in the state which are still heavily waterlogged. In fact, Prime Minister Modi also spoke to Gujarat Chief Minister earlier today, taking stock of the situation, seeking details of the relief and rescue operations. Several villages in Gujarat have been cut off and submerged due to the heavy rains, and especially Vadodara is one of the cities which has been receiving a lot of rainfall. Besides that, there's of course NDRF, which is part of the rescue operations. They have in fact been moving people to safe zones, especially in some of these villages. Right, let's shift focus now to another developing story, and there's protest taking place in Chandigarh against the Congress. In fact, water cannons, shots have come in there where water cannons are being fired at protesters. The protest is related to against Congress and over employment, and the police have detained youth trying to Gherao the Huda's residence, and Chandigarh police are using water cannons on protesters. Those are the pictures coming in from Chandigarh there. This is an anti-Congress protest taking place. Remember, this is important as it comes in just days ahead, weeks ahead of the Haryana elections there, and this protest being held against Congress. And the protesters there were trying to surround Huda's residence there. Right, so as I mentioned that these are pictures coming in from Chandigarh. This is a protest being held against the Congress there, and the police there, you can see on the screens, detaining some of the protesters, taking them away in vans. There was also water cannons which were used in order to disperse the crowd there, and the some of these youth had in fact gathered outside Huda's residence, and they were protesting against the Congress party, and this is important, of course, coming in weeks ahead of the elections in Haryana. Let me go across to my colleague Gurpreet to understand this further. Gurpreet, what were these protesters' demand?
Well, we have seen these protesters. They had gathered at Sector 3 in Chandigarh. They wanted to march toward former Chief Minister's house, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, where they want to convey a very strong message because the Congress has already written to Election Commission on the recently recruitment, and the result of the recruitment has been banned, and put a cap on that result that will not be declared. On that protest, they have already come here. They wanted to get off Bhupinder Singh Hooda's residence so that they want to give a very strong message. The Congress has played a major role for stopping the employment for the youth in Haryana. So we have seen when they were trying to cross over the barricade, water cannon was being used by the police to disperse all the protesters from there, and some of the protesters, they have been detained by the Chandigarh police so that law and order should not be disturbed at any cost. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet there reporting from Chandigarh and telling us about this protest being held outside the Hooda's residence there in the city. Shifting focus now back to one of our top stories, and remember that the National Task Force on Doctors' Safety, which had been set up by the Supreme Court, held its first meeting on Tuesday. And there has in fact been a high-level meeting which was chaired by the Union Home Secretary today, with state authorities discussing measures which can be taken immediately to ensure more safety for doctors at the hospitals. In fact, my colleague Tanushka spoke to one of the members of the National Task Force on what is their top priority while formulating guidelines for doctors' safety.
Taking suo motu cognizance of the RG rape and murder case, the Supreme Court issued directives to form a national task force. I'm joined by one of the members of the National Task Force, Dr. Soumitra Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Dr. Rawat is also the chairman of surgical gastroenterology at Gangaram Hospital in Delhi. Doctor, beginning with the first meeting of the NTF that happened yesterday, what were, the key measures or points that were discussed in the meeting?
I think it was a great meeting, and all the members were there, and it was chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and we had Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, and all the members were in the meeting, and we had a very detailed and elaborate discussion regarding the issues of the doctors. As you know that, we have been mandated by the Supreme Court, look at two specific things: how to prevent violence against the medical professional, and how to, have a protocol for dignified and safe working conditions of the doctor. So we had a very elaborate discussion, point-wise point. And before the meeting, we were also approached by a lot of stakeholders, and all the members, they were approached. There has been association and organizations which are representing Junior Doctor Association. We have a Surgical Association, Association of Surgeons of India. There is a IMA, Indian Medical Association. So they have also given various members their suggestions. So those suggestions and recommendations also we have given it to the Health Ministry.
Doctor, what are these major suggestions? Like, in what form can there be safety and security protocol ensured ahead?
I think you would have read the judgment of the Supreme Court, and they have specific mentioned how to prevent gender-based violence, national plan for dignified working condition of interns, junior doctors, and non-resident doctors, provide the additional security in the emergency, baggage should be screened. So, security to manage the crowd, and then the adequate restrooms, and biometric and facial recognition, and look into, how many hours doctors are working. So we discussed on each and every point.
Doctor, being a doctor yourself for these many years, you know the late hours that go in, and especially concerns for female doctors. How was this topic raised in the meeting? And with respect to any sort of women guards, supposing being in place at late shifts?
I think we discussed all the aspect, and I am fortunate that I have got experience of working in a government hospital, because I was trained in Maulana Azad Medical College. So I did my graduation, post-graduation and registrarship in Maulana Azad Medical College, which is purely a government hospital. Then I went to England. I did my advanced training there, and then I was a consultant surgeon. Then I was a surgical tutor, and I'm still member court of examiner of Royal College of Surgeons of England. So I was there in England for 17 years, and I know, how we provide security in the NHS, how to make dignified condition and safe working conditions for doctor. And now I'm working in Sir Gangaram Hospital, and we have got roughly around 300 security staff in Gangaram Hospital, and we have got on-call duty room for all the doctors who are doing on-calls in Gangaram. We are the largest postgraduate training center for National Board of Examination. So, these are the things where the leaders, head of the department, dean, medical superintendent and director, they need to be proactive so that this horrendous thing which happened should not happen again.
So have such sort of, like you mentioned, on-call duty rooms, have such provisions been discussed to make these kind of provisions at government hospitals across the country?
We have discussed, as I told you, that we discussed each and every point, and we are going to have an interim report prepared in next 2 or 3 weeks, and final report we need to submit in next 2 months.
Yeah. With that, we'll head into a short break. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere,
Bengal Chief Minister talks tough on rape laws on the back of protests over the Kolkata doctor who was raped and murdered. Mamata Banerjee says she will call a special assembly session next week to bring a bill seeking capital punishment for rapists. From TMC versus BJP to Bengal government versus centre, Mamata Banerjee slams the CBI investigation into the Kolkata trainee doctor's rape and murder case. Mamata Banerjee takes on BJP over the Bandh call, and the BJP meanwhile alleges that it's TMC-sponsored attack on their cadre. Union Home Secretary chairs a high-level meeting on doctors' safety. Health Secretary also writes to all states, calling them to enhance security for medical professionals. Meanwhile, a National Task Force member speaks exclusively to NDTV, says that the panel is currently working on formulating guidelines for more security for doctors. Latest in the Mollywood Me Too cases, 17 complaints which have been filed so far with the Kerala SIT. Actor Sonia Malhaar is the latest to file a harassment complaint. Meanwhile, there's dissent in the AMMA, which is the Kerala film body, over disbanding executive committee members. Supreme Court once again bats for bail versus jail. The top court says that even in money laundering cases, bail is the rule and jail an exception, and that liberty of individuals is always the rule. Observations made by the top court while hearing a bail plea of Hemant Soren's alleged aide. Flash flood situation continues in Gujarat. 7 people killed after heavy rains lashed the state. Army mobilized for relief and rescue operations. Intense waterlogging in multiple cities reported. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Gujarat Chief Minister, takes stock of the situation. Right, so our top focus on the show, of course, is on the Bengal situation currently today. As we know that the BJP had called for a 12-hour bandh, but the TMC and the Bengal government had in fact opposed it. There have been several instances coming in showing skirmish between TMC and BJP workers. Police have detained several BJP leaders who were leading protests in different parts of Bengal. The protests had in fact been called by the BJP after police action on the Nobanno Obhijan rally on Tuesday. While the BJP had claimed that the protest march there to Nobanno was led by students and civil society members, the TMC called it a setup by the BJP. Very significantly, just a short while back, we heard Mamata Banerjee, the Bengal Chief Minister there, addressing her workers at a TMC function where she said that she's going to call a special assembly session next week to move a bill seeking capital punishment for rapists. At the same time, she questioned the CBI investigation, asking what has been achieved in the 16-day probe by the Central Investigating Agency so far. Right, so the update there that you can see on your screens there, very dramatic images, of course, coming in from Bengal, different parts of Bengal, not just in Kolkata. And the BJP there, this of course coming in visuals from Nondigram, where Shubhendu Adhikari is in fact leading the protest march there. But it's not just Shubhendu Adhikari, several top BJP leaders also have in fact been leading protests in different parts of the state. We saw Loket Chatterjee, Rupa Ganguly, some of the main BJP faces there who were detained by the police earlier today. The BJP has maintained that there's excessive police force being used by the Bengal government against protesters. In fact, the Bengal BJP chief has also written to the governor complaining about this. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka. Tanushka, we've seen that there's of course been a lot of unrest in Bengal, and that it's a TMC-BJP face-off once again today after a follow-up of yesterday, in fact, that the TMC alleges that it's BJP which is in a way triggering these protests, is in a way trying to provoke people to come out on the streets. And it's of course today the Bandh has been called by the BJP. But on the other hand, the BJP alleges that the Bengal government is in fact trying to quell any sort of protest and to cut down on any dissenting voices who are questioning the Bengal government's handling of this very sensitive case of a trainee doctor's rape and murder.
Precisely, that's the case. Even the West Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee, just in an address said that no student or civil society member was in the Navana rally that happened yesterday, wherein not protesters but even members of the Kolkata police force were badly injured. There was a huge ruckus that was caused in the protest march yesterday, and what the Chief Minister also added on is that police action has never been taken on protesting doctors. What, she also justifies saying that she visited the deceased families hours after the incident and only asked for 5 days' time when the case was handed over to the CBI. So what she's claiming essentially here is that the BJP doesn't want justice for the deceased family. This is what the West Bengal Chief Minister said, and she added that it's been 16 days and she asks, where is justice? So the Mamata Banerjee also herself appeals to doctors to resume to work. We know that the Resident Doctors Association, the Student Doctors Association in West Bengal in Kolkata have not resumed to their duties yet. They are still on with the movement and are continuing to protest and demand for justice. What we also know from what Mamata Banerjee has said is that the main thing being that the Bengal Chief Minister questions the CBI probe and also is claiming that the CBI has justice in this case and says that death penalty is the demand at this point for the rapist.
Right, and this of course comes days after Mamata Banerjee had written to the Prime Minister also, again in that case as well, talking about rape cases across the country and how there needs to be stronger law that the centre brings in order to deal with people who are accused and who are in fact convicted in rape cases. Tanushka there, thank you so much for joining us. With that, let's shift focus now, staying in a way connected to the story, but this of course is about the angle of doctors' safety. Remember the National Task Force, which is a panel set up by the Supreme Court to look into issues of doctors' safety across the country and in order to formulate guidelines for the same. The task force had in fact held its first meeting on Tuesday. Following that, there was also a high-level meeting chaired by the Union Home Secretary there, along with the state DGPs as well, asking about the measures which are being taken in order to ensure more safety at hospitals. The Union Health Secretary has also written to all the states, asking them to ensure the same. Meanwhile, my colleague Tanushka, in fact, also spoke to the National Task Force member there, who talked about what are some of the things they're keeping in mind while formulating these guidelines for doctor safety.
Taking so moto cognizance of the RG rape and murder case, the Supreme Court issued directives to form a national task force. I'm joined by one of the members of the National Task Force, Dr. Soumitra Rawat. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Dr. Rawat is also the chairman of surgical gastroenterology at Gangaram Hospital in Delhi. Doctor, beginning with the first meeting of the NTF that happened yesterday, what were, the key measures or points that were discussed in the meeting?
I think it was a great meeting and all the members were there, and it was chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and we had Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, and all the members were in the meeting, and we had a very detailed and elaborate discussion regarding the issues of the doctors. As you know that we have been mandated by the Supreme Court, look at two specific things: how to prevent violence against the medical professional, and how to have a protocol for dignified and safe working conditions of the doctor. So we had a very elaborate discussion, point-wise point. And before the meeting, we were also approached by a lot of stakeholders, and all the members, they were approached. there has been association and organizations which are representing Junior Doctor Association. We have a Surgical Association, Association of Surgeons of India. There is a IMA, Indian Medical Association. So they have also given various members their suggestions. So those suggestions and recommendations also we have given it to the Health Ministry.
Doctor, what are these major suggestions? Like, in what form can there be safety and security protocol ensured ahead?
I think you would have read the judgment of the Supreme Court, and they have specific mentioned how to prevent gender-based violence. National plan for dignified working condition of interns, junior doctors, and non-resident doctors. Provide the additional security in the emergency. Baggage should be screened. So, security to manage the crowd, and then the adequate restrooms and biometric and facial recognition, and look into, how many hours doctors are working. So we discussed on each and every point.
Doctor, being a doctor yourself for these many years, you know the late hours that go in, and especially concerns for female doctors. How was this topic raised in the meeting? And with respect to any sort of women guards, supposing being in place at late shifts?
I think we discussed all the aspect, and I am fortunate that I have got experience of working in a government hospital, because I was trained in Maulana Azad Medical College. So I did my graduation, post-graduation and registrarship in Maulana Azad Medical College, which is purely a government hospital. Then I went to England. I did my advanced training there, and then I was a consultant surgeon. Then I was a surgical tutor, and I'm still member court of examiner of Royal College of Surgeons of England. So I was there in England for 17 years, and I know, how we provide security in the NHS, how to make dignified condition and safe working conditions for doctor. And now I'm working in Sir Gangaram Hospital, and we have got roughly around 300 security staff in Gangaram Hospital, and we have got on-call duty room for all the doctors who are doing on-calls in Gangaram. We are the largest postgraduate training center for National Board of Examination. So, these are the things where the leaders, head of the department, dean, medical superintendent and director, they need to be proactive so that this horrendous thing which happened should not happen again.
So have such sort of, like you mentioned, on-call duty rooms, have such provisions been discussed to make these kind of provisions at government hospitals across the country?
We have discussed, as I told you, that we discussed each and every point, and we are going to have an interim report prepared in next 2 or 3 weeks, and final report we need to submit in next 2 months.
So, speaking of these reports, what we understand at this point that, all right, student protests and resident doctor protests also have come to a halt in Delhi especially. But in Kolkata, it's still going on. The movement still lives on. Considering that the main demand is for justice and, of course, stringent laws to be brought into place. All eyes are kind of now on this national task force. What in the future is, as you said, from the interim report and the final guidelines, can one expect from the NTF?
I think what I can assure all the doctors are that, all of us in National Task Force, where there is a Cabinet Secretary, Home Secretary, Health Secretary, we are working very hard so as to, focus on those two things, prevent the violence and provide a dignified, safe condition for the doctors. So obviously, we are all working forward. Interim report will come, and we will give we will also give a final recommendations, and that we have to submit within 2 months.
Doctor, when you speak about prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, will an internal complaints committee, ICC, be formed in each of these hospitals?
I think that is what that would be one of the point, that internal committee should be there, and especially when there is a violence or any problems female junior doctors have, the committee will have a significant number of women doctors so that they can directly approach the committee if head of the department or the head of the institution are not listening to their problems.
Thank you so much for your insight, Dr. Rawat. So that was Dr. Rawat telling us a broad list of actions that will be taken by the National Task Force, the primary objective being prevention of gender-based violence and sexual violence, for which an ICC, Internal Complaints Committee, will also be formed. With Arun Singh Negi, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Shifting focus now to another one of our top stories, and that is on the latest coming in from Mollywood's Me Too moment. Now, as we know that there are 18 complaints which have been received by the SIT in Kerala, which is looking into the survivor accounts which have come through, some of them detailed in the Hema Committee report, which was released last week. But following that, we've seen a number of survivors who have opened up, whether on social media posts or while talking to media, where they have detailed accounts, horrific details of what actually happened with them by several senior, and that they were in fact allegedly exploited by several senior members of the Kerala film industry, following which, of course, we saw that actor Mohanlal, who was the president of the Association of Malayalam Movie Body Actors, or AMMA, had in fact stepped down. Several other senior members of AMMA had also stepped down. But there are some dissenting voices coming through as well. Some of these members who are saying that they're still part of the Malayalam Movie Association. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, in terms of the investigation, the SIT in Kerala is looking into 18 complaints. And joining me to talk about the latest is my colleague Ishika Verma, who's reporting out of Thiruvananthapuram now. Ishika, we have seen that the SIT has already started speaking to some of these women who have forwarded their complaints to them. But in terms of the investigation, what is the approach being done by the Kerala SIT? Have they already started talking to some of these men who have been accused by these women? Have they been called for questioning yet?
Well, Tonima, if we talk about the SIT is currently looking into the complaints that is being filed one by all of these actors, in fact, who made these grave allegations against, the Malayalam film industry heavyweights. In fact, we also spoke to a lot of survivors on NDTV itself, and let me first tell you that the place where I'm present is Trivandrum, and in fact, just inside, actor Revathi Sampath is in fact, recording her statement, and it has been over 5 hours. In fact, it has been over 2 hours that she continues to, in fact, record her statement against Siddiqui. Remember that she was the main reason that Siddiqui, in fact, said that he's voluntarily resigning from the position of the Secretary of Amma. But after that, we also saw how Siddiqui, in fact, filed a complaint against her. And later than that was only when, Revathi Sampath then filed a complaint, and she has leveled grave allegations against Siddiqui. She has leveled rape charges against Siddiqui. So certainly now she is recording her statement. Not just her, but we have seen various other, in fact, survivors as well. If we talk about Sonia Malhaar, if we talk about Minu Munir, they also, in fact, have come forward and they have registered their complaint with the SIT. Remember that this SIT has been formed by the state government after the shocking revelations of Hema Committee report came into the public domain, and one by one we saw the survivors speaking up. But, what we are also in fact seeing is that, the actors against whom these allegations are, the actors, the filmmakers, be it Siddiqui or be it Edavela Babu, they have in fact also filed a complaint against those who have made these allegations. So SIT is looking into all of these complaints. So far, 18 complaints have been registered with the SIT. So the SIT is going to look through all of this, and then in fact, the investigation is going to proceed further. But one concern that continues to remain there in the mind of the survivors is that this is not, going to be an easy process for the victims. And in fact, we already saw how Meenu Munir said that she has started receiving threat messages. So one demand that is coming from the victims even now is that the government should think regarding the safety of the victims in this entire process. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, so we're given to understand, basis what you just reported, that the SIT is initially now looking into the complaints from the women and also recording the statements of some of these women actors who have come forward. But also talk to us about some of the challenges that the SIT will face and in fact is facing, because even in the previous wave of Me Too complaints which came in around 2018, we had seen that since most of these complaints dated back at a certain point in time, it's very difficult for the investigators actually to find out corroborative evidence related to some of these complaints, since it took place at much earlier, and to go to these areas or to find other witnesses also in a way who can corroborate some of these statements. Are these some of the challenges which the SIT is facing? If you can talk us through that.
Well, Tanima, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, we have in fact already seen how, if we talk about the SIT that has been formed, after that one by one the survivors are coming here and in fact, recording their statements. Now we have already seen, the government also, assuring that once all of these complaints are filed, the law will take its own course. But certainly so far also what we have seen, that it doesn't seem to be in fact an easy process. We have seen that Siddiqui, against whom it was Revati Sampath who's currently recording her statement, she had made grave allegations. She had in fact leveled rape charges against him. He also in fact came forward and filed a complaint against her. Then again, we saw another actor, senior actor and a heavyweight in the Malayalam film industry, Edavela Babu, also in fact coming forward and then filing a complaint. So in fact, it is in some cases it has already begun as a case of complaints and counter complaints. So it is not going to be an easy process. A very complex process is what it seems, even for the SIT that has been constituted. And remember that the government says that the role of the SIT is in fact to look into all of these allegations, because these allegations, as per the Hema Committee report, has been made by the actors over the ages, in the Malayalam film industry. Many of those whom we spoke to, even on NDTV, they said that in fact, the trauma was so much that they had in fact were forced in fact to relocate to another place to leave the Malayalam film industry.
Right.
So all of these complaints are going to be looked into by the SIT. The government says that they stand by the survivors, but certainly it is not an easy task. More and more women are coming here, but they are also raising the demand of giving them safety at the same time. Over to you.
Right. Of course, these are early days in the investigation, but the SIT has already started recording the statements of some of these top women actors also who have sent their complaints to the SIT. Ishika, we'll keep coming back to you for more as developments take place there in Thiruvananthapuram. Shifting focus now to protests taking place in Chandigarh, and there were dramatic images which came through from Chandigarh where there was an anti-Congress protest in which we saw the youth trying to surround Huda's family house there in Chandigarh. In fact, some of these protesters were also detained by the police, moved away in police vans just a short while back. In fact, the police also used water cannons to try and disperse the crowd. The protests are linked to some of the promises that the Congress had made regarding employment. Now on to an important judgment coming in from the top court, and the Supreme Court said today that even in money laundering cases, bail is the rule and jail is the exception. delivering a judgment today. The bench comprising of Justices B.R. Gavai and K.V. Vishwanathan held that in money laundering cases also, bail should be made the rule. The bench held that Section 45 of the PMLA only lays down that the grant of the bail would be subject to twin conditions and does not alter the fundamental principle that bail is the norm. In fact, some of the words that Justice Vishwanathan used, saying that we have held that even in PMLA, bail is the rule and jail is the exception, and that the liberty of an individual is always the norm.
And it's an alleged forgery case which was charged under PMLA. What they have done is not so much about bail is the rule and jail is the exception. That has been pronounced in Mani Sisodia, Kavita, as well as in today's case. But what they have gone is one step further. Yesterday you saw in Kavita's case, they said that, the reverse argument that for a lady who's educated, why the Delhi High Court had said she should be denied bail on that ground. And they, did the reverse argument on that point. Today, they have gone one step further. In PMLA cases, if you start, while you are in custody, putting in more incriminating documents against the accused, that will not be admissible and permissible. That's the new distinction today in today's order, because they feel that it goes against the canons of justice and the fair play. And it's in that context that they have said that those incriminating documents will not be admissible in a PMLA case under Section 45. So that is a new ground that has been done today, as well as, of course, as you pointed out, jail is the exception, bail is the rule. We'll have to wait and see what happens now in the case of the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, whose case comes up on the 5th of September. That, of course, is before a different bench.
Right, breaking update coming in, and the Kannada actor Darshan, who has in fact been sent to jail in a murder case, his judicial custody has been extended further. This just comes in days after there were images which went viral showing the Kannada actor in a way having coffee and smoking on prison lawns, and also there was an image which went viral which showed that he was doing a video call while he was inside the jail. So this is a setback, of course, for Darshan, that his judicial custody has been extended further till September 9th. And the investigators told the court that statement of some witnesses are still pending, which is the reason why they have, in fact, sought for his judicial custody. So Darshan, actor Darshan, to remain in jail till September 9th. Remember, the actor has been arrested for murdering one of his fans. And lately, in fact, that actor Darshan was also said to be moved to another jail, out of the Bengaluru jail to a jail in Ballari. That was an order which had also been given by the courts just yesterday, after these images of what is being touted as his jail party went viral, went online, and it was also reported by the media, following which the Karnataka government also had in fact asked for him to be shifted out of the Bengaluru jail to a jail in Ballari district. On to election news now, and the election buzz is back in Jammu and Kashmir, where there is going to be an election being held in the Union Territory after 10 years. In fact, campaigning has also picked up pace amid hectic parleys to meet nomination deadlines. So the nomination for the first phase of elections in J&K is over, and there's of course multiple aspects that are in play. The state will poll on the 18th of September. Leaders across parties, including several independent candidates, made a beeline for the DC office. In fact, yesterday we saw to file in their nominations. The banned outfit Jamaat-e-Islami is fielding at least 3 of its former members as independent candidates from several constituencies in South Kashmir. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir for more on this. Nazir, so the first phase, the nomination, one of the deadlines have been in a way ticked off the box. So the first phase nomination deadline is over, so that is done. What are the developments that you're seeing? J&K is, of course, witnessing campaigning of this level after a long time now, after a decade almost. So is it a slow and steady, in a way in which the political parties there are going back into the campaigning mode now?
Campaigning, it is a fascinating thing which is happening, but it is also a challenge for the political parties, because then you have an election after a gap of 10 years. So you have so many claimants who want to fight elections within the parties and outside parties. That's why yesterday, for the first phase, for 24 seats, there were 279 candidates. And right now, BJP is actually facing a huge problem in Katra, Mata Vaishno Devi Assembly constituency there. Because yesterday the party issued revised list of candidates and they changed the candidate from Mata Vaishno Devi seat. But there was the workers raised the banner of revolt. They have threatened mass resignation if that decision is not changed. So the BJP state president Ravinder Raina has rushed there to pacify the workers, but they are unrelenting. They say no, the original candidate should be given the mandate, not the new one. There are people who are saying the candidate who has been given mandate had betrayed the party in past, and he was even suspended by the party when he did cross voting in 2012-13. So they say, how can the same man be rewarded? So that is the thing. In fact, before yesterday, they were also, challenging, protests in BJP office. And the same problems were faced by other parties like National Council. They faced some resignations as well after the seat sharing arrangements with Congress and distribution of tickets. Same is true about PDP and the parties also. Congress is yet to release its list for across for second and third phases. But, the way people are coming, large number of, candidates, particularly independents.
Right.
Some are linked to Bandh, Jamaat Islami, some are those who were booked under, UAPA and
right,
law. So all these people are trying their luck in this election because it is the first election everyone wants to participate.
It will be interesting, of course, as J&K sees its first election in a way for the Union Territory after 10 years there. Nazir Masoodi will keep coming back to you for more. Shifting focus now to another important story, that is, of course, the heavy rains which Gujarat has in fact been witnessing. There's a flood-like situation in the state for a couple of days now. In fact, today Prime Minister Modi also spoke to Gujarat Chief Minister and taking stock of the situation, seeking details of the relief and rescue operation which is currently underway. Remember, several villages in Gujarat have in fact been submerged and cut off due to the incessant rains, especially around Vadodara city. But even in other cities like Ahmedabad, we've seen parts of Ahmedabad being waterlogged. Several cities in Gujarat reporting heavy water logging. In fact, the NDRF, which is also part of the rescue operations, has moved a significant number of people to safe zones. My colleague Sujata reports from Gujarat.
तेजल, ये बताइएगा, ये आप इसी घर में रहते हैं?
हाँ, इसी घर में रहते हैं।
पानी घुटनों तक है आपके, कैसे रह रहे हैं?
कैसे भी करके, वो खटिया है ना, वो बाहर टांगी थी रात को, पूरी रात हम वो ईंटें है ना, वो नीचे डाल के उसके ऊपर खाटला रख के फिर हम लोग पूरी रात बैठे रहते थे। खाने के लिए भी कोई नहीं आया, पूछने के लिए भी।
मैं समझ पा रही हूँ।
मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं 3, क्या करूँ मैं? मेरी मम्मी के घर पे रखे, खाने के लिए भी कुछ नहीं है घर पे, सब भी गया है, कोई भी पूछने नहीं आता मुझे। मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं छोटे छोटे, मम्मी के घर पे रखा है, पर मम्मी के घर में भी पानी आ गया है। अब मैं लेने कैसे जाऊँ उन्हें?
और आपके पति कहाँ पर है?
वो भी वही मम्मी पे घर पे गए हैं, वो रो रहे थे ना, वो मेरे जुड़वा बच्चे हैं जो।
तीनों बच्चे आपके मम्मी के घर पे?
हाँ, उनके घर में भी पानी आ गया है, इसलिए मम्मी के घर पे गए लेने के लिए।
और अब तक आपको कुछ किसी प्रकार की सहायता नहीं मिली?
कुछ भी सहायता नहीं मिली अभी तक। खाने के लिए कोई भी पूछने नहीं आया। हम क्या करें? बच्चों को भी क्या खिलाए? हम कुछ भी अच्छे नहीं, क्या खिलाएंगे?
Right, Sujata, they're reporting from one of the worst hit places in Gujarat as far as these floods are concerned, and of course speaking to families who have been affected. Shifting focus now, and Amitabh Bachchan's family office has reportedly picked up stakes in Swiggy, and so has Motilal Oswal's chairman. Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details.
As per initial reports, Amitabh Bachchan's family office and Motilal Oswal chairman Ramdeo Agarwal have picked up stake in food aggregator and quick commerce player Swiggy. This at a time when funding in the quick commerce space has been reaching an all-time high. Now, actor Amitabh Bachchan's family office has reportedly bought a minority stake in food tech major Swiggy by purchasing the shares held by Swiggy's employees and earlier backers, early supporters at large. This development comes after Ramjo Agarwal picked up stake in one of the key quick commerce firms, really Zepto, through its 665 million funding round little over a month ago. Now, experts believe this will boost competition further in the quick commerce space and may see a possible duopoly in the future as well. As remember, Zomato and Swiggy continue to compete in the end-to-end delivery space with several layers being added for each one. Analysts believe this could lead to healthier pricing and more options for consumers, as well as the spotlight really now being on Swiggy's IPO more than ever before.
We'll be heading into a short break. At this point, stay tuned to NDTV.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Right, shifting our focus to one of the top stories that we have been following, and that is, of course, the SIT probe in the Mollywood Me Too allegations has in fact picked up pace. In fact, currently as we speak, the SIT is recording statements of some of these women who have come forth and sent their complaints to the investigation team. This just coming in days after the Hema committee report was made public, which details some of the survivor accounts, some of the accounts of women who have claimed to have faced exploitation in the Kerala film industry. Let me go across quickly to my colleague Ishika Verma, who's outside that office in Thiruvananthapuram, where the Kerala SIT is currently recording the statement of one of the women actors who had filed a complaint. Ishika, what's the latest that we are gathering in terms of the SIT probe?
Well, the latest is that, in fact, Revati Sampath, in fact, has recorded her statement. In fact, the entire process took around 3 hours. She's still currently present inside, is what we are getting to know at the moment. In fact, she's the one who leveled rape allegations against Siddiqui. Remember that she's also the reason why Siddiqui, had to file for a resignation from the post of Secretary of Amma. So certainly she has recorded her statement. This comes after She's already filed a complaint, against Siddiqui. But let me also tell you that Siddiqui, on the other hand, has also filed a complaint against her, calling it all a conspiracy. So certainly, she is one of those survivors who has come forward and in fact recorded her statement and also filed her complaint with the SIT. But just like her, the other survivors also, whom we also spoke at NDTV one by one, they are also coming forward, and in fact, they are also filing their complaints with the SIT. Till now, 18 complaints have been filed with this SIT. The SIT is in fact going to investigate this entire matter because the revelations that came after the Hema committee report came into the public domain, they were very shocking, and in fact they narrated how in fact the women in the Malayalam film industry had to go through all of this sexual harassment cases throughout the years, and that is why this step was taken by the state government. But till when will the outcome come? That certainly remains to be seen. But one concern that is there in the mind of the victims is that the safety aspect that should be provided by the government, because another actor, Minu Munir, says that she has already started getting threat messages after she in fact filed a complaint against those whom in fact she alleges that had in fact harassed her on the set of a movie. So certainly these are all the updates that we are getting you from Trivandrum. The investigation is still going on while the survivors one by one are coming forward and in fact filing their complaints with the SIT. Over to you.
Right, it's very significant there because, Ishika, one of the persons who's been accused in this case himself is a member of the LDF government. He's been an actor and is currently an MLA. He's of course denied the charges which have been leveled against him. But some of the top faces, some of the top men in the Kerala film industry have in fact been named by some of these women who are coming out by the day. Every day there's a new complaint that we have in fact been reporting. And it's also significant to note that the wheels in a way in this case have moved forward at a decent pace. If you can just take our viewers through what we have seen, the Hema committee report, which had in fact been prepared several years back in 2018-19, but the report was made public only last week, following which the series of actions and incidents that we have seen taking place, including the setting up of this SIT, if you can summarize the entire case for our viewers.
Well, in fact, yes, as you rightly mentioned, we have seen how these, in fact, actors who have worked in the Malayalam film industry, they had made allegations, and all of this was, submitted to the Hema committee. But the report was only, in fact, made public, after around 5 years. But once it was, made public, there were shocking revelations of what, these actors, these survivors had to go through, for all the years in the Malayalam film industry that they had to work in. And these allegations, were against the Malayalam film industry heavyweights. If we talk about actors who are at, senior position in the film industry, or even if we talk about, the men who in fact hold powerful positions in Amma. So these, allegations which were very serious in nature, they were filed against these heavyweights, after which the government took this step, coming under fire certainly of constituting this SIT. This SIT, in fact, is a 7-member SIT, all women IPS officers here, and one by one they have in fact also approached the survivors who are already thinking of filing a complaint against those whom they alleged had harassed them. So one by one, all of these survivors are coming forward. Till now, 18 complaints have been filed with this SIT. But as you very well mentioned, on the other hand, we have also seen that these men, they have also in fact come forward, and they have in fact denied all of these charges. They say that this is just a part of the conspiracy to defame him, to defame them. And if we talk about Siddiqui, or if we talk about Edavala Babu, they have also in fact filed complaints against those who have made sexual harassment allegations against them. So the SIT here here, their work becomes very complex because they need to investigate the entire matter as to what has happened in this Malayalam film industry for so long. But certainly, we are seeing that, if we talk about the investigation, it is going at a decent pace. The actors, the survivors, they are hopeful of justice here. Over to you.
Right. In fact, Ishika, one of the things to note in this case also, because we had seen a similar Me Too wave back in 2018, but over there we had also seen that some of the survivors were very hesitant in going to the police. They had gone on record with their complaints, but not all of them made it a legal case. In this case, it's heartening to note that the Kerala SIT, of course, has been reaching out to some of the survivors who went public with their complaints in the media, so to speak. But they have got 18 complaints so far within a week of this HEMA committee report coming out and being made public. So it is heartening to note that the women in this case, of course, in the Kerala film industry have decided to take that legal step in order to officially go on record or legally go on record as far as their complaints are concerned. But having said that, similar to what we saw in the back in 2018, it is a challenging task for the investigators to piece together some of these, the evidence in some of these cases, because they had, of course, taken place at a certain point in the past. So tell our viewers also some of the challenges that the SIT is facing.
Well, as you very rightly mentioned, the task of the SIT here is very tough one, because, it is not just the survivors who are coming forward with their complaints. We are also seeing those against whom these allegations have been made. They have also, in fact, come forward, in fact, saying that all of this is just a conspiracy, nothing like this happened. And they, too, in fact, have, started coming forward and filing complaints with the SIT. And as you mentioned, these survivors that even we spoke to at NDTV, some of these cases happened back in 2016, some happened in 2019, and some even before that. So certainly it is going to be a very, tough task for the SIT to actually, piece together actually what has happened. In fact, who is telling the truth here, whose, in fact, allegations have, in fact, a sense of truth, in the complaints. That is also a tough task for the SIT, to do here. But the government says, the government, in fact, has assured the survivors that they have, in fact, taken this step to make sure that justice this time is delivered. Over to you.
Right. Ishika, thank you so much for giving us a comprehensive understanding of where the cases stand so far, where the complaints stand so far. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you to track more updates on this. But moving our focus now to the top court, and a significant judgment coming out from the Apex Court today, in which the Supreme Court said that even in money laundering cases, bail is the rule and jail is an exception. Now, these words have been reiterated by the Supreme Court in several cases earlier as well, but the Supreme Court specifically said that even in money laundering cases, this norm continues, and that the liberty of an individual is always the rule.
And it's an alleged forgery case, which was charged under PMLA. What they have done is not so much about bail is the rule and jail is the exception. That has been pronounced in Mani Sisodia, Kavita, as well as in today's case. But what they have gone is one step further. Yesterday, you saw in Kavita's case, they said that, the reverse argument that for a lady who's educated, why the Delhi High Court had said she should be denied bail on that ground. And they, did the reverse argument on that point. Today, they have gone one step further. In PMLA cases, if you start, while you're in custody, putting in more incriminating documents against the accused, that will not be admissible and permissible. That's the new distinction today in today's order, because they feel that it goes against the canons of justice and the fair play. And it's in that context that they have said that those incriminating documents will not be admissible in a PMLA case under Section 45. So that is a new ground that has been done today, as well as, of course, as you pointed out, jail is the exception, bail is the rule. We'll have to wait and see what happens now in the case of the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, whose case comes up on the 5th of September. That, of course, is before a different bench.
Shifting focus now, and Amitabh Bachchan's family office has reportedly picked up stakes in Swiggy, and so has Motilal Oswal's chairman. Sakshi Bajaj takes us through the details.
As per initial reports, Amitabh Bachchan's family office and Motilal Oswal chairman Ramdev Agarwal have picked up stake in food aggregator and quick commerce player Swiggy. This at a time when funding in the quick commerce space has been reaching an all-time high. Now, actor Amitabh Bachchan's family office has reportedly bought a minority stake in food tech major Swiggy by purchasing the shares held by Swiggy's employees and earlier backers, early supporters at large. This development comes after Ramdev Agarwal picked up stake in one of the key quick commerce firms, really Zepto, through its 665 million funding round little over a month ago. Now, experts believe this will boost competition further in the quick commerce space and may see a possible duopoly in the future as well. As remember, Zomato and Swiggy continue to compete in the end-to-end delivery space with several layers being added for each one. Analysts believe this could lead to healthier pricing and more options for consumers, as well as the spotlight really now being on Swiggy's IPO more than ever before.
News now from the Paris Paralympics, which starts from today. And Sheetal Devi started her archery journey in 2022. She won the Asian Para Gold in 2023. This summer, she is in Olympics to win her maiden Olympic medal. At 17, Sheetal, the armless archer, is already a star. My colleague Vimal Mohan spoke to her.
शीतल ने बहुत कम समय में जो पहचान हासिल की है, ऐसा बहुत कम खिलाड़ियों को होता है और दुनिया भर के खिलाड़ी चाहे कोई भी खेल खेलते हो, किसी भी विधा में खेलते हो, सबके लिए शीतल एक इंस्पिरेशन है। और दिस इज़ द इनिशिएटिव समर्थ बाय हंडे इन पार्टनरशिप विथ NDTV। हम इस तरह की पहल करते हैं और इस तरह की कहानियाँ आप तक लाते हैं। सबसे पहले शीतल, आपका ये पहला ओलंपिक्स है, बहुत कम उम्र है आपकी, लेकिन आपको मैं देख रहा था लोग तस्वीरें खिंचवाना, फोटो खिंचवाना, आपके पास ऑटोग्राफ के लिए आना, ये आप अभी सुपरस्टार बनी हुई हैं।
हाँ जी, जब से मैं आर्चरी में आई हूँ 3 साल हुए मुझे आर्चरी में। मैं श्री माता वैष्णवी श्राइन बोर्ड में प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। श्राइन बोर्ड का भी बहुत बड़ा हाथ है, माता रानी का आशीर्वाद है कि इतनी कम समय में, इतनी छोटी उम्र में मैं यहाँ ओलंपिक खेल रही हूँ। मेरे लिए भी बहुत खुशी की बात है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ सर कि यहाँ पे मैं खेलने आई हूँ। ये माता रानी का आशीर्वाद था कि मैं थोड़ा सा जल्दी गेम में, अगर थोड़ा सा लेट आती शायद मैं यहाँ पे नहीं होती।
अच्छा शीतल, आपको सब स्टार की तरह देखते हैं। वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में भी जब आप गई थी, सब आपके साथ फोटो खिंचवाना था। आपने किसी के साथ, आपको लगा आपको फोटो खिंचवाना है, कोई खास खिलाड़ी?
एक मैट मिला था सर वहाँ पे, तो उनके साथ मैंने फोटो खिंचवाया था सर। वो भी पैर से चलाते हैं सर। उनको भी जब पहली बार जब मैंने आर्चरी में नहीं आई थी तो मैंने उनकी वीडियो देखी थी सर। तो सर जब वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में मुझे वो मिले तो उनके साथ में मिली और मैंने फ़ोटो भी खिंचाया सर, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा मिलकर भी।
एक तो ये है शीतल है, लेकिन इनके जो गुरु हैं द्रोणाचार्य, मैं इनसे बहुत हैरान हूँ। मैं 3 साल पहले इन्होंने शुरू किया और शुरुआती दिनों में ये नॉर्मल एबल्ड बॉडी आर्चरी में जाती थी और वहाँ जो एबल्ड बॉडी में, वहाँ भी मुझे याद है गोवा में आप लोग नेशनल्स खेल रहे थे, 51 या कुछ इस तरह। ये जो हैरानी मुझे इसलिए होती है कि क्या आपको पहचान कैसे होती है इस तरह के खिलाड़ी की?
सर, खिलाड़ी चाहे एबल का हो या पैरा का हो, मैं किसी भी खिलाड़ी को देख करके एक मतलब आइडेंटिफाई कर लेता हूँ कि ये प्लेयर कैसा कर सकता है। तो शीतल को जब मैंने देखा तो मुझे मतलब अपने आप में बहुत खुशी हुई कि मुझे एक ऐसे बच्चे को सिखाना पड़ेगा जो वर्ल्ड में पहली बार करेगा फीमेल कैटेगरी में। तो शीतल को देखा मैंने कि मतलब आर्मलेस लड़की है, बहुत छोटी बच्ची है और हमारे यहीं से है, क्योंकि मैं श्री माता वैष्णो देवी जम्मू कश्मीर में कोच हूँ। और ये शीतल देवी जो हमारी बच्ची है, मेरी स्टूडेंट है, ये किश्तवाड़ से ही है, जम्मू कश्मीर से ही है। तो ये मेरे पास में आई और वो दिन था सर, आज का दिन है, कि शीतल देवी को मैंने मतलब जब मेरे पास आई तो उसको मतलब ये लगता था कि मैं कर नहीं पाऊंगी, लेकिन मैंने इसको मोटिवेट किया, मैंने बताया।
मुझे इसलिए ये सवाल पूछना पड़ा, मुझे आपको देख के ना त्रिशूल के अमिताभ बच्चन की याद आती है। उसमें कहा जाता है कि अमिताभ बच्चन कुछ कर लेता है तो कहते हैं कि नहीं, ये बड़ी बात नहीं कि उसने कर लिया, उसे पता था कि वो कर लेगा। वो मतलब मैं जब भी बातचीत करता था, आप कहते थे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, मेरे लिए बड़ा मुझे लगता था कि हाँ, थोड़ा हैरानी होती थी।
सर, जब शीतल मेरे पास आई तो उसको भी मतलब कहीं ना कहीं लगता था कि मैं कैसे करूँगी, लेकिन मैंने शीतल को बोला था कि बेटे जैसे मैं बोलता जाऊंगा ऐसे करते जाओ और देखना एक दिन वो दिन होगा कि बुलंदी मतलब तुम्हारे साथ होगी और तुम ये नेशनल नहीं, इंटरनेशनल और ओलंपिक में देश की ख्याति और देश का झंडा लहराओगी।
Now, after a decade of its commencement, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana has achieved a significant milestone of a total of 53.13 crores. PMJDY has accounts out of which 55.6% Jan Dhan account holders are women and 66% Jan Dhan accounts are in rural and semi-urban areas. This was detail which was revealed by the Finance Ministry. Deposit balances under the Yojana accounts stand at over 2,31,000 crores. Deposits have increased about 15 times with an increase in accounts by 3.6 times as of 14th August 2024. Charu breaks down the details.
So the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is successfully completing its 10 years, and it is basically aimed at integrating the poor and marginalized of the country in the economic infrastructure. So here are the key takeaways. First of all, over 2.31 lakh crore rupees are under the deposits or the balances of the Yojana, and around 53 or 55% of the account holders are women. And we must also consider that over 66% of the account holders are in rural or semi-urban areas. Now, coming on to the number of account holders. So this scheme, this Yojana had around 15 crore in 2015, the account holders, which has now increased to about 53.14 crores. So obviously the Yojana has basically spread to very small nooks and crevices and is helping people, and the deposits are also increasing. So let's see how it plays out in the other decade, and we are very optimistic about it.
And with that, it's a wrap from my side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Let's go across to where Ashwini Vaishnav is giving the cabinet briefing. Let's listen in.
कैबिनेट के निर्णयों से संबंधित प्रश्नों का उत्तर आदरणीय मंत्री जी देंगे। अब माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन है कि आप मीडिया को संबोधित करें।
साथियों नमस्कार। कई दिनों बाद में फिर से दिन वाली प्रक्रिया चालू हो गई है। कैबिनेट के जब पार्लियामेंट सेशन चलता था तब एक शाम वाला सिस्टम था, वापस अब रेगुलर दिन में 3 बजे वाला एक प्रोसेस चालू हुआ। और बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आए। और प्रेजेंटेशन वाले फॉर्मेट को आपने कई लोगों ने फीडबैक दिया था कि बहुत पसंद आया है और समझने में सुविधा रहती है, तो इस फॉर्मेट में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रयास करेंगे आपसे। ठीक है ना? ये चालू करते हैं। आज आपने देखा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने देश के सामने बड़े फैसले लेने का और हिस्टोरिक थर्ड टर्म में जो कई बड़े फैसले लिए हैं, एक छोटी सी समरी केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से रिलेटेड प्रोजेक्ट्स की। अगर देखें कि लास्ट 3 महीने के अंदर अंदर कई बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स जैसे एयरपोर्ट्स, ऑफशोर विंड एनर्जी, ग्रीनफील्ड पोर्ट वदावन में, हाई स्पीड रोड कॉरिडोर्स, रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट्स, मेट्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स और एयरपोर्ट्स के और दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट्स, टोटल करीब करीब 2 लाख करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट के फैसले लिए गए हैं। फैसले लिए गए जो रोजगार को और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज, आप इंफ्रा में भी अगर देखें अब तक के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स के साथ शेयर करेंगे स्लाइड, जिससे कि आप डेटा को यूज कर सकें। आज बहुत बड़ा मेजर एक फैसला लिया गया है। 12 इंडस्ट्रियल स्मार्ट सिटीज, नेशनल कॉरिडोर डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट। ये प्रोजेक्ट पूरी फ्यूचर डेवलपमेंट को पॉजिटिवली इम्पैक्ट करने वाला है। जो मेजर हमारे ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के बड़े रूट्स हैं, आप जो हैं जो समय समय पे अप्रूव किए हैं, अब इंडिविजुअल नोड मतलब कॉरिडोर अगर हम देखें, जैसे मान लीजिए ये कॉरिडोर अगर हम लेते हैं मुंबई से बेंगलुरु वाला कॉरिडोर, इस कॉरिडोर पे अलग अलग नोड्स डेवलप हो रहे हैं। वैसे लेते हैं मान लो लुधियाना से लेके कोलकाता, अमृतसर से लेके कोलकाता वाला कॉरिडोर, इस कॉरिडोर पे अलग अलग नोड्स क्रिएट हो रहे हैं। जैसे अगर हम दिल्ली मुंबई इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर को लेते हैं, उसके ऊपर अलग अलग नए नोड्स। तो कॉरिडोर और नोड्स, राइट, इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आज बहुत बड़े फैसले हुए हैं। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज, 12 न्यू इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज ऑन द इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स। ये 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज कंबाइंड, इनमें इन्वेस्टमेंट सरकार की तरफ से आएगा 28,602 करोड़ का, 28,602 करोड़ का। और वंस दीज कॉरिडोर्स एंड नोड्स आर डेवलप्ड, उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट पोटेंशियल है 1.5 लाख करोड़, 1,52,757 करोड़। और करीब करीब 10 लाख एम्प्लॉयमेंट का इसमें पोटेंशियल है। बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं ये। इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की यहाँ पे डिटेलिंग आपके सामने रखी, मैं इंडिविजुअल प्रोजेक्ट्स का आपके सामने एक एक करके रखूंगा। एक तरीके से आप देखें तो देयर इज अ ग्रैंड नेकलेस अराउंड द एंटायर कंट्री। देश के नॉर्थ, ईस्ट, साउथ, वेस्ट, सेंटर हर हिस्से को कवर करते हुए ये प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। और इसमें प्रोजेक्ट्स को डिजाइन करने के टाइम में, सेलेक्ट करने के टाइम में इस चीज का बहुत विशेष ध्यान रखा जाता है कि वहां पे ट्रंक ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए। जैसे फ्रेट कॉरिडोर है, जैसे एक्सप्रेसवेज है, इनके दोनों तरफ का जो एरिया है, इनको इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर और उसमें इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स डेवलप करने का प्रोजेक्ट है। आपको बताया जैसा करीब 10 लाख डायरेक्ट जॉब्स और 30 लाख इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल इससे क्रिएट होगा। और अब तक के जो शुरुआती दौर में जो प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए गए थे, उसमें जो भी लर्निंग्स आई, जो भी एक्सपीरियंस हुआ है, वो सारा एक्सपीरियंस इन प्रोजेक्ट्स में लगाया गया है। बहुत फोकस होगा प्लग एंड प्ले एंड वॉक टू वर्क कॉन्सेप्ट्स पे, प्लग एंड प्ले एंड वॉक टू वर्क कॉन्सेप्ट्स पे। अगर हम देखें, आज दुनिया में सब जगह से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एक्टिविटी भारत में शिफ्ट हो रही है, चाहे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, ये सब भारत में शिफ्ट हो रही है। एंड दीज कॉरिडोर्स एंड दीज प्रोजेक्ट्स, इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया प्रोजेक्ट्स, दे विल एक्सेलरेट दैट शिफ्ट, क्योंकि यहाँ पे प्लग एंड प्ले, रेडी टू स्टार्ट, वॉक टू वर्क, एब्सोल्युटली अच्छे नए प्रिंसिपल्स, मिनिमाइज्ड क्लियरेंसेज, लैंड एक्विजिशन ऑलरेडी डन, लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी प्रोवाइडेड, मल्टीमोडल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जिसमें गैस, वाटर, पावर, टेलीकॉम सब चीज प्रोवाइड होगी और बहुत इकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट मिनिमम हो, इस तरह से इनको डिजाइन किया गया है। दिस इज अ वेरी नाइस विजन, जिसमें देश में बहुत बड़ा डेवलपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में होगा और उससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। ये सारे की सारे फीचर्स हैं, प्लग एंड प्ले, पोर्टेबल एंड रिसाइकल्ड वाटर सप्लाई, पावर सप्लाई, कॉमन एफ्लुएंट ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स, जो कि बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती है विशेषकर छोटे इंडस्ट्रियल प्लांट्स के कंपनीज के लिए, मल्टीमोडल कनेक्टिविटी, वॉक टू वर्क, गैस पाइपलाइंस, एनवायरमेंट क्लियरेंस, सिंगल विंडो क्लियरेंस, लैंड मैनेजमेंट के प्रॉपर डिजिटल फॉर्म्स, एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए डिस्काउंट्स, बहुत सारी चीजें इसमें ध्यान में रख के इनको बनाया गया है। पहला खुरपिया उत्तराखंड, ये 1000 एकड़ में बन रहा है, 1265 करोड़ रुपए की इसकी प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट होगी और करीब 6180 करोड़ का इस प्रोजेक्ट में इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा। एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल 75,000 का है। फोकस ऑटोमोबाइल, ऑटो कंपोनेंट्स और इंजीनियरिंग एंड फैब्रिकेशन सेक्टर्स पे इसका रहेगा। सारे डिटेल्स हैं इसमें और ये सारी स्लाइड्स आपके साथ शेयर भी करेंगे, जिससे कि आप डेटा का प्रॉपर्ली भी उपयोग कर सके। सेकंड है राजपुरा पटियाला पंजाब में, इसमें भी करीब 1099 एकड़ यानी 1100 एकड़ के आसपास टोटली डेवलपमेंट होगा इसमें और 1367 करोड़ का ये प्रोजेक्ट है। टोटल 7500 का इन्वेस्टमेंट पोटेंशियल और 64,000 इसमें डायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। इसमें इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, टेक्सटाइल्स, फूड्स एंड बेवरेजेस, फैब्रिकेटेड मेटल, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स और मशीनरी एंड इक्विपमेंट पे इस प्रोजेक्ट में फोकस रहेगा। और इसका ये बेसिकली जो ईस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर है, जो कि कंप्लीट हो चुका है अब, इस डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर के ऊपर एस्टैब्लिश्ड है ये। आगरा, उत्तर प्रदेश, अगेन अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टूरिस्ट सिटी, but because of the environmental concerns वहाँ पे industrial development could not happen. इसीलिए इसमें focus करके a totally new concept has been created जहाँ पे clean and environment friendly way में industrial development हो, वो इसमें ध्यान रखा गया है. इसमें करीब 70,000 employment इसमें generate होगा. 70,000 रोजगार के नए अवसर इस प्रोजेक्ट से उपलब्ध होंगे. इसमें फोकस कन्वेंशनल भी रखेंगे और न्यू जनरेशन के इंडस्ट्रीज पे भी फोकस रहेगा. थर्ड है प्रयागराज उत्तर प्रदेश. ये भी डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर का हिस्सा है. इसमें करीब 17,000 एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल रहेगा और 352 एकर्स में ये डेवलप हो रहा है प्रोजेक्ट. इसमें इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, बाइसिकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, लेदर आर्टिकल्स और कई तरह की और कन्वेंशनल और मॉडर्न इंडस्ट्रीज को फोकस में रखेंगे. इसके बाद में गया बिहार. ये बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है, 1670 एकड़ और इसमें 16,000 करोड़ के आसपास का इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा और एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होगा 1,09,000 का. 1,10,000 9,000 के आसपास का टोटल एम्प्लॉयमेंट इससे क्रिएट होगा और इसमें कई तरह के सेक्टर्स में काम होगा. एग्रो, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, बिल्डिंग मटेरियल्स, लेदर आर्टिकल्स, रेडीमेड गारमेंट्स, हैंडलूम, इंजीनियरिंग. और उस एरिया में इंजीनियरिंग का बहुत स्कोप है. इंजीनियरिंग और फैब्रिकेशन का बहुत स्कोप है क्योंकि स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, सीमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ये सब काफ़ी होते हैं उस तरफ. मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट, फर्नीचर. आप में से कई लोग उस एरिया से आते होंगे पक्का. हाथ कर बधाई हो. दिघी पोर्ट इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया महाराष्ट्र में. ये बहुत बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है, मेगा प्रोजेक्ट है. 6,000 एकर्स का 6,000 एकर्स का. इसमें 38,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा और डेवलप करने के लिए 5,469 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट इसमें लगेगा.
All right, Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav there giving the cabinet briefing about the big decisions that were taken. This was chaired by Prime Minister Modi, and 12 new industrial areas are going to be set up in different parts of the country, which will generate employment for up to 10 lakh people and 30 lakh indirect jobs. And he was speaking about the various places in Uttarakhand, Punjab and Uttar Pradesh, Bihar as well. But moving on now to the big breaking news coming in her first comment on the Kolkata doctors' rape and murder. That's the junior doctors' rape and murder that has outraged the country. President Draupadi Murmu spoke to PTI and said that she is dismayed and horrified. She said no civilized society can allow daughters and sisters to be subjected to such atrocities. Let's go across to Maria now for more on this. And Maria, give us more details of what the President said, President Draupadi Murmu, in her first comments on this case.
Yes, it becomes important because a woman president reacting to, a case of national shame, which has, shaken the collective consciousness of the entire country. The President Draupadi Murmu has spoken on crimes against women and has, expressed her anguish, how she is horrified, and she has gone on to say that there is no civilized society can allow such, crimes against daughters and sisters. And she goes on to also say that in 12 years since Nirbhaya, countless rapes have happened in the society and it should not be forgotten. And she says that this is nothing but collective amnesia, that we keep on forgetting the crimes against women. But I think what she has said becomes important, that the society needs introspection, some kind of an honest, unbiased self-introspection, and some difficult questions has to be asked within. She's also gone on to say that there are deplorable mindsets, which see female as lesser human, perhaps less powerful, and also less capable and less intelligent. So I think an important statement coming in from the President of India, even as the outrage, on the incident in Kolkata has taken different forms.
That's right, Maria. Also, how unusual is it that the President has commented on this? Is it because it's become such a huge issue? Even the Supreme Court has taken it up, because we do know it's also been highly politicized. We've seen the BJP protesting against the Bengal government, and today as well, a Bandh has been called by the BJP after a march that took place yesterday, and attacking of the West Bengal government. So the President also speaking on how she's horrified and talking about this collective amnesia, talking about how society needs to introspect.
Yes, so it's not really unusual, Gargi, because I remember even during the Nirbhaya protests, when the citizens were protesting, not per se a political party or an opposition party in Delhi or in different parts of India. The president then had spoken about it and expressed, shared the concerns along with the citizens. The president of India is the first citizen of the country, and hence it's more of a reflection of the sentiments that we are seeing of the people of India at large right now. So seeing it from any other prism may not be the correct one at this juncture. But yes, what we are seeing happen in Kolkata, of course, has taken a political turn, unfortunately, because of the battle lines that we have seen and sharp ones between the BJP and the TMC. The BJP is the opposition party in, Bengal. But all over India, similar protests are being led by doctors. These are professionals, who are the healers of India and the healers of the world. And why should they be subjected to this kind of horror? So, the fact that she was a doctor and a woman makes it even more barbaric, one would say, because, the sheer prism through which it is being seen, that she was on duty, she has been raped and murdered while she was resting after a 36-hour-long duty. So that makes it even more shocking and horrific.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Maria, for joining us with those details. So the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, commenting and giving her, opinion on this issue of the latest of this rape that has taken place in Kolkata, talking about how there's need for introspection in society, that it needs an honest, unbiased self-introspection, asking itself some difficult questions, saying it's 12 years since the Nirbhaya rape and countless rapes have been forgotten by society. This collective amnesia is obnoxious. Now, let's focus on Kolkata and West Bengal, where the opposition BJP is observing a 12-hour Bangla Bandh today to protest police action against the protesters who took part in the Nobana rally yesterday. That's the march towards the collectorate. Daily life has been partially affected in the state. The BJP has accused the Trinamool of attacking its cadre, while the Trinamool has accused the BJP of creating trouble in the state. Now, addressing a press conference, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee accused the BJP of trying to defame Bengal. She said she will push for capital punishment in rape cases. She said she will push for a bill in the assembly, though of course states cannot pass such laws as such. And she also questioned the progress in the CBI's investigation. Remember, the CBI took over the case of the rape and murder of the junior doctors, so she questioned its progress and said, where is the justice, pointing out it has been 16 days since the central agency took over the investigation.
আমি নেক্সট উইকে অ্যাসেম্বলি কল করব বিধানসভা স্পিকারকে বলে এবং আমরা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল অ্যাসেম্বলি থেকে আগামী 10 দিনের মধ্যে ফাঁসি ধর্ষকের ফাঁসি চাই এই বিল আমরা পাস করে রাজ্যপালের কাছে পাঠাবো 16 দিন হয়ে গেল কোথায় গেল বিচার বিচার চাইতে হবে বলতে হবে বিচার চাই জবাব দাও সিবিআই বিচার চাই জবাব দাও সিবিআই ফাঁসি চাই জবাব দাও সিবিআই আমি এখনো বলি রাজ্যের হাতে পাওয়ার নেই রাজ্যের হাতে পাওয়ার থাকলে আমি 7 দিনে করে দেব যারা ধর্ষক করবে তাদের একমাত্র শাস্তি ফাঁসি আর কিছু নয়
कोलकाता हाईकोर्ट ने हमारी जो आगे 7 दिन की हमारी धरना उस धरने का परमिशन दिया है। कल लगभग 11-12 बजे से हम इस धरना को शुरू करेंगे और जैसे पहले भी हमने धरना चलाया ये धरना कल से शुरू होकर 7 दिन अगले 7 दिन हमारे धरना चलेगा। इसके लिए कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट को हम साधुवाद देते हैं, उनके वर्डिक्ट को वेलकम करते हैं और आज का जो स्ट्राइक है इस स्ट्राइक को सफल करने के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल की आम जनता को, क्योंकि बीजेपी का बंद ये नहीं था, आम जनता का बंद है, आम जनता को हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं।
All right, the BJP is saying that this dharna will now go on for the next 7 days. Meanwhile, BJP leader Priyangu Pandey was allegedly attacked by unknown persons in West Bengal's North 24 Parganas. This was during the Bandh. Pandey alleged that Trinamool Congress workers opened fire at him and hurled bombs when he was travelling in a car in Bhatpara.
आज सुबह जो है घर से निकले हैं
अपने नेता अर्जुन सिंह जी के घर जाने के लिए सुबह 8:15 में 3 मिनट भी नहीं हुआ होगा, घोषपाड़ा रोड पे उठे हैं, इंग्लैंड या मिल क्रॉस किए हैं। रास्ते पर अचानक भाटपाड़ा म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का जेटिंग मशीन ला करके रास्ता जाम कर दिया गया है। जैसे ही हमारी गाड़ी रुकी है वैसे ही 50 से 60 लोग जो है हमारे गाड़ी को, हम लोगों के गाड़ी के ऊपर जो टारगेट करके बम चलाना शुरू किया है। 7 से 8 जो है बम चला है। उसके बाद स्पेशली टारगेट करके हमारे ऊपर जो गोली चला है, जो 6 से 7 राउंड। तो ये पूरी जो है तृणमूल कांग्रेस और पुलिस का मिली भगत है। आज हमारा मर्डर का जो है लोग प्लान करके रखा था।
Now the latest on the Me Too movement in the Kerala film industry, and actor Revati recorded her statement over 3 hours before the SIT today. Remember, the SIT has been assigned to look into all these complaints after the Justice Hema Committee report was revealed. So far, 18 cases have been registered in connection with the sexual harassment allegations that have shaken the Malayalam film industry. The latest complaint filed by actor Sonia Malhaar, who has alleged that an actor molested her on a film set in 2013. The actor has lodged a complaint with the special investigation team formed by the Kerala government to tackle this Me Too storm in the film industry. She's urged media not to link actor Jayasurya to her allegations. Now, earlier actor Meenu Munir had accused Mukesh and Jayasurya of harassment. Well, let's go across to Ishika now for more on all these developments. So, Ishika, now 18 complaints in all. The SIT will be investigating all these complaints, and actor Revati today recorded her statement.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, 18 complaints so far have been filed with the SIT. These complaints are, in fact, by the survivors, in fact, who have made grave allegations against some of the Malayalam film industry heavyweights. And in fact, the place that we are standing, in front of their Revati Sampath, the actor, today recorded her statement against Siddiqui. In fact, the entire process went on for 3 hours. She still continues to be inside, and we are still waiting for her to come out and in fact react to us. But we have seen how she has made rape charges, leveled rape charges against Siddiqui, and that was also one of the prime reasons why Siddiqui had to file for a resignation from the post of the secretary of the Amma Association. But later we also saw how he himself in fact went to the Kerala DGP and then filed a complaint against her. But so far, we are seeing that the survivors continue to say that they have some kind of hope in justice after this SIT team has in fact been formed by the state government. Remember that this SIT team, which is in fact has 7 senior police officials. All of them are in fact investigating this entire matter, but their work here is very complex one, because the incidents that have happened are not of the recent time. In fact, some have taken place in 2019, 2016, some even before that. So all of this, is going to be investigated by the SIT. Meanwhile, if we talk about the Malayalam film industry heavyweights, some of them are also coming forward and filing counter complaints. So that is also going to make the work of the SIT team here tough. So all of this, is going to be looked into by the SIT, but here the survivors, they continue to say that they have faith now in this SIT team, that their complaints will be listened to and also the justice will be delivered. But at the same time, they say that the government needs to pay more attention in providing safety to these victims. Over to you.
That's right, Ishika, and you've been tracking all these developments, spoken to many of the women who have now come forward, and talked about what they have been through. Also, yesterday the big news was how the body, that film body of the Malayalam cinema had dissolved itself. Any more developments on that front?
Well, as you rightly mentioned, yesterday we did see that there was a major development in this entire case. We saw that the entire administrative body of Amma was in fact dissolved, and they, in their statement, said that they are taking in fact moral responsibility of this. So far, none of the members of Amma, who were in fact members of this team of Amma have not come forward, to react to media's questions so far. But certainly, in their statement, they have specified that this has been done by taking moral responsibility as as more and more actors are coming forward with these allegations. Now, when we spoke to all of these survivors, Gagi, even on NDTV, all of them had mentioned that there needs to be changes that needs to be made, even in association like Amma Association. More and more women need to be a part of that, because allegations were also against men who were holding powerful positions in Amma. The recent example being Siddiqui. So certainly these were also one of the concerns that were raised by these survivors, and a lot of them whom we even spoke to at NDTV. Now, they are also seeing this as a welcome step. They are saying, this has given even more confidence for more and more actors to come forward and file their complaints here. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments. News now from Bengaluru, and after the massive storm over his picture showing him relaxing in jail, getting special treatment, now another setback to actor Darshan. A court has extended till September 9th the judicial custody of the Kannada actor along with his friend Pavitra Gowda and others who are all accused in the murder of one Renuka Swamy, who was actually a fan of Darshan's. All the 17 accused, including Darshan and Pavitra, were produced before the magistrate court through video conferencing from Bengaluru and Tamakuru prisons, where they are lodged as their judicial custody ended today. In fact, statements of some witnesses are still left. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, give us more details of this hearing that took place. A statement of a few witnesses still left. There are also fears that they could be intimidated should any of those accused get bail.
That's right, because already we have seen viral pictures that have definitely not been pleasant to hear from the Bengaluru prison, and has caused a lot of outrage in Bengaluru as well. That has also necessitated the shift of Darshan from Bengaluru prison to Bellary prison. And as far as this case revolving around Darshan being the murder accused goes, the judicial custody ended today and the hearing was underway at the court, where the court did observe the fact that his custody needs to be extended up to September 9th, mainly because the charge sheet is not yet filed, number one. Number two is there could be a possibility of influencing the witnesses if bail was granted. And number three is there were a lot of technical evidences that were pending, including the FSL report as such. And that is precisely why, considering all of these factors, it necessitated the extension of custody, not just for Darshan, but all the other accused involved in this particular case. Now that the judicial custody has been extended, it facilitates the process to be initiated in terms of his shifting from Bengaluru prison to Bellary prison. And that has been one of the points that has been raised ever since this issue became viral, as far as those pictures are concerned, where Karnataka CM did mention that we would be considering the shifting of these prisoners from one prison to the other, mainly to avoid this kind of a controversy once again, and also to put protocols in place. As far as those viral pictures go, yes, there has been action that has been initiated in terms of suspension of several officers, as well as FIRs that have been registered, and the investigation is underway. Back to you.
That's right. Also, Pratibha, if you can tell us, any more developments on, the controversy around the photograph as well as this video call, and which showed that Darshan was getting special treatment in jail. He has now been shifted to a different jail.
Well, that's right. That's mainly because once the pictures as well as the video went viral, it definitely prompted action, mainly because it caused an embarrassment to the state machinery. Because just a couple of days ago, before the pictures went viral, the CCB had conducted a raid there. No suspicious activity nor any kind of materials that were recovered then. And this has definitely prompted immediate action. 3 kinds of action that were put in place. One is the suspension of 9 officers, including 7 junior officers and 2 senior officers, like the chief jail superintendent as well. And the second one was the CCTV footage that was later examined, where it was known that some of the jail inmates, before they got to know about the CCB's raid, had moved some of the smuggled items to a different place, and this was captured on the CCTV, which has also necessitated action in the form of an FIR that has been registered against them. And the third is 2 other FIRs that have been registered, which also includes Darshan. One in the fact that he has been involved in a video call, the other in the fact that there have been pictures of him smoking as well as enjoying a cup of tea. As far as these 3 FIRs go, the Commissioner of Police yesterday visited the jail and also sought more information that could aid in this investigation. The 3 FIRs would be led, as far as the investigation goes, by an ACP with respect to 1 and 2 inspectors with respect to the other 2. We'll have to wait to see what kind of report would be presented, and based on that, what kind of action would also be taken, because the need of the hour right now is introducing reforms in Bengaluru prison as well. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for bringing us all the latest developments there, and another setback to actor Darshan as his custody is extended. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the MVA hits out over the Shivaji statue that collapsed.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Welcome back. News now from Maharashtra, and Shiv Sena UBT Chief Uddhav Thackeray has hit out at the Eknath Shinde-led government over the collapse of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's statue, alleging that corruption has peaked under the Mahayuti dispensation. Now, this 35-foot statue unveiled by Prime Minister Modi at Rajkot Fort in Sindhudurg on December 4th last year collapsed on Monday afternoon, just 8 months after it was unveiled, and this has ignited a fierce political dispute between Maharashtra's ruling alliance and the opposition, Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi. Now, the MV has announced plans to protest against the government over this incident. Let's go across to Anuj for more. And Anuj, there was a meeting between all the leaders of the MV, and now this announcement of a protest over the collapse of the Shivaji statue.
Yes, a surprise meeting took place earlier today at Matoshri, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray here, and the meeting had Nana Patole, the state president of the Congress party, Mr. Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray himself along with Sanjay Raut. And we've seen a number of meetings happen last week about especially the seat sharing formula in Mumbai, but today's meeting was about the next protest. They announced their next protest to take place on Sunday, that is the 1st of September, where not just all the members of the opposition parties, but they also urged to all the Shiv Premis to gather at the gateway of India, where a tall Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue is located, and they will be protesting against the government there and highlighting the corruption that underwent in the Sindhudurg, the fall that happened as far as the statue is concerned. And through this protest, they are trying to hit out not just at the state government but also at the central government, because the unveiling of that statue was done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Several points were taken into consideration today. Firstly, we see that it is not just the narrative that has been put in place by the MVA is not just of the opposition and the government, but of the Shiv Premis and the Shiv Drohis, and these are the terms used by Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray themselves. We also saw that today, as we are talking, conflict is going on, the political conflict is going on in Malwan between Uddhav Thackre's son Aditya Thackeray and Narayan Rane from the Bharatiya Janata Party. So this issue has clearly taken the center stage in Maharashtra's politics just days after the end. It seemed that the dust is settling down on the Badlapur issue. What Sharad Pawar also hinted at doing is that putting both the issues together, that is of women's safety and the fall of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue together, because he also narrated an incident where Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj took strong action against those who misbehaved with women during the Maratha period. So we're seeing that this entire narrative has been put in place today, just weeks before the election take place. And another important announcement made by Nana Patole was the fact that the protest will not just end on the 1st of September, but it will basically go to the deeper parts of the state, will continue in different cities, different districts and different villages in Maharashtra, where awareness will be spread about the corruption been put in place by the government of Maharashtra, even while building a statue of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
That's right. Anuj, also if we talk about, the actual collapse of the statue and then the blame game that broke out, even with the government in the sense indicating that it was the Navy, it was a statue that the Navy, it was inaugurated on the Navy Day, etc. So you had Devendra Fadnavis saying, somehow blaming the Indian Navy as well. So, blame game there, but very embarrassing for the ruling party.
Yes, indeed, because we see that the blame game was, as far as the Navy is concerned, was started by the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, where he said that although the statue is in Maharashtra, but then it was completely Navy's responsibility. But today, Sharad Pawar also hit out at that. He said that no statue can be built in Maharashtra without the permission and the necessary intervention of the government of Maharashtra. And hence, he stated that the government, neither of the three parties or neither of the administrators at the top level in Maharashtra can completely take their hands out of this side. Uddhav Thackeray even said that by blaming the Navy, this government is making it more difficult for themselves, because the Navy, which is very experienced in dealing with these situations, would surely know more about the winds, and they are trying to put it as a state versus center debate, that is the opposition. But we are seeing that this entire protest might get very interesting, because on the very first day of the fall, one day after that, we saw the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister trying to shrug off the responsibility and take their hands off this entire issue. But there has been no statement by the Navy yet, but the overall mood seems to be of the sort where the state government is trying to shrug off the responsibility, and the opposition, or rather all the Shiv Premis, as Sharad Pawar stated, is trying to hold them on that particular issue.
All right, Anuj, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So the MB in Maharashtra announcing a protest over the issue of the Shivaji statue collapsing. News now from Jammu and Kashmir, where the election buzz is back. Campaigning has picked up after hectic parleys to meet the nomination deadline. Over 100 candidates from various political parties and independents have filed nominations in districts for the first phase of the upcoming assembly elections. The state will poll on the 18th of September. Leaders across parties, including several independent candidates, made a beeline for the DC office to file their nominations earlier. And the banned outfit Jamaat-e-Islami is fielding at least 3 of its former members as independent candidates from South Kashmir. Meanwhile, the Bharatiya Janata Party released its third list of 29 candidates for the second and third phase of the Jammu and Kashmir polls. NDTV's Nazir sent us this report.
Who want to fight elections within the parties and outside parties. That's why yesterday, for the first phase, for 24 seats, there were 279 candidates. And right now, BJP is actually facing a huge problem in Katra, Mata Vaishno Devi Assembly constituency there. Because yesterday, the party issued revised list of candidates and they changed the candidate from Mata Vaishno Devi seat. But there was the workers raised the banner of revolt. They have threatened mass resignation if that decision is not changed. So the BJP state president, Ravinder Raina, has rushed there to pacify the workers, but they are unrelenting. They say, no, the original candidate should be given the mandate, not the new one. There are people who are saying the candidate who has been given mandate had betrayed the party in past, and he was even suspended by the party when he did cross-voting in 2012-13. So they say, how can the same man be rewarded? So that is the thing. In fact, before yesterday, they were also, protests in BJP office. And the same problems were faced by other parties like National Council. They faced some resignations as well after the seat sharing arrangements with Congress and distribution of tickets. Same is true about PDP and the parties also. Congress is yet to release its list for across for second and third phases.
All right, and some breaking news coming in. Let's get you an update on the meeting that was held today on the issue of doctor security. Remember, this is after the rape and murder of a junior doctor in a government hospital in Kolkata. Now, Union Home Secretary and Health Secretary co-chaired this meeting, which was attended by chief secretaries and DGPs of states on steps that can be taken immediately to secure doctors and healthcare professionals. And several instructions have now been given regarding how police verification must be done of contractual and outsourced employees working in government hospitals. Remember, it was a civil volunteer who is accused of raping the junior doctor and of her murder. So now, police verification of contractual outsourced employees who are working in hospitals. Also, the police chowki, police thana available in premises of many large medical colleges and district hospitals, and increased patrolling by the police in the night. So these are some of the recommendations. Let's go across to Vasudha now for more. And Vasudha, give us more details of what has been decided and how the safety of doctors can be increased. Also, there was also a discussion on regulating the number of duty hours for resident doctors.
Absolutely, Gargi. There are a couple of important decisions that the government has taken. Remember, this comes close to the health secretary sending out this letter to all states, asking them to put in place effective measures, immediate measures. And now the home secretary and the health secretary have chaired this very important meeting. This is something that we broke yesterday, with state, and this meeting was with state DGPs and also with state chief secretaries, essentially making it clear that, it is the states which have to take the lead when it comes to safety of doctors, because health and law and order both are state subjects. And if you look at some specific immediate measures that the government has suggested, one, of course, it has insisted that there will be security escorts for female doctors from the place of work. Suppose they're living in working women's hospitals, or for that matter, PGs, from there to, to their place of work. And the second important thing is this large number of contractual employees and attendants that hospitals, including private and, government hospitals, that they hire that their police verification becomes mandatory now. Also, the police verification of the security agencies, the private security agencies which are hired by hospitals, that also becomes mandatory. There'll also be frequent security audits. In fact, the Home Secretary, Govind Mohan, has specifically talked about installation of CCTV cameras in blind spots in large hospitals, at the same time, around hospitals. He has also talked about ensuring that the CCTV footage of different hospitals is gone through frequently to understand and to identify if there is any crime that is about to take place, to identify certain, untoward behavior. Apart from that, there are also other things that have been put in place. I think it is a balance between understanding the kind of work and the kind of overload that is there on doctors, because there is a specific line that says that there will be a review of, the kind of working hours that doctors put in. Of course, this has to do with the shortage of doctors and medical professionals that we have in the country. But remember, even the doctor who died worked for 36 long hours, after which she was forced to take rest in a seminar hall, which is where this brutal incident occurred. So clearly, it is a comprehensive set of immediate measures that the states have been asked to put in place.
That's right, Vasudha. Also, this comes a day after the task force put together by the Supreme Court on the issue of doctor security had also met, and that was also attended by the Chief Secretary. So now this meeting as well. Just give us more details on that, because yesterday there was the meeting of the task force. Today, this meeting, with the Chief Secretary Home and Health, meeting with the DGPs, etc., from various states, and discussing all these steps.
Absolutely, Gargi. The National Task Force of not just top bureaucrats in the country, but also, top doctors, was put in place by, of course, the instructions were given by the Supreme Court, after which, of course, the Health Ministry constituted it. And it has started work, because this is a matter of great urgency. Remember, there have been protests that have been taking place in this country since this horrible, brutal incident of a junior doctor getting raped and brutally murdered happened in Kolkata on the 9th of August. So yesterday was the first meeting of the National Task Force. And as a follow-up to that, today's meeting was chaired by the Home Secretary, Govind Mohan, and the Health Secretary, Apurva Chandra. Apurva Chandra retires in a few days from now. And of course, the state EGPs and the state Chief Secretaries are present. Remember that both law and order and health are considered state subjects, while the center is responsible for funding. The kind of implementation of laws is something that states are held responsible for. So this is as much, a responsibility of the states as much as it is of the center, but it is the center that is going to drive this framework. So today is, the beginning of that. And what we saw was yesterday's meeting was important, because the National Task Force, which has important doctors, they basically, discussed macro issues, and they have also invited opinions and feedback from others. In fact, that was an important thing that Apurva Chandra mentioned today. In fact, he asked for states to come up with innovative solutions and suggestions. And in fact, Govind Mohan has specifically asked for the 26 states which already have laws in place, for protection of doctors, to ensure that the implementation of these laws is effective. That is something that he has said. Yesterday was the NTF's first meeting, and today the states have gotten into action. The states have been, the states had to participate in this very important meeting that was chaired by the Home Secretary. So clearly, top guns in the government are deciding as to what to do. But clearly, one important thing is that, security contractual staff who are employed in hospitals will have to go through security checks. There'll be thorough security reviews. CCTV's footage will be sort of reviewed again and again. And most importantly, the safety of women doctors. Remember, this is one profession, Gadi, where we have had a large number of women getting into this for the last few years. So clearly that remains the focus of this approach.
All right, Vasudha, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So key, decisions taken at this meeting. This was a meeting which comes after the meeting of the task force on doctor security. And today, this meeting by the Union Home Secretary, Health Secretary, and which was also attended by Chief Secretaries and DGPs of various states. And several key decisions they're taken, as Vasudha was just telling us, about how police verification must be done of contractual and outsourced employees at all government hospitals, that the police chowki or thana should be on the premises of many of the larger hospitals, as well as increased patrolling and regulating the number of duty hours of resident doctors and security escorts for women doctors in some states during the late night duty hours from hostel to the place of work. And all these announced after the protests we saw across the country of doctors demanding better security, better working conditions after the rape and murder of a junior doctor who was on night duty at the RG Kaur hospital in Kolkata, where she was raped and murdered allegedly by a civic volunteer there at the hospital. Remember, this has outraged people across the country, doctors as well. The issue of women's safety as well as doctor safety being taken up and being demanded, and now these decisions being taken. The Supreme Court also stepped in and had directed a task force to actually look into all these matters as well. With that, we'll slip into a short break and we'll continue to get you all the latest. Do stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate.
Welcome back. Let's now take a look at the rain havoc in Gujarat as several villages around Vadodara are submerged due to the heavy rainfall that has taken place in the vicinity of Vadodara city. In fact, the Prime Minister has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister and also taken stock of the situation and offered all help. Now, if we talk about the flooding of villages, these are the villages of Dena, Pilol, Sukhlipura, Moharat, Kotali and Chhapar, which have been flooded. Locals estimate that it could be up to 10 feet of water that has entered the village. And due to the high velocity of the water, NDRF is rescuing children, old men and women from these areas. Now, NDTV's Sujata is there and she sent us this report from Chhapar village in Vadodara with some villagers there who've been impacted.
कितने दिन से बारिश हो रही है कि इतनी ज़्यादा पानी भर गई?
हमें तीन दिन से बारिश हो रही है और कल से इतना सारा पानी आया, हम घर पे बाहर भी नहीं निकले, खाना भी नहीं खाया हमने। तो
यानी इतना ज़्यादा पानी भर चुका है। यहाँ अब तक कुछ सुविधा आई किसी प्रकार की?
कोई सुविधा नहीं आई,
कुछ भी सुविधा नहीं आई है और कल से ऐसे ही बाहर पड़े हैं। पापा भी चल भी नहीं पाते और यहाँ पे दूसरे घर थोड़े ऐसे खड़ा था, उधर हम पापा को लेके आए घर पे और खाना भी नहीं बनाया, पूरा घर में पानी भर गया है, तो यहाँ भी चल भी नहीं पाते। इतना सा गले से आ गया है पानी उधर। यहाँ पे खाने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है, सब बोलते हैं वो आएगा ये आएगा।
सब
सारे भीगे ऐसे ही 3 दिन से ऐसे ही हम ऐसे ही बैठे हैं रात रात को भी सो नहीं पाते। पूरा ऐसे बेड पलंग यहाँ भीगा दे तो पूरा भर जाता है, भीग जाते हैं।
तो इतने दिनों से बारिश हो रही है, क्या ऐसे पानी भरना, इस प्रकार का जो है बाढ़ आना, ये पहले भी हुआ है कि इस साल ही ज्यादा?
यही साल पहले एक भी दिन नहीं हुआ है ऐसा, कि एक भी साल भी नहीं हुआ है। पहली साल ऐसा हुआ है कि यहाँ पानी भर गया।
मैं देख रही हूँ यहाँ पर ना तो कुछ पीने खाने की व्यवस्था है, ना वॉशरूम की व्यवस्था है। आप कैसे, अगर आपको एक्सेस करना हो, वॉशरूम जाना हो, तो आप कैसे जा रहे हैं?
अरे परेशान होके जा रहे हैं ऐसे। हमारे घर में पूरा पानी भर गया है, इतनी दिक्कत होती है। यहाँ से इतना दूर जाना पड़ता है हमको वॉशरूम के लिए। यहाँ भी खाना भी नहीं मिलता, ऐसे ही हम भूखे बैठे रहते हैं। वॉशरूम पापा को भी नहीं लेके उधर ठेर जाना पड़ता है, यहाँ पे चल भी नहीं पाते तो भी जाना पड़ता है। वो मेरे हस्बैंड है, वो उनको उठा के लेके जाते हैं। इतनी दिक्कत होती है, इतना सारा पानी भर गया है तो, और कुछ भी सुविधा अभी तक आई ही नहीं।
तेजल, ये बताइएगा, ये आप इसी घर में रहते हैं?
हाँ, इसी घर में रहते हैं।
पानी घुटनों तक है आपके, कैसे रह रहे हैं?
कैसे भी करके, वो खटिया है ना, वो बाहर टांगी थी सुबह रात को। रात पूरी रात हम वो ईंटें है ना, वो नीचे डाल के उसके ऊपर खाटला रख के फिर हम लोग पूरी रात बैठे रहते थे। खाने के लिए भी कोई नहीं आया, पूछने के लिए भी।
मैं समझ पा रही हूँ।
मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं 3, क्या करूँ मैं? मेरी मम्मी के घर पे रखे, खाने के लिए भी कुछ नहीं है घर पे, सब भीग गया है। कोई भी पूछने नहीं आता मुझे। मेरे 3 बच्चे हैं छोटे छोटे, मम्मी के घर पे रखा है, पर मम्मी के घर में भी पानी आ गया है। अब मैं लेने कैसे जाऊँ उन्हें?
और आपके पति कहाँ पर है?
वो भी वही मम्मी के घर पे गए हैं, वो रो रहे थे ना। वो मेरे जुड़वा बच्चे हैं जो,
तीनों बच्चे आपके मम्मी के घर पे?
हाँ, उनके घर में भी पानी आ गया है, इसलिए मम्मी के घर पे गए लेने के लिए।
और अब तक आपको कुछ किसी प्रकार की सहायता नहीं मिली?
कुछ भी सहायता नहीं मिली अभी तक, खाने के लिए कोई भी पूछने नहीं।
All right, let's now go across to where the BJP is speaking on the Bengal Bandh.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहती है कि शब्दों के हेरफेर के साथ ममता बनर्जी जी ने सीधे डॉक्टरों को धमकाने का काम किया है और एक प्रकार से उनके कैरियर के ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाने का काम शब्दों के मायाजाल के अंदर किया है, ताकि प्रत्यक्ष में जो दिख रहा है ठीक वैसे ही जैसे सरकार का मुखौटा कुछ और दिख रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल में और मुख कुछ और दिख रहा है, उसी प्रकार से इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शब्द कुछ है और भाव क्या है ये सबको समझ में आ रहा है। और इतना ही नहीं, इसके उपरांत उनका यह कहना जो मुझे लगता है कि एक प्रकार से पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार की बहुत दुखद और खिसियाहट की भी अभिव्यक्ति है, यह कहना कि चुनाव करवा लो। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ममता जी से कहना चाहता हूं, महोदया, इस पीड़िता के साथ न्याय का विषय चुनाव का विषय नहीं है। यह सबूतों के आधार पर कानून की अदालत में साबित होकर दोषियों को सजा दिलाने का विषय है। यह न्याय का विषय है, चुनाव का विषय नहीं है। जिसकी सत्ता होगी न्याय उसी के पक्ष में होगा। यह सोच संविधान के लिए सबसे खतरनाक सोच है और मैं कहना चाहता हूं संविधान खतरे में कैसे हो सकता है, इसकी आपको वानगी देखनी है तो पश्चिम बंगाल में देख लीजिए, जहां का मंत्री कहता है कि जो उंगली उठेगी मुख्यमंत्री जी के खिलाफ वो तोड़ दी जाएगी, मिस्टर गुहा। जहां का सांसद कहता है कि ये लोग जो भी कार्य कर रहे हैं इनको अंजाम भुगतना पड़ेगा, अरूप चक्रवर्ती। और जहां की मुख्यमंत्री कहती हैं कि मैं नहीं चाहती कि एफआईआर हो, मैं नहीं चाहती कि कैरियर खराब हो। और आप कल्पना करिए यदि ख्वाबों ख्यालों में इनकी केंद्र में सत्ता होती तो उंगली तोड़ दी गई होती, अंजाम भुगतवा दिया गया होता और कैरियर बर्बाद कर दिया गया होता। इसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई संशय नहीं है। यह कृत्य बहुत साफ दिख रहा है और कांग्रेस के ही नेता अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी तक बोल चुके हैं कि देयर इज नो डेमोक्रेसी इन बंगाल। मैं उस समय वो नेता प्रतिपक्ष थे तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि कांग्रेस के तत्कालीन नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने जब यह शब्द प्रयोग किया था, देयर इज नो डेमोक्रेसी इन बंगाल, आज वह बिल्कुल शब्दशः चरितार्थ होता दिख रहा है। और इसके उपरांत मैं दुख के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, ममता जी, आप वही ममता जी हैं जिन्होंने रेप के विरुद्ध इतना बड़ा आंदोलन और संघर्ष किया था। मैं देश को बताना चाहता हूं कि ममता बनर्जी जी जब हम लोगों के साथ थी अटल जी के सरकार के दौर में और बाद में, तो उन्होंने स्वयं ये बताया था कि पश्चिम बंगाल में कम्युनिस्ट सरकार की पुलिस ने उनके ऊपर इतने आघात किए थे कि उनको मृत समझ के वो लोग छोड़ गए थे।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app.
Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from across the country. Let's start with the headlines at the top. Union Home Secretary and Health Secretary today chaired a meeting with Chief Secretaries and DGPs of several states on immediate steps being taken for the safety and security of healthcare professionals. States have a prize center of steps taken. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav today announced that the Union Cabinet has approved 12 new industrial smart cities in different states with an outlay of more than 28,000 crores to boost domestic manufacturing. Bengal Chief Minister talks tough on rape laws on the back of protest over the Kolkata doctors who was raped and murdered. Mamata Banerjee says she will call a special assembly session next week to push for a bill seeking capital punishment for rapists. BJP and TMC workers clashed at several places in West Bengal amid the 12-hour Bandh called by the BJP. TMC says BJP was inciting unrest in Bengal. BJP alleges TMC sponsored attacks on BJP cadres. "18 cases have been registered so far with the Kerala SIT amid allegations of assault in Mollywood. Actor Sonia Malhaar is the latest to file a harassment complaint. Actor Revati has recorded a statement with the SIT. 7 people have died after heavy rainfall across Gujarat. Army mobilized for relief and rescue operations. Chief Minister monitors situation. Prime Minister Modi has also spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister, taking stock of the situation. We're starting this edition with a top focus. Union Home Secretary and Health Secretary today chaired a meeting with the DGPs and Chief Secretaries of several states on immediate steps being taken for the safety
and security of doctors and healthcare professionals in our country. In this meeting, states have apprised the center of steps